onye nọ nero kebe toto boyo wogo iru kebo oni me oyibo yeruwe onye ma ike bere wo kweri oni me ka isoro he me wata oyo ike wefe mo wewa kire ogidigbo oyo ni maro ku mesio ya ri uyere ko wa jebi nyabo ka isoro me wata isi yo ni bi ye janeje isi yo maru ku orugere sa ye na ja ugere ogwo bi maruku ba omi fe bu bi o maruku tano maruku ga ikweje nyabo ka isoro le mi wata aye ke na iforo fi eja
The other subjects, the big one, which is the kidnapping of school kids, the genocide, the discussion happening here in America, we will probably move it to the next stream. But I really want to know what you guys are thinking about. So we'll take a break. When we come back, can I
So I speak to you, I am a man of the cloth. So I am a reverend father. So being in governance does not take that away from me. I am still a reverend father. I came in as a governor, as a reverend father. I am working with the fear of God and the compassion of Christianity and humanity. And at the end of the day, I'm still going back to the church as a reverend father and a good Christian. So that is for the record, we need to understand this. In my state of Benue, we don't have any religious, any ethnic, any racial, any national or state genocide. We don't have that. Do we have a number of insecurities in the state? Yes, we do. But it is not a genocide. Someone would need to go through there to check the United Nations definitions for this. Have we lost a number of people? Yes. We have at different stages. If I've given you a background of the challenges we've had many years ago, we're talking about the agro-pastoralists, the herders. And then we're talking about the agro-farmers, typical farmers. So it began like play, like joke, and then it went over and then just continued to some huge proportions. But that does not fit into the parameters of a genocide. So for those who seek to politicize everything, there is no genocide in Benue State. But we have security challenges in Benue State, just for the record.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate that. All 40 people that has joined so far. I'm gonna be talking a bit to wait for other people to come and join the live stream, so that when they fully join, and then the panelists, Jide, I can see you there, Masca, and as always, Jonaba, I appreciate you. And who else is there? Neg Ogwa, thank you for joining us here today. And I would like to say that the spirit and the the way we are going to conduct ourselves today is going to be based on trying to find common grounds and trying to educate our people to the problems that we face with the truth. And this session is going to be based on factual statements. At least when somebody flags anything someone says, it should be flagged and checked just to verify. The purpose of this is to ensure our people get quality information. With quality information, opinion forming and decision making will be improved. Because I know for sure they said information is power, isn't it? Information, if it's contaminated, can have very, very disastrous effects on our people. So that is the spirit we're having this conversation. This conversation is not going to be based on any form of bigotry against any group. It's not going to be based on racism, no tribalism, no religious bigotry, none of the bigotries, even against the different genders, whatever you want to describe it. The point is, we are going to have strong discussions. We are going to have pointed opinions, but the spirit by which we have these conversations is to bring people together and enrich our people and ourselves, including mine, by the way, because I'm always trying to learn. I know I come across as a strong hand that doesn't listen to anything. I do try to learn. So I'm going to the news for today. This week has been a little bit depressing because Nnamdi Kanu was convicted this week, and it's quite peculiar that the Nigerian state and the federal government found it convenient time to do this when there's so much tension on the ground. Our leadership in the country is very, very lacking. They are very lacking. I don't know what has happened to politicians, why they've lost their mind to the point where they can't even say common sense things anymore. If you want your nation to do well, why can't you just encourage people to be nice to each other? Why can't you just encourage people not to be bigoted against each other? Why do you always look at each other with suspicion all the time? That generation of people that believe in these things, they really need to stand back, because some of the things they've done has led us to where we are today. Our people are distrustful of each other and they hate each other. And those Fulanis that are doing, or the herdsmen that are doing what they are doing, and terrorists, it's because they are lost people. How many Europeans do you see carrying terrorist act out against European people? Just killing their own people because they hate them. You don't see that. You don't see Indians carrying out terrorist attack against each other like that, or the Chinese even, except they are fighting some kind of war. But this one, you see all these people, they just come around, they are professing to believe in some foreign religion, and they kill their own fellow people. They kill their own people. You know, that issue is a serious one that people have to call out, because they too are under threat if they didn't know that. Because if those same people that are busy, those herdsmen that are killing a lot of people in Nigeria today, if they were in Sudan, they would be in trouble. And they are Muslims. And the people that they will be in trouble with are Muslims too. How senseless is that? This is why I say our conversations need to start letting us understand that we all have a shared interest in collaborating and being cohesive. If we are not cohesive, the flood is going to come and we are not going to be ready, and we'll be washed away. I can assure you the world will not even shed a tear, because life hates weakness, hates people that are divided. Life, if you say life hates it, then God hates it. God hates a divided house, because he punishes it all the time. He makes sure he punishes it all the time. So that is the spirit we are going to be having this conversation. I will try my best to maintain decorum, because it's not always easy. I'm not Dr. Damage. Dr. Damages is very, very professional. I have to give it to him. I don't know how he does it. I guess maybe some of the training that they do, it takes a superhuman strength to maintain the quorum the way he does. So I'm going to start bringing people in because I don't want to talk too much today. Because not every time is time for talk. Sometimes it's time to listen to. Let me listen to Masca from Nigeria. We have to give Masca a bit more respect. After all, it's in Nigeria. We have to respect him. Not all of us that are here in Majesty's territory and Trump's kingdom. Janaba, thank you for joining us. Let me get this thing back to the way it was before. And let me welcome everybody with a more open platform, actually, so that everybody can see each other. Yeah, thank you all for joining me today. Masca, let me greet do you prefer Che and Fidel or Jide? Because Jide is stuck in my head, though.
Okay, next time I'm gonna put Jide. Just mention Jide. I mean, those are my two icons. Those are my two icons. I just put it there. But I'll change it to Jide next time.
Yeah, fathers, it's a black man's thing. We criticize our government for policy flip-flop, but even common names, we can't maintain a common name.
Oh, Jide, yeah, I can't believe he's already started though. He came here with a fight already.
I reserve my comments.
But what I'm saying is true.
Oh my God, the best thing you said is to attack somebody already. I think we are having a bad influence on the Masca. That guy is a gentleman. The best thing is to attack.
I'm a gentleman, but I would say it the way it is. I'm not really happy. Every day people wake up and they change their name.
Yeah, sometimes. We know the person that does it very regularly. Jonaba, I really appreciate you for coming. And to be fair, we don't necessarily ask Jonaba enough, actually, because you are from the Middle Belt. And nobody really bothers to ask you what you think about what is going on and how you see it, actually, which is interesting. I think because this alliance that actually, which is strange. I don't know how I never asked Jonaba that before. So that would be interesting to hear your opinion on what is going on in that area, how you classify it. And I really wish Dr. Damages has the resources so that we can carry out our own investigation about how people are being displaced. If people used to live here before they displaced them, then we'll go and check who people are now living there, because the people are now living in IDP camps. So this sort of stuff, there's no real investigative work that's been publicized anyway to my own awareness. So I hope we can do that. So, but let's get back to the conviction, the timing, and what it may mean for Nigeria, because it's just happened, and from what I gather, they moved into Sokoto. So what do you make of it, Masca? And welcome, by the way.
Okay, you are asking me a question, for fathers?
Yes, the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu this week for life imprisonment. Some people even say that he should have gotten death penalty, while others say he should be released. But the timing, what do you make of the timing of the conviction and the implications?
No, in terms of timing, if you ask me honestly, I think the way I would answer your question is that, assuming I am the president of this country, okay, I as a person, I'm prone to disaggregating my issues. When I have an issue, let's say my car is not starting, I want to isolate, is it the battery, is it fuel, that kind of mentality. This is who I am. In the same vein, when I'm for instance, maybe thinking, I want a transfer on my job, and the transfer is that they want to take me to a different country and to start doing a different job, and that country I have to start learning a different language. I would rather say, okay, look, I'm willing to take the transfer to another country, but please, when I go to that country on transfer, leave me on the old kind of job that I'm doing. I don't want to carry everything at the same time. You know, so if I were the president, knowing that, look, there are a lot of insecurity issues, knowing that there's a potential threat, external threat, as a sensible leader, you cannot take any threat lightly. So you would not want to do anything that probably will add into the basket of your problems. That would be my answer to your question.
Not adding into the basket. How do you mean?
Okay, so already there's a, whether we like it or not, whatever you call it at this point in time. And look, it's not just this point in time. It's been there since, I think, when did Boko Haram start? Maybe like since 2009. You know, there's an incessant insecurity problem. It has refused to go away. It's there. That's one problem. Like I said, there is an external threat. When another country is saying that we probably will come and invade you, if I'm a leader, I will take it very seriously. Okay,
Yes.
so that is problem number 2. Okay, so to go and start sentencing somebody now, and look, if the guy has been like there for 10 years, additional 6 months is not going to kill anybody. Okay. And
yeah, but it's for life, no? It's not 6 months they convicted him.
Okay, what you are saying, look, the timing, I'm thinking you're saying when was the sentencing done, or are you talking about the kind of...
I'm saying the timing, given that Trump, we know about Trump threatening to invade Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying. So look, I would probably ask the judiciary, like, look, isn't there any way you can elongate this process so that we won't make any pronouncement now?
Exactly. That's what I would have thought.
So that, for me, it's not because I don't like the guy or whatever, but as a leader, you should look at the bigger picture. This is what I'm saying. I personally, as a person, that's my modus operandi. I'm not going to carry all the problems at the same time.
That's true. It makes sense.
I'm going to try and deal with maybe 2. And by the time, even if it's halfway that I'm dealing with it, then I can begin to start dealing with the next one. Every time when I'm working, you come to my table, it's only one file. You can never catch me with 2 files at the same time on my desk.
That's a very interesting point you made there. You know, disaggregating problem, like separating them. But do you think that maybe there is a reason why they went ahead? That maybe they've had their backhanded talk behind the scenes, and he knows for sure that Trump is not coming. That's why he decided to just go ahead with it like this.
Okay. That's why, for me to answer that question, I cannot answer the question as Tinubu. I can only answer the question if I were the president. This is what I would do, irrespective of the information that is available to me. You know,
True.
If I'm the president, I can tell you that I'm not going to hold the word of any other president. Like, how this thing you're even saying doesn't make sense. You're in a democracy. You've made a pronouncement. Your House of Assembly, they are discussing that item, and you will have called me on phone to tell me that, oh, let me know what I look. I'm not going to be that foolish.
Exactly. I think you are right there. Regarding consequences, though, what do you make of potential blowback from this? Do you think there could be consequences, or people will just get upset and move on later on?
Again, the only way I can answer that question, if I were the president, okay, even if I make the mistake of doing the pronouncement now, I would have taken steps to do what I call spanner in the works. Okay, I would have started sorting the grievances that had created this problem. You know, but look, the second type of answer I would give you is that I think all these my answers are a waste of time. Why? Because I know that our leadership are not the kind of people we think they are. Okay. So the idea that you would expect them to be thinking the way I will be thinking, I think is really would be a sheer waste of time, because I will do almost everything that they are doing. I don't think you will do almost anything that they are doing. So for us to sit down and isolate one, for instance, look at, we crashed out of the World Cup. Even through, we couldn't even pass through, what do they call this thing now?
TRC.
No, what do you call the process even itself?
A qualification.
No, it's not a proper qualification.
Okay. Is it that bad?
We are a group of losers. Who will help you?
Oh God!
For it.
It's from a group of losers, eh? Wow,
It's
that's
playoff.
bad.
It was playoff.
Playoff, eh?
Even
Oh my God! Even playoff, we didn't survive playoff. Wow, that's bad.
And so for me, this idea that you can isolate one part of Nigeria as a country, the aspect, and start analyzing it is absurd. If you take our schools, it's the same. Me and you, we've spoken about the medical aspects of this country. The slightest issue, everybody would have to run outside the country. If you take what other thing, we don't have a national flag carrier. Okay. So if you take every aspect, it's the same thing. So to isolate one and start agonizing over it, assuming things to be done correctly, I think it's absurd also. It also tells on the kind we ourselves, what are we what kind of thinking we are thinking. Look at the football. Like Nigeria cannot qualify 220 million people. And if you look at the number of players that Nigeria churn out every day, if you take even the English team, you would count like 3 actually true Nigerians that are playing for the English team. Take Belgium team, it's the same thing. So I'm just saying that as a country, almost everything we do is not correct. So even to think that trying people, a judicial process will go correctly is, look at our elections, for instance. Even look at the people we put up as presidential candidates.
Wow. Okay.
I've said this before. One question that somebody asked me, I was in Toronto. The guy, he was a driver. He's driven for a while, and then he now said, "Okay, look, you are in Nigeria," and I think this is about 2015 or 16. He said, "I think Nigeria, you people are up to 200 million people." I said, "Yes." He asked me now, "So, okay, these Boko Haram people, how many people are they?" Exactly. You get the gist. Like, if you are 200 million people in a country, how many people are actually this Boko Haram that you people cannot deal with them, that are globally embarrassing you as a country? Even this insecurity, like the kidnapping, like look at, as we are talking now, people are going into churches, people are in which country will you go and kidnap students? Not 1, not 2. You kidnap at a go 30. And just barely a couple of other days, you go another school, you kidnap, and everybody is driving. Everybody is entering petrol station as if like everything is normal.
Yeah. I think it has become quite normal for Nigerians. It's almost like America.
All this analysis we sit down here and do, it's actually, if you forgive my language, but I think it's just a waste of time too. The basis of the analysis is wrong, because you're assuming that it's a normal place. It's not.
Yeah, it's not. So, but in terms of the conviction itself, what do you make of it? The conviction, do you think is within the right this in the direction, or do you think that maybe he should have been acquitted, from the charges?
Okay, so this is speculation, and I will follow you to do the speculation. But where I will start, I must make a caveat. I have the understanding in life that certain things are technical. For instance, law is technical. Okay? If I'm not a lawyer and I don't understand the facts of the case, I don't understand the legalese, I cannot start judging from a layman's.
But is it technical when we already know the law in terms of terrorism, treason, things like that? The law is laid down. It's not necessarily technical.
No, the question was, see, whether you may want to go into that, but I can tell you whether you like it or not, unless if you are a lawyer, unless if you truly are a lawyer, I will put it to you that, look, it is a technical thing. And for you to sit and speculate on it is just sheer beer parlor speculation. If lawyers, and like Dr. Damage said, I like it when he said he is going to invite lawyers. Let them speak on this issue. I can have my own opinion, whether what they did is right or wrong, but that would be an opinion. I won't come to a place like this and start making opinion on something as sensitive, as critical, and like this, especially when it is not, when I'm not technically capacitated to deal with that issue. If we were things to do, like maybe if this is an economic issue or a financial issue, which I can say, okay.
You see, the kind of answer you are giving is the kind of answer like people that see the genocide in Gaza, they'll be like, I'm not qualified to say it. What my eyes sees, I'm not qualified to say it because I'm not. I don't. It's a lawyer can say. I think that is a bit of a cop out.
Killing
If you see
somebody
that has done something wrong, you should know.
How will I know that? Look, the guy went through a court process. And look, whether we like it or not, me, I'm not going to engage in some foolery, self-foolery. Whether I like it or not, the man went
okay, have you seen any evidence? Let me put it. Have you seen any evidence that was presented that Nnamdi Kanu pronouncement or stop anything on Nnamdi Kanu that may merit that kind of this sentence? Any action of his? Have you seen any evidence of it?
Look, I listened to a video that Mr. Rudolph interviewed him. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, it may not amount to terrorism, but what he was saying is not a very peaceful thing. Let's be honest, he wasn't asking for peace. That's true. Go and listen to the things. That singular interview, go and listen to it. Me, I was shocked. Like,
Yeah, I get that.
And so, I also give you, listen, I also give you a background, also, a caveat also. I believe not just in Nigeria, I believe that the way forward for the black man is for all black people to understand that, look, there's a grand design and structure that is to their own disadvantage. And any idea that we will disintegrate ourselves, I'm not going to be in support of that. Okay? So maybe I'm biased. For somebody who is going to think that, okay, just because, look, if Igbo people are okay, that's fine. I won't subscribe to that. I will not succumb to say, oh, if Hausa people are okay. I don't buy that line of thinking. So maybe I'm biased, but when I listened to that interview, it wasn't a very peaceful interview. But like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I cannot sit in judgment. I cannot say, oh, the man is guilty or the man is not guilty. Who am I?
Well, that's interesting though, because people have even speculated more on election, not to mention, by that standard, nobody should even have a right to say anything about an election cycle, because for me anyway, if I see something that you give your opinion on it, then the legalists will decide what it comes out.
This is the real problem we have as black people. One of the major problems, one of the major problems I had against Buhari, okay, was because, for instance, you have a central bank governor. If you take the guy as your central bank governor, then you have to believe that in the first instance, you need to go and look for the best of the best in that field. And then when you give him that responsibility, you have to have absolute belief in him as a technical person. But what we do in this country, the truth is that you will go and get a central bank governor, but you want him to dance to your tune. You know, we don't believe in professionalism. We always want to bring our own opinion and think that it's okay. I won't look. I think I should stop there so that other people can talk.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Topic for me anyway. I won't ordinarily even engage in these discussions, but of course, out of respect, I think I should say. But look, let me stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Masco. I appreciate that. Yeah, Jonaba, thank you for your patience. I have to say that I can't even start imagining what it's like to actually be from Benue where all this stuff is happening. And for me, one of the saddest aspects is the level of loss of life and the fact that people are living away from their ancestral lands in IDP camps for years now. The fact that the Nigerian president will come into office and don't make it a top priority to end that inside your own country. For the life of me, I don't know how these our people behave. It's just astounding how they can allow that to happen. So, because I heard the pastor Elias, what he was saying. I don't know whether it's even a pastor really, saying that there's no genocide in that this in state. Okay, there are massacres, we know. I don't know whether there's a genocide, whether it's a genocide or not. I don't know what you make of it. So that is what I would like you to kind of shed light on. As somebody that is from that area, what do you make of it, and how? I don't know whether you know anything about the people in IDP camps. Can you just shed light on what is going on in the state so that people can have an idea? Because I don't myself, as much as I like to think I do. Welcome.
Thank you, forefathers, for having me once again and fellow panelists. In fact, you guys know I'm not much a fan of Governor Elias, but he did nothing practically uh, to make sure that people go back to their ancestral home. Uh, if you are describing Nigerian politicians and leaders, and if you see one of them and put a white horn on their head, and you say this is a devil, I will not say it's not. All they want is to use human beings as a collateral, not just to use them as a ladder, because at a point in life, ladder is something you use to climb to get where you are going, but to use them as a footmat, their own citizens, just to fulfill their own political career and their emptiness that they are trying to fight. The dynamic of our Nigerian problem is not difficult to diagnose, but the willness, the manipulations, and all that involved is too much. And I don't know how they go to bed and sleep and see that you are the custodian of the state, the security of the state, and the allocation is given to you. At least if you cannot restore all of them to the same place, you can restore some, because there were many of them before you came to power at the same place. I've not heard that the governor have done so. Rather, he's busy going to China, trying to build a way for himself. And it's unfortunate for that to come from a reverend father that's supposed to uh, serve humanity with totality of his mind. But also brought me to the question of our being manipulated mind of religion. Religion, there is say that is the opium of the poor, and both religion in Africa is contributing to where we are, because what you believe influences you, and we cannot just take it out of you in one day preaching, come to Dr. Damage's show or talk to your family member to what to set as a priority, that our country missed it. And to this, the IGP camp remain, if not that people come every 2 weeks and they use it to show how much. If you go to the website and see how much they say they are giving to keep them there, you will find out that it's a lot of money and nothing reach these people. Rather, it comes from the goodwill of the people around the world to support them. So when it comes to that, and this name calling plan enhancement, I don't want to use that word because there are a lot of Fulani henchmen now that they're going to go and buy cow from them for this Christmas that live in that area and they have nothing to do with this. So we can say they're terrorists terrorizing our community. And I always believe is the failure of the government, the unwillingness to tackle this problem. And I understand that it's not something that is just local within Nigerian space. This is bigger than Nigerian space, and that's why you see them running around from one place to another like chicken without head because they don't even they expire to get up to the office, get promotion. I don't know if you have opportunity to interact with those so-called leaders. They have nothing in their head than where the next money and the next thing. They don't have agenda for how to secure their people, what where the world is at this moment. They don't have an idea. In fact, they
Mm,
believe in foreign country that is more powerful than them to tell them about their own security challenges more than themselves to build their own system to watch over their people, even if it's to negotiate with other countries. How did I have a surveillance and know what is going on? And that is not something very cheap to talk about here in the surface. It's something
mm,
bigger that we all have to admit that our country is going through invasion. One of the things that people that I don't like is, like I said in my earlier statement, is that people say, "Oh, they're trying to Ismailize Nigeria." Trying to, it's the same thing you are saying as a Christian. It's the same thing the Muslim. You may have a different approach, but then I ask people. I told people, I said, "Okay, if you say, oh." Paul the apostle that wrote so many version of the New Testament is from Turkey. So is Turkey not better than Nigerian today? So
mhm,
the question is not a religion issue. The question is that what is the ideology that to build? Now, when you tell a common man that, oh, you sold your soul to the devil, and they present the devil as a black man and present angel as God, people will think they automatically, because of the damage that has been done to us over the years, they will go for the white man in a white garment as God and look at their fellow human being that painted as a devil as God, without recognizing that these are psychological issues
mm.
that they have
So,
been done
but
to us over the years. And this is what influences our judgment in that we are trying to struggle to hold on to something. Power cannot allow things to be empty. Somebody must occupy it. That's how power works. If you go to a
mhm,
town and nobody is living there and you love what is there, mangoes, or find other mineral resources, wouldn't you love to settle there? And whatever it takes, once you are settling there and other people are coming, it becomes a fight. So Africans, we are so distant from the reality that we are the most blessed continent on earth, but the human knowledge on how to articulate and make the most use of what we have to our advantage, our self-ego come first. And a
mm,
leader have to drop to our egos. We all have egos, but you do it in a way that you are not putting your next generation, that when you die with your ego and what the resources and the things supposed to protect for your people, you die with it because you decided to be selfish about it. So I think this is what
mm,
our people have not understand. I think you are trying to say
mm. Can
something.
I ask you? Yeah,
Let
I
me
wanted
go.
to ask you something. Yeah, it's about that area. Have you aware of, like, when there has been an attack? Um, another group of people come and displace a people from their village and their ancestral homeland, and they take over that area and rename the town and start living there. Are you aware of it happening in your state?
No.
Not one at all.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Now, what happens is that let's say the henchmen that the cowrera or whatever you want to call them, they are always been in the forest in our village all these years. They have been there. That is the way they have settlement. They have issues with other local people. This, what you are seeing, this attack in all of that is not those ones that have been there over the years. So the point is that people think because they were able to chase the other the citizens or the people from the ancestral home, and Fulani is still in their forest now, meaning that Fulani takes over. They have been living there. That's the way they live their life all this year. There have been times that we have local clash. That is like issue. They enter the farm. That is different from the massacre of people and then attack on villages. Of course, there have been attack on villages. There's no doubt about that. But then there's no town that I'm aware of that. Okay, this town now they have since they have chased the citizens or the from the ancestral home that now has been named so place. I'm not aware. I think I'm well connected to my people back home, and I have not seen that.
To be fair, what you stated here is the same statement I heard from somebody from Benue. But I did hear when I asked somebody that has been in Jos, I think Jos or Plateau, whether they are the same, I'm not exactly clear on that. That there were cases like that. So I wasn't exactly sure. He didn't provide evidence, but he did say that people have been displaced. And he did say that other people occupy the place. So, but we don't have any evidence of that. This is something that it would be good to actually this in present, because even the Americans and all the people that are talking about genocide, they can't even present one proper village where somebody has been displaced and people go there, video it, and get evidence of the fact that they have been replaced by other people. And and yet you hear
Sorry
this
to cut you
accusation
off.
all the time.
Yes, I'm sorry to say this word. The word genocide can be defined by people in different ways. But if you see even the people making the case that they should be called genocide, President Trump never called it that way because that is also is a legal terminology that have more implications. Many people can start filing asylum. It's many things that you say that this is this and that and that. So people can, if you come and wipe my people out and I say, oh, they're all my own family and this is it, I want to call genocide. People may be entitled to it, but I think the other one, the guy that came from Ezekiel, Reverend Ezekiel, when you see, and that's why the other day I withdraw myself from the platform because I was sensitive to him. To use the word that he's already in pain, and I don't want to do that. But
Yeah,
if you
I
see,
understand.
yeah, but if you see what he's saying, there is no God that we call good God that we will use the language that is using. You see, that is the misleading of. I don't have depth inside to Islam book, but I read some of the religions book. He was saying the other day that they said themselves, killing themselves, that God ambushed themselves, and all of those things. It's contrary to even the Bible. The Bible says God do not take pleasure in the death of anyone. You understand? That is his own belief, I may not believe what we believe or believe in whatever, but the point is that the humanity in us, if is more pain when it's directed to us. When something happened far from you, the pain is different than when it happens close to you. That is reality of life. I can empathize with you and all of that, but when it happened to you, it's different. So I don't want to go to that with him, but most of his thing is based on religion thing.
Yeah.
It's about humanity because he says that there are even Fulani among them that are helping them. So if you
Yeah.
trying to single out people, the same people you are using, we are becoming insensitive to others. It's only you are good when you are on my side. My own opinion do not matter, and my way of life do not matter to you, except you combat me or I combat you. Nobody need to do that. In general term of who want to serve humanity, you cannot come across somebody now have accident, they call it good Samaritan. You cannot ask the person what religion do you practice before you save the person. The same time, the same thing that nobody want to come and ask you ask you, what religion do you practice before I help you? We understand that this has been a thing going on, but like I say, it's bigger. I have conversation with my in-law. It's in his service. It's a chief military, a top military officer, and he told me that this thing is bigger than what people think. That they are more sophisticated than them. And so when see that, yeah, people used to say, oh, why police do not, if we call police, even though I make joke of them like that, if you call police, they are going to the left, why they are going to the right? It's because they know that the other people have more sophisticated weapon than them. So you're going to
Yeah.
go, your father will go out and he will not come back because he is having as a police that is not giving the weapon, they're not equipped to face the challenges of the
I
day.
actually gathered that the police actually do fight them. You know, like the last one that what's his name, very dark man went to. They said the police was fighting them, but they were distracting the police with fighting the police there, while other people went behind the police and started doing the killing. You see what I mean? So if you
Yeah.
don't have enough manpower, you always have that problem.
So I'll let other people speak, but as I summarize, our problem in Nigeria, we are joking, is bigger than what it is. And I'm not, see, we look at it that when your neighbor is on fire, do everything to make sure the light, the fire is put off. Otherwise, it will be your next thing. And this is a global movement. It has nothing to do with a particular thing about Nigeria. It's just a step by step by step. So I think our leaders need to do more to
Thank you.
protect their people. Thank you.
Yep. I think in the end, if we just did the simple thing of protecting the country, we will not be in this mess. Che and Jide, what do you make of the sentencing, the timing, and the actual sentence? Do you consider it a legitimate sentence? And the timing, do you think is the right time to do something like this? And the third one is, what do you see as a potential consequence from this in the sentence of
Yes,
Nnamdi Kanu?
yes. Thank you so much, forefathers. Good evening to everyone. So you see, the Nigerian political structure, there are many power plays in the Nigerian political structure, right? You have the northern elites, right? There are some powerful northern elites in Nigeria. And we know that historically, there has always been tensions between the northern Nigeria, majorly Hausa Fulani, and the southeasterners, the Igbos, right? And we know that due to this rivalry and tension, due to the power play of the influence of northern elites, I'm trying to be careful here. There are some powerful, influential northern elites that influences the power play in Nigerian politics. That could be in play into why Nnamdi Kanu is now in jail for a life sentence. So now, yes, Tinubu is in power, but there are many political power plays there involved in what's going on in Nigeria right now. And not some of those northern elites, either they are extremists or they hate the Igbos, or like I said, there's that animosity between both. So that's number one. That's the way, that's the first thing. You see, me personally, from my political experience and understanding, I do not see Nnamdi Kanu as I do not agree with Nnamdi Kanu's political stance. I do not agree with Nnamdi Kanu's political position and ideology. I completely disagree with it. However, in as much as I disagree with it, I do not think this is the right time for him to be in jail. But due to the power play by the political elites in Nigeria, specifically the Northerners, I do not think this is the right thing to do. Looking at the timing, and also looking at considering the fragility of the unity of Nigeria. Because right now, Nigeria is in a very dire situation. Nigeria, if for all intents of purposes, I can even say Nigeria is now about to be completely divided for good. This is not the right time to do it. What could be my solution? Instead of doing this, could there have been a way? This may sound controversial, but could there have been a way? This may sound controversial. Like I said, I do not agree with him. I do not. I condemn IPOB. Right? I mean, this is a man that said that the U.S. government should not provide weapons to the Nigerian states to fight terrorism because they will use it against their own citizens. Right? He's also playing a role in pushing the narrative of Christian genocide. So it's not someone I agree with in any way. In fact, I see him as an agent or someone that may even potentially destabilize the country. However, considering the state of the nation, if I'm a leader of Nigeria right now, I would negotiate with him. What I would do with negotiating with him is my goal, the all end all of my goal is to incorporate him into the Nigerian states and IPOB, swallow them and incorporate them into the Nigerian states. Whatever compromise I can make as a Nigerian state, I will make it. And guess what? That will create unity. Many countries have done this. Russia did it. I talked about how, you see, what's going on in Nigeria is not new. I talked about how Al-Qaeda collaborated with the Chechens in Russia to fight the Russian states. When Putin came to power, when they fought the Chechens and the Al-Qaeda affiliates, they were members of the leader of the Chechens. Putin negotiated with him. The father of Kadyrov, and even Kadyrov himself. Now, they are now incorporated into the Russian states. Now, they are fighting for Russia's interests. You see what's going on there? But we don't have those kind of political elites. Our political elites are devils. They will never do that. Because the only way they can continue to be in power is by dividing the people. So that is why they need to put that guy.
Yeah, but that argument about, I just feel like at the core of it is because they are being made to believe what they are doing. Because dividing the people, they will still remain in power whether the people are united or not. You still need an elite. You still need an elite that is going to make money. Those arguments don't stack up because every country, whether they are united or divided, you still have elites nonetheless. You know, so they are dividing Nigeria. I just feel like just like you try to say that Nnamdi Kanu, like you say, terrorist. Don't you think that some of all this that Nnamdi Kanu is an agent? I mean, sorry, it's an agent. Don't you think that some of these our leaders, the way they are behaving, they too are also deliberately undermining the nation because they must know that their actions are dividing people, and when they are doing it.
Yeah, that's why I'm now telling you and I'm telling everyone that if there's a cohesive Nigeria, there is a chance for a revolution. But if any revolutionary attempts can happen with the way Nigeria is divided, it will just lead to chaos. And it will lead to what they call sectarianism. That's why I'm telling you that it is the elites in Nigeria can be kicked out if the people of Nigeria are willing to kick out the elites. Are they willing to pay the price? No, because I need to be explicit here. Are they willing to pay the price? No, nobody's willing to pay the price. We are still looking at the government. In fact, tragically, we are now expecting Uncle Sam that is orchestrating what is going on to come and help because we are not willing to take that responsibility as a people to take power from the elites. Venezuela, they don't have two heads. Iran never had two heads. Russia never had two heads. China never had two heads. Vietnam never had two heads. Nicaragua never had two heads. Cuba never had two heads. Do we have two heads? Why can't we take our power from the elites? I think the argument stands, but we're not willing to do it. That's the problem.
Okay, maybe where you should start from, because what I noticed in America this week was that the Americans, they were pressuring, oh my God, they were pressuring their Congress members, they were pressuring their Senate members, like, if you dare to vote against the Epstein file release, all hell will break loose. Maybe we should start pressuring our local legislators, they need to understand national security is no joke business now. That they need to start upscaling the Nigerian security posture, because this our vulnerability is a problem, and it has to start from local, pushing them. If they are not going to do the right thing, then threatening to remove them from office, because if you are pushing them and they are pushing back, they are going to become unpopular in that state. So, because I can see that happening in America, and I told you before, when Americans want to take power from these people, the Zionists and whatever they are, they will do it. And people keep thinking that, oh, they're going to hide. No, they will take it because they need it. They need to take power back, to take their country back again, and they will do it. In the case of us, we don't seem to know how to do that. And maybe the Americans are showing us how this is done. Because when the pressure comes, the politicians get scared. Because if they vote the wrong direction, everyone will know you did. You will be the target. You'll be the enemy of the state. And you don't want to be like that. And our people, instead of us to be taking in that direction, instead what we are taking them is how we are going to fight each other, how we are going to break the country up. We should make them do what they need to do for us, because the moment Trump comes here, how is that going to be good for you? So the question I want to ask you is, how do we get our people to truly understand, and whenever they are talking about this issue, see the bigger picture? Because they just see only the Fulani, they just see only Yoruba.
I think one thing I noticed about Nigerians generally is we are very reactionary, which is quite interesting, right? You can see that after the rhetoric of the US government, a lot of us has reacted. Now we can see the heavy polarization, right? People are reacting. Now, what can we do to convince the people? Well, I think what I would say is, first of all, we don't have any leader. Our leadership has failed. To start educating the people now is too late. I think what needs to be done is, we still need to, people are beginning to do sensitization and all that. Because if that's not being done, then the only way I can think about is violence. That's the only way. That's the only way, because, like I said, you cannot force someone to have sense. You cannot force someone to have sense. And when you're even trying to educate people and they disagree with you, and you're telling them this is existential to our lives, you are self-destroying yourself, and are still trying to disagree with you again, then that's a very big problem. I don't see any other way than violence.
Yeah, but if you calculate it though, if you go with violence, the danger of violence is that you are not the ultimate violence dispenser. Because there's other people that can do violence to, like the West and other parts of the world. They will come and support the people they want to support against you. So if you want to do violence, you have to have the support of the people, number one, and you have to have support of the international community, whatever international community. Like in the case of Burkina Faso, they had Russia and all the rest. You have to have a kind of backing, otherwise that group will come and topple it. Pardon?
But that was a coup, right? That was the violent. I don't know if it was violent.
In a way, but okay, you are right. But the reason why I'm mentioning that, because Nnamdi Kanu tried a kind of violent route. You see what I mean?
That violent route is secession. You see what I'm saying? Like, so what I'm saying is taking power from the states. I'm not saying Nigeria should secede. We need to take power from the states. So we need to do it peacefully. And if it is not working, and these people are actually waging violence in response, then we respond with violence. That's what I'm saying.
If you want to respond with a kind of mass protest or revolution, it has to be national. And this is the beauty of Nigeria in the sense, or at least the tragedy so far. Because our discourse is between Christian and Muslim instead of Nigerian first, and all people that live next to each other first, next door neighbor first, we make it Christian. This is so to have a national movement is often very difficult.
That is why I am saying, that is why I'm not telling you that is difficult. The only realistic solution is what is going on in those countries that you mentioned. I'm glad that you mentioned those countries, because it was violent. It was a coup. I don't know if it was violent or not. I don't know, but there was a coup. It was through violence, and they took power from the states. So there has to be something existential like that. It's probably going to be an anti-imperialist coup. Take power from these criminals, purge them out, and take on the enemy, the real enemy, the proxies of the enemy, and the enemy itself. But we've not even gotten to, let's say our journey is 100 meters. We've not even gotten to 15 meters, unfortunately. We are still dragging.
I'm sorry. It's a shame because I agree with you. We haven't gotten to 50 meters yet. But, you know, they could speed things up. Let me get Tony in so that we can go through all the panelists and open up the conversation. Before somebody comes and put an incendiary aspect to this. So far, it's been quite congenial. Everybody's relaxed and having a very, very friendly conversation. I don't know, man. For me, Tony, welcome. I'm a bit kind of depressed this week with all the on and on news that's coming through. The government decided that this week is the week they are going to convict Nnamdi Kanu. Knowing full well that we have another big potential threat coming to the country, and this government themselves have made sure they did some things to divide the country. So what do you make? I'm not even going to ask any specific question. What do you make of the entire thing that just occurred in the Nigerian state in the last week with the kidnappings too? There is no real response. I don't see them saying they want to even start bringing people into the military and the security forces to actually deal with this problem once and for all, because they know, all of them know that's the problem. They said that in the campaign. Please go ahead.
Right. Good evening, forefathers, and good evening, my brothers on the panel and those who are listening. Yeah, I agree with you. It's not the news coming from Nigeria in the past 2 weeks have been saddening. It's been disheartening. But I need to lay a background to all this because, in a way, if you have been reading the political developments in Nigeria, you would not say that it's something that anybody should not expect. I say that because let me just walk back and give a few examples. Now, in the last 2 years, I have an estimate here that over 10,000 people have been killed since the past 2 years. 9,400 killed in the first 10 months of this year. And then every month you have an estimate of between 600 and 700 killed every month. And the question that you want to ask is, where is the government? What is being done about this? You know, we all just have accepted it as something normal. Yet, in some places, in some countries, one person dies, the flag is at half mast. They go and they are going to go to the government, will go to the bottom, or the city or the state will go to the bottom of it all to unearth the reason why it happened and to take corrective measures. We haven't seen that with the government. But it didn't start with this government. As we speak, National Association of Resident Doctors have been on strike. This is the 20th day. That means hospitals don't have doctors. And it doesn't matter to anybody. As we speak, lecturers have issues that have been long dragging, money that were promised were not paid. Some allowances, some arrears, owed them for years. It's still there. As we speak, a lot of pensioners who have sacrificed for this country, served for 36 or 35 years meritoriously, and now in their old age, the investment that they had made, thinking that when they retire, they can take money from here to take care of themselves. Even that meager amount that has been branded by inflation can't really solve their problem. They don't have it. Some of them die in penury.
And one other thing I discovered recently, you know, during the final days of President Buhari, when he left office, he was spending about $4 billion on our national security. Do you know that that amount has halved now? It's about $2.something billion.
Okay. And then if you are just taking me to the military, we'll see some of the videos. We'll see rank and file complaining. The food I've seen a video where they showed some of the food that they give the people who make sacrifices for us. Some have been away for years in the war front, in the battlefield. The food that they give them. Some have talked about ammunition. We see the deaths. We see, and they die. We just saw a general and some members of his team just died. And the nation has moved on. And we don't even know the truth about what happened. The military said he came back, or it was a successful operation, he had come back. That's what the army spokesperson said, only to find out that it's a lie. So I can go on and on. In fact, I think it's important because I just want to lay the background. And I hear Maska when he was talking about soccer, and he did say that Nigeria couldn't even qualify. 2 chances. First of all, from the group, you couldn't qualify. Now they gave you a second chance, the playoffs for losers, for the best losers. You couldn't even qualify. A country like Congo that is fighting, where they're fighting war, Nigeria couldn't even defeat them. Nigeria couldn't move up from that group. Now, if you look at a country like Cape Verde, in West Africa here, the population is about 596,000. One third of a local government, of the largest local government.
That's a small part of our Jegule.
Very good. He came first in his group. He came tops in his group. Cape Verde. And then, but even the most embarrassing one is a small island country called Curacao, 156,000. In his group, in the CONCACAF region. He came first. He didn't have to play. That's the smallest country ever that has qualified for the World Cup. And my country, that is about 230 million, cannot find just 12 men. 12 that will represent it. So I'm trying to lay a background so that you see that this is a general rot in the system. Now, you go further from there. I was watching the president when he was addressing some members of the bench. And they sang something that I thought was a national anthem, but it wasn't. On your mandate, we shall stand. And the judges, an arm of government that is supposed to check the executive, they stood up, pledging. They have sworn an oath of loyalty to the nation. Now they are pledging to be loyal to the president. I mean, there are these things, to switch it to the president, whom they are supposed to check. The executive, who represents the executive, they are supposed to check. And you find it in the legislature, that are supposed to make laws, that are also supposed to check the government. Now, you will not talk about the press, because some of the things that are happening, you will never see it from the official press, because they are gagged. A lot of the things we hear it from social media. So, and then you just give me some time. Then you go down and you look at Dangote, for instance. I talked about it here. A man who invested money, hard-earned money, in a country, in spite of the contradictions, in spite of the hostile business environment in Nigeria, he decided to put down a monumental amount. Some of them he borrowed, plus government, part of government investment. And they sabotaged him. They're making life difficult for him. They cannot sell crude to him, except he pays in dollars. And yet, the same government would tell you that it's illegitimate for you to do transactions with dollar in Nigeria. So when you put all these things together, my brother, you look at the Wike versus Yerima Imbliglio, you see the reaction of people. This one on this side, that one on this side, and you're wondering, is this really a country? What are the issues here that will so divide the country like this? Something that would have been settled somewhere in the office and nobody would come to hear about it. And then you see the minister himself going to enforce the law through gragra or area boy tactics. So when you sum all these things together, and the challenge that we have now, that is excruciating, you want to ask, how can, if we have an aggression, how can all these people who are divided come together? This guy said in this platform once, Pulo, the Fulani guy that, used to, I remember he said once that from childhood he is taught that an Igbo man is his enemy. So he grew up with that notion. That's the dangerous indoctrination. Okay? And then we also have this, the Igbo man has his own, stereotypes like that, they tell him, oh, Yoruba man is not good. And the Yoruba man will tell you, we have all this type of nonsense, pigeonholing, stereotypes all over. I'm just trying to paint a picture that when you bring all this together, you would see that we have a very, very serious problem that we must deal with. And they are manifesting with the various things that are happening now. It's not just only through religion. So when you are talking about unity, sometimes when I listen to you, I say, what is wrong with us? Why can't we come together? I just laugh at you. How can the Igbo man, for instance, feel very comfortable dealing with someone from River State when he remembers that part of his property was abandoned and was not returned? How can an Igbo man, I'm just using the Igbo man as an example, I'm not reducing it to ethnic care, but how can an Igbo man feel confident to build a house in a place like Lagos when there is the perception that his property is being destroyed, or the people don't like him? These are pictures that we give out. But are they good Yorubas? Yes. Are they good Fulanis? Yes. Are they good Ijos? Yes. Are they good? But we don't highlight these things. So if we want this country to move forward, we must first deal with this thing. And that is the perception that is also affecting the question you asked me about Nnamdi Kanu.
I have one question because I think during the other live stream, there was something I was saying, and so a thought came to my mind, because what I was referring to the Benin Kingdom and how they become a shadow of what they used to be because of Nigeria. Then it occurred to me, because while I was hearing a lot of Southeasterners complain about marginalization and everything else, and I asked myself, what was their state before Nigeria? That's where I want to ask you now. What was the state of the Southeast before Nigeria? Are they bigger today or smaller than they were before?
Well, if you look at our pre-colonial history, you will find out that is one that is rich with interactions, with all kinds of interactions through marriage, through trade, through culture. But let me give you an example. My people trace their origin to Igala.
Hold on. Are you Igbo?
Just listen to me. My people trace their...
Before you start claiming Igala,
let me establish. Hold on now. You're trying to do.
I have to clarify whether you're Southeasterner before you start saying that.
I am not from this. Yeah, I'm not from the South.
Okay,
thank
okay.
So my people trace their origin from Igala, and we still have cultural relationship with Igala. And there are certain things that we do that were borrowed from Igala, have Igala culture. And up till date, we still have that visitation, with my people. Okay. Now there are names, there are cultures, there are things that we do that was borrowed from Igala. Now, what happened? If you look at the River Niger and the Benue, you see that it was possible for you to come down from the Benue, down the River Niger, down to my place. Now, if you go to history, most of the trading that was done in the river at the time. They were trading. It was that riverine route was very, very busy. You know, they were traders at the coast. And the origin of my town is traced to that trade relationship, which produced the founder of my town. Of Igala traders coming down, bringing in their wares.
So okay, now because the reason why I'm asking this
you
question.
Asked me a question. So you asked me a question. So I'm trying to show you the patterns.
Okay, you are doing
of
trade,
relationship that you
we are
have.
not. It's not telling us whether you are bigger or stronger. But although I'm asking in the context of the Southeasterners, not necessarily the Edo or
no,
this.
even in the Southeast, if you read Ogwaga, the beginnings of Igbo, the origin, the beginnings, the origins. I'm trying to find the title of the book. This is Professor Ogwaga and one other person who wrote, and it tells you about an influence through the Niger. You know, Igala influence, Nri influence, and the Bini influence. All of them crossing together and producing something that is uniquely different from the various areas from where they came. So there have been cultural borrowings. There will be, for instance, there are names that you can check in Igala. It's the same thing with what we call like weekdays in Igala. In my place, it's almost the same thing. There are products, alubosa, onion, and things like that that are borrowed. And this is because of cultural links and tradings and intermarriage in those days. Where there was, yes, there were wars. Because you are asking me, what is the pattern of relationship that we had in those days? We didn't have Nigeria, we didn't have Southeast, Southwest, North, and all that. But we have communities, we have institutions, we have, in some places we have one or two places we have empires, we have
I think the reason why I'm this in asking that question, because it's beginning to dawn on me. At least I'm not sure whether I'm right, so don't take it with a grain of salt. That the Southeast, before the British came to colonize, were not as pervasive all over Nigeria as they are now in terms of access everywhere. This thing, they were not as big as they are now. So if the question about marginalization comes up, then is it the Benin Kingdom that should be complaining because they were the biggest empire in that region at that time, or extending all the way to even outside Nigeria? It went up to Lagos and all those areas until the British came and knocked them in the head and plucked them up. So is it that because when that question is raised, I think if it is true that they were smaller, but they've gained from Nigeria being created, you begin to wonder, strategically, is that even the right plan to want to break up the country? Because the place you are saying you want to break up from seems to have been part of your rise in terms of this thing compared to what happened to the Benin Kingdom, even the Ijaw people. I don't know about other areas, but I know these areas have suffered a lot of reverses because of Nigeria. But I didn't, in terms of the colonization, I didn't see the Southeast suffering reverses like that. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be very heavily wrong, but I want to ask that question, and I'm sure Southeasterners are going to be here so that they can answer the question.
Forefathers, what I understand, going back to history, is that in the pre-colonial times, from the earliest times to shortly before the colonial period, we have kingdoms. In some places, we have empires. In the north, you know the history. I mean, if you did elementary history, you would know about the Hausa states, the Banza Bokwai, and all that. You have Kanu, you have Zaria, you have all those places with their own kingdoms and so on. They do well individually. You have the Jukus, the Kwararafas, and so on. Everybody has a unique trait, things that were unique about them. You go to Kanem Borno, The Zagarwa, you go all around. You go to Igbo land, for instance. Yes, you know about the Benin because they had an empire. Or your state, they had an empire, which also has extended, up to Dahomey and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Benin did not extend to Lagos. He only used Lagos, Eko, as an outpost to reach the coast. So they started Eko, but there were settlements in Lagos, which is different from Eko, where there was a military outpost for the Benin Empire. Okay,
They said they even extended up to the River Niger.
Listen, that's my area, and I can tell you, I'm telling you about Igala influence. So how can they extend? How can when you had, they were no. Listen,
how far did they extend then, from your point of view?
Now you see, again, if you read history, sometimes you have what you call the revisionist history, and you find people who are trying to give credits, to slant history in a way that we don't know it to be. The Benin Empire was very powerful, and from time to time, it had issues that caused a lot of people forced migration towards the east, to the west, to the north, and the south of the kingdom. So some migrated and founded the Shekiri, on their way out. They went to Ugoton. From Ugoton, they moved to Shekiri, and then there are some, that moved westwards towards our side. Okay, and these people were escaping either because of dispute over the throne, who would succeed, succession, force so many people out. Okay, and the Benin history that would
hold on. I'm looking at a description here saying that they stretch from River Niger to all the way to Ghana.
That is not true. That's an embellishment of history.
I don't know. Are you sure?
No. I'm telling you this. This is something that I studied and I have a degree in. So I can.
At the peak of his power, at the peak, not all the time. At the peak of his power,
at no time did he extend to Ghana. At no time, no. If you talk about influence, because there's a difference between influence and the hegemony.
Okay, let me read what he said. He said, at the peak of the 16th century, the Benin Empire stretched from River Niger Delta in the east to what is now Ghana in the west. It dominated trade along the coast and controlled various tribes, including the Western Igbo, Ijaw, Ishekiri, Isoko, Urobo, Yoruba tribes of Ondo, Ekiti, Ijebu. Is that correct?
Who is the authority that is saying that? That's a big lie. That's a big lie. That would have been written. That would have been written by a Benin person, but that's a blatant lie. That's a lie from the people.
Okay, let me see what I found last.
Hold on. No, let me clarify that. Benin Empire was great at its apogee, at the height of its power. Yes, it was great. It wielded influence over a large area, territory. Okay, but to say that the empire extended to the Niger and to Ghana and to I don't know in what direction it will extend to Ghana, because you are saying that it extended and covered some northern part of the area that is north, or part of the area that is west. Where is Oyo?
I think they are describing coastal regions. I think that's what they mean.
They don't have a coast. The place that they use as a coast is Lagos Eko. That's their outpost. That's their outpost.
If you are right, it means they will have to cross Ondo, all those places to get to Lagos on the land and dominate those areas, which is what that's saying.
What kind of force?
Fly to Lagos.
No, hold on. What kind of force do you think they would have to cover all those areas?
Yeah, but you can't eat your cake and have it. Now you say they don't have coast; they only have Lagos. They fly from Edo to Lagos.
Let me explain something to you. It's just like the biblical Solomon, whose influence, whose stories about him was heard down even up to Africa, and people were hearing it. That's the influence that we're talking about. So people.
But I want you to make it make sense now.
Mansa Musa.
Since they didn't fly to Lagos, then how did they get to Lagos?
Listen, in those days, in those days, I mean, the Yoruba people will tell you in their history. One of them one of their historical accounts of origin is that they came from Saudi Arabia. So how did they come to Saudi Arabia? They took plane or they took car?
Of course, they came through land now. They traveled through land, but we are talking about an empire here.
So that's why I'm telling you that, you see, some of these things are myths, and some of them, you know, are things that took over a period of time, years.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Tony. I'm not talking about myths. I'm talking about what you have said.
Forefathers. You know, for me, I think one of the reasons why I come is because one gets enlightened. But the debate, I'm losing the essence of the debate. But one thing that is fact is that Benin Kingdom, it was larger than life during the 16th century, which is, I think, the point. I don't think there's any argument that we can have that would negate Benin Kingdom.
I think our Igala guy here is fighting. He doesn't like to hear the idea that Benin Kingdom is that large. I think that's why.
No, it's not. Listen, when we talk, these are historical facts that we have to put, you know, lay very clear. To say that it's extended to Ghana, you know, what basis? That's not true.
But Tony, from my understanding of how these historical empires operate, it's not that the Benin people will go to Ghana. But the mere fact is that if you have a solid standing army, a powerful king, you could actually be collecting tribute from empires around Ghana.
Let me tell you. No. Let me tell you some of the things that you know that certain people were under, you know, the tutelage or hegemony of another. First of all, you have cultural borrowings. For instance, if you see in Hausa land, there must have been something that happened that almost everybody from the north speaks Hausa.
No, it depends on how long that relationship takes.
So what I'm saying is that if you go to Ghana, you will not see any trace. You will not see any, even in Togo, you will not see any trace that shows that kind of relationship.
Look at what I'm saying. Culturally speaking, we can let that argument to rest. That okay, maybe
no, it's Papa that is dragging me now and dragging me here and there. That's why I was trying to make a point, and it's the one that is dragging because someone posted something.
No, let's hear the fact of this now. The fact is that they started at least from Benin to Lagos. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I can hear you loud and clear.
If you want to know how Igbo people organize themselves at the pre-colonial time, you should read a bit about the Aro Confederacy.
Yes, I know about it actually. I think it's one of the most elegant. From what I see, people don't always talk about this. From my observation
it's not only the Aro. I wanted to go down there. It's not only the Aro. If you go to Nri, you know, there's also a political system which is known for its culture, unique culture and arts. Okay, so there were pockets. They were not like.
The key question was that whether the Igbo, the southeastern part, as it is it is Nigeria an advantage to it or a disadvantage?
Exactly, because that was the question.
No, that's not the question.
Advantage to it.
That's not the question you asked. The question you asked, you gave the impression that what you had was small settlements in Igbo land.
No,
that's the kind of thing you were saying.
No.
That's not what he said.
The idea was that during that time, Benin was a large empire.
Yes.
Now, Benin is a shadow of itself.
Suffered as a result of Nigeria. That's his point.
And when people, based on the conversation we have today, that's why I'm always like, based on the conversation people tend to have today, they tend to say, oh, the Southeast is being marginalized and all the rest. But in reality, they've expanded beyond what they ever were before the colonizers came. You see what I mean? So
how?
I don't think that is
how?
The point is that one, they are all over Nigeria.
No.
They are further south. They're all over the world. So that's what I mean. And they've expanded beyond what they were before them.
That is not true. Papa, that's not true. Papa, that's not true. Go and read the origin of Ife Kingdom. You will find out that the first origins of Ife were Igbos. Go and read it.
Tony, no, it's Tony. You see, for me, I think that was the question. It was for you to have answered. I don't think forefather had an opinion. He asked you that question so that you can respond.
Yeah, but that's what I was doing, and he was, pulling me here and there and talking about Benin and talking about. So the question that they asked me, we started from the kind of relationship that we had, in the pre-colonial times, and that's where I started from.
Yeah, you see, you are going back. I think you should just answer the question. If you think that no, Igbo has suffered for it, we will all take it like that. And if forefathers drag you, we will help you.
Okay, forefathers, what's your question? Okay, ask me your question. Let me answer. Don't drag me anywhere.
We need to allow Odumodu to say something, and who else have we missed so far? I think we missed quite.
Mazi Okpara
Mazi Okpara, I'm in trouble. I think he's stored up a lot of bile for me now. And he's told it's your fault too. Now you ask me to ask you the question again.
Ask me the question you were asking, and then I'll finish, and then I will end.
Yeah, the question was based on current narrative is that Nigeria has been very, very bad for the Southeast. Definitely with the Civil War, that's true. But in terms of strategically, if I was the one looking at the ledger here, I'll be thinking, before Nigeria, we were not this expansive. After Nigeria, we became expansive. While before Nigeria, the Benin Kingdom was quite expansive. After Nigeria, they shriveled into nothingness, and quite a lot of groups suffered. So, is that narrative wrong? If you minus the Civil War, that the Southeast has had a lot of reverses in recent times,
the narrative is wrong because your question is not properly structured, so it's wrong.
Okay, let me go to Okpara before he comes for me.
No, please let Odmod go. Then I will.
Thank God, Okpara is in a good mood today. How are you? He's in a good mood today.
No, not really, but let him go. I'm listening.
Good. Yeah, Odumodu, what do you make of? Okay, first of all, let's go back to the main topic. The conviction of Nnamdi Kanu, because that is quite important. Conviction. Funny enough, because when Simon Ekpa was convicted, Nigeria didn't make a lot of noise. They didn't threaten Nigeria that much. They let Oyibo people do what they want to do. You see, is it the colonial mindset again? Where is that music coming from? Is it yours? Are you playing music in the background, Odumodu?
I think it's from. I'm in a cafe. Sorry.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. So yes, let me try to indulge this thing. So Ekpa was convicted. Nigerians were like, yeah, okay. Even some of his former supporters came here and said he wasn't that good actually. He was a fake lawyer. He wasn't even a proper lawyer and all the rest. But is it because Nigeria is the one that convicted Nnamdi Kanu now? That's why Nigerians are cross. Because if it was Britain or some other country, would they be crossed? What do you make of it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I quite understand your question. Anyway,
no, the question is about, like, are we selective in our outrage? Because is Nigeria that, or is it because Nnamdi Kanu is special in the sense that it's not like Simon Ekpa? Ekpa was convicted in Europe, and Nnamdi Kanu in Nigeria. The reaction to Nnamdi Kanu seems to be stronger. You see that? So I'm just trying to get for you to examine whether it's because Europeans did it for Simon Ekpa, that's why they didn't complain too much. Or is it because Nnamdi Kanu is special? That's why the reaction is a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I don't actually know that much the case of Simon Ekpa that much because I didn't really follow it.
I see.
As for Nnamdi Kanu, it is a bit unfortunate. I mean, I think many people do not really see him as a criminal or maybe a terrorist, as Nigerians would say. So the thing is that Nigeria has issues, and then Nnamdi Kanu is trying to preach or point to those issues. I think that's what I understand, and that's why people actually listening to him. Although he may have not said most of the things he wanted to say in the right way. Before he began agitating for Biafra, so to say, he was agitating for Nigeria. So I think I've seen videos of him complaining about Nigeria and them trying to preach for Nigeria to succeed. So, and the way Nigeria handled his arrest from Kenya, basically kidnapped him and rendered him to Nigeria, or returned him to Nigeria, and the trial that went on, that was a bit dramatic. So, people like him are many in human history. So, I wouldn't, at least for me, I wouldn't expect Nigeria to just leave him, since he is preaching to break up Nigeria. So, but if Nigeria doesn't really address the issue he has been pointing to, the problem will still be there. So, imprisoning him, letting him free wouldn't solve the issues. Nigeria should address the issues that we have. So, and one of the issues is the insecurity that we have everywhere. Nigerian citizens, young Nigerian citizens, pressing across ahead of desert to go to Europe or go to Libya. So if Nigeria was working, people wouldn't be doing that, and people wouldn't be listening to Nnamdi Kanu. So
that
we
is
should be
interesting.
honest about about our problem and try to address.
I like the way you put it. Releasing him is not going to solve the problem. We should address our problems. In other words, address all some of the underlying stuff, and you also mentioned security. But I think when Nigerians mention security, it means different things to different people. So let me ask you: when you say address the security, what do you mean? What should they do?
I mean, Nigeria is in the news all over the world currently.
I know, but what should they do in terms of addressing security? Do you have any specifics in mind?
I mean, the thing is that the leaders are not honest about it, right? So they are not really honest about. I think some of the security issues that we have are franchise. So people are getting from it. So I've heard maybe that some military people refuse, or maybe even refuse to go to battle them because they don't have the right equipment, or there is sabotage in the military. So it's a Nigerian problem.
But let me ask you though. Let me ask you something. You see, I'm glad I asked you that question because I've not seen you here before. I'm sure maybe you have been here before. Or is it your first time here?
No, I think I've been here a couple of times, but I always listen.
Great. I'm glad you did listen to us. I like the way you answer your questions, and it's a kind of sample at the way we perceive security. So, but in America now, if something happens in America, when you call police, how long do they take to show up on average?
2-3 minutes.
Oh my God! I was thinking 15 minutes.
Highest 5 minutes, they are at the door.
And would you say in most states in America the same is true?
Yeah. I've not called the police that many times, and I've not lived in most states of the US. So maybe I've called police 1 or 2 times, and they showed up within 5 minutes.
Okay. So, okay, I will take
on
that.
The urgency of it. If you say somebody have a gun here, it's different than to say I'm facing a neighbor shouting on me. It depends on the emergency, but at worst case scenario, 5 minutes. But it can be earlier minutes or 1 minute.
So, what do you make of the reason why they are able to show up so quickly? How did they do that? Are they 5-10 kilometers away? How do you think they do that?
Okay, first of all, the police is not centrally controlled. Each county has its police. Even university community have their police. Even some gas stations have their police.
So yeah, but the police that shows up is not but the police that shows up is not the gas police. This thing is the main police that shows up, isn't it?
I mean, I think they work together.
We have a city
They all
police.
work together.
County police is different. County police is called sheriff.
Yeah.
Then the police, every city have their own police.
Yeah.
So
which one responds? Which of them responds to an emergency?
It is the city police.
Yeah, the city police. Yeah.
Okay, good. The city police responds to the emergency, and they tend to show up within 5-10 minutes at most. So, how do you think they are able to do that? Because we know they are not spirits; they are not just going to show up from nowhere. So, what does that tell you? How far away they are from you?
Okay, this guy.
The answer is communications now. Obviously, they are not like Nigerian police who will sit in the station. They are all around. So the nearest police around you is the person who will go.
Okay.
And
there is emergency police on the way the city. I'm sorry of Yeah, the way they respond to emergency, said if there's a medical emergency, a life-threatening emergency in terms of firearm, it's all different kind of response, but within 5 minutes at most. But then you say that how are they able to respond so quickly like that? Is the number and the standby. The police, they are positioned for certain work, and they will not leave that place even if they are the next door to you. They also will call another police if they see it. So it's all about the way the strategic position of the city and the number that is needed based on the number of that city. And they were going to look at it. It's like, okay, how many the mayor? In fact, it's a mayor of the city that the police department is under. So and then we have the chief of police, which is account to the mayor. Depends on like now if you want to live in want or move to a certain city, you want to look, depends on your interest. Your children are still going to school, the crime rate of that area, and how the death crack down. So all of that is done by the mayor and the chief police, because that is also how you bring businesses and how people feel secure when anything happen in your area. It's so many things that put together to make sure
so
that
the idea behind what I want to find out is, so that would imply that they are at least 5 minutes away from you.
Yes.
Would I be correct? So
yes.
And 5 minutes away is equivalent to
or even closer.
Okay, 5 minutes. 5 minutes times if they are 5 minutes away, it means they are driving maybe 50 miles per hour. 50 miles per hour, 5 minutes away. So they can't be that far away from you in terms of miles. So, but in the context of Nigeria, what you tend to have is bandits can operate for hours. Sometimes I've heard of cases where they operated for days and nobody will show up.
But do you know why? Do you know why?
Yeah, I have an idea, but what do you think?
Okay. Well, I think the question. Okay, so sorry.
Is it for me or for?
I am in Nigeria, so it would be unfair for somebody to ask you that question.
Yeah, I think it should be for you, Master.
I will tell you, forefathers, the major reason why police will not show up is not because they are that far away. I live in Abuja here. There's no part of this town that I will want to go to that I'll spend more than 30 minutes without reaching it. If I want to cross the whole town, I'll cross in 30 minutes. The real reason why you will see police not show up, number one, the chief reason is because in their heart of heart, depending on what you tell them is going on, if they know that these are real crack arm robbers or serious-minded bandits with AK-49s, No policeman would want to come at the time of that operation. I'm sure that they will find a reason why they would want to make sure the thing was decided before they appear. It's not only by any armed robbery that in Lagos, you see that police will come only after the armed robbery.
Okay, but the one I'm referring to are the people that are on the outskirts, like the villages where they attack. Those are the ones. The city ones, they barely even attack cities. Let's face it. Like we're talking about the terrorists and all of them. They try to avoid cities as much as possible. But
it's all
the
lies
bandits
on the ammunitions and the treatment of the police that the police are unwilling.
If you call police and they know that these are the type of, like, if there is let's say these same bandits, what they used to do, they stop road. An ordinary policeman will not foolishly drive there. In fact, there is one video, it's video on YouTube. One of the, I think either the governor or I can't remember who it was, but it's somebody senior in this KB state. When he was talking, he was saying that these bandits, there were about 300 of them. He is saying on camera that, look, he will advise if it is 10 military people, if they see these 300 people, they should rather go away and move and let them strike.
Okay.
So essentially what I'm saying is the reality is that our force is not primarily capacitized, but in terms of morale, in terms of like their ability and commitment to face these people, they are not capacitized. Secondly, and most importantly, in terms of material, you have been in Nigeria, you know forefathers, which is the newest car of police that you've seen on the road, and it's really normal patrol police, not attached to a minister or a senator. All of their cars are rickety, we know it. In fact, if you go to a normal Nigerian police station to write statement, they will ask you for money for full scap. I don't know now, but I have gone to a police station where they say we should go and buy full scap. This full scap we will use to write statement.
See that part of it in terms of the problem. Yeah, go ahead.
It's primarily about funding. If the person is not fully funded and not capacitized and does not have the moral, like his state of mind is not, he's not agitated to go and fight. Obviously, you will dilly-dally. It's like your son. If you have a son that doesn't want to go to school, he will look for all excuses. Let me give you this a sidetrack, and it will look like belittling the issue, but it's exactly the same thing. I spoke with my kid brother, I think about a week ago. 2 of his kids were not going to school. They will drop them in school, but they will abscond. And when he sat with them and asked them, they said, okay, look, what they are trying to make us do in this school, the things that they're asking us to read, we don't know it. So anytime they are to do the reading, they find a way of absenting themselves from that school. When the policeman know that, look, okay, why would I go and face an armed robber with AK-49? In the starting point, by the time he's shooting, I cannot shoot back. Why will I be there? What is the essence of being there?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. I think the main thing is that, I mean, you started by asking why do police show up in America than maybe in Nigeria? America, they have their own issues. Nigeria also has her own issues. So I don't think we can use the solution, or maybe just take the solution in the US and bring it to Nigeria. So the main thing with Nigeria is that we are still suffering from the colonial problem, I would say. So the Nigerian police was a colonial instrument to not really to govern the people, but to intimidate the people. Similar to the army. The army is not a Nigerian army, it's not the people's army. It was a colonial relic. So that is why if there are problems in Nigeria, anywhere you send the police or maybe the army, so they go there and they destroy the place and even make the problem worse.
These people left 65 years ago, 65 good years ago, and you are still blaming them. They left 65 years ago.
So let me get to the part that Maska said just now, which is sorry, Odumodu, I will let you go ahead after this thing, because Maska made a point just now about 300 bandits show up, then they tell the security forces to go the other direction. You see, that statement, the answer is in that statement. 300 show up, 10 disappears. Why don't you reverse it? You have more people than them. You have 230 million people. Vasca is smiling.
No, I'm because I know where you want to go to.
Yeah, you know exactly where I want to go to, but I don't know why we never go there.
No, you know why we didn't go there now. Everybody, even Tony said it. The issues in Nigeria are multifaceted. They are deep. They are there for long. They have, you know, when you say they have rented place, problems, Nigerian problems, they have rented place in Nigeria. They are paying rent for a long time. Not be today.
Yeah. It's like you have a knife. The knife is not the sharpest knife. It's a little bit blunt, but you are using it to cut fish. Just because that knife is not sharp doesn't mean you should not get more knives if you want to cut more fish. That is how it is. Because by saying that, because this knife is not sharp,
I had your altercation with KJ, but you are behaving like KJ now, where you twist things to suit your narrative.
Okay, how did I twist it?
Good. Yes, I said I saw a man saying that, imagine these are 300 bandits. What do you expect 10 soldiers to do? Granted, but the normal typical day in there, only me in my house, I call police, say they're armed robbers. They would not bother to count the number of armed robbers, whether it's 2 or 3. These people will not show up until after, they will dilly-dally until after the event. So yes, don't go, and that 300 is what they call in statistics a one-off event. But the normal day-to-day occurrence is that even if it is 5 armed robbers, police will not show. I've told you, bandits on the road, they can be 300, but police will not go and show. I agree with you that yes, let's use, as bad as it is, the situation, let's use what we have. I will agree with you. But where I disagree with you, or where I would want to call your attention, is that if you listen to all of us, at least me and Tony, and I think even Odumodu to some extent, but at least me and Tony, what we have been telling you is that the problem is deeper than you are analyzing. Okay, so you are looking at security, but Tony has given you an example where a country of 156,000 people have achieved something that we that were 230 have not achieved, even given 2 chances. 156,000 people, one time, first chance, they succeeded. We of 230 million, with all the diaspora we have, 2 chances. Like the first set, they did everybody, we failed. They now say, okay, you failures, come and recede the exam.
Yeah, but what does that imply for us then?
It implies that, you see, we have deeper issues. This issue of police, the truth is that people would hire police today, and guns are, who buy gun now? Is it not government? It's not like an individual looking for gun. It's Nigerian government. We can buy gun tomorrow. All these things you are saying, we can solve them tomorrow. But the problem is deeper than where you are looking at. You are looking at the IG of Police. The problem is deeper than the IG of Police.
No, I agree with that higher level problem in terms of people not wanting. The way I look at it is that they are being prevented somehow.
No, they are not. So the real problem, let me tell you, the one singular basic problem in Nigeria, even this insecurity, people are calling genocide. The truth is that the real genocide, the person that is doing genocide in this country, or the issue that is genociding all of us, is corruption.
I'm not so sure.
I'm very sure. I've been in this country all my life, and I've been around. I can tell you, I've done analysis.
Corruption is multifaceted now. If you begin to expand it and extrapolate it, you see that there are so many dimensions now. So
yes. The one that has tied everybody and tied everything is corruption. You cannot say, okay, these leaders, they are bad leaders. Let me elect another set of leaders.
No, I'm supporting you. I'm saying that by the time you begin to expand
I'm just expanding that.
Yes. If we expand it, you will see that what he's saying is right. What he's saying is right.
The thing is, when you say there is corruption, it's like we are being primed to bring corruption as the biggest issue.
It is.
We have been primed, but it's not.
It is.
Okay, fine. Believe that.
No. See, okay, look, so we're not looking at solutions. So I'm saying that when you do an as-is analysis of this country today, okay, as-is analysis, why are we where we are today? Not what has brought us where we are, but why are we still here today? The real thing that if you take corrupt, if all Nigerians decide, even if it's for 3 days, that we will not accept bribe, we will not give bribe for 3 days, wallahi, this country will change.
Now, let me ask you this question. If every Nigerian takes that bribe,
because a lot of people will be arrested in these 3 days, a lot of bad senior people will be sentenced to death, and a lot of people will be fired in that 3 days.
Yes, but there's something bigger that will happen within that 3 days that will prevent it from happening. That's for country to be better. Like if you steal money, you take that money and you go and spend it within the country, the money doesn't leave the country. What do you think happens to that country?
Forefathers, listen, I know this country very well. There's no country that has laws like Nigeria.
No, I'm asking a question. Why, if you spend the money within Nigeria, what do you think will happen in Nigeria? Even when you steal the money, but you spend it within Nigeria, what do you think happens? Because if you understand that, you understand what is going on.
I know where you're going now. I'm even ahead of where you're
talking about economic activities. Yeah.
Where you are trying to go, forefathers, is that the money that people are stealing, they are taking it outside. What I'm putting to you.
No, that's not what I asked you. I said I just assume that they're not taking it outside, but they are spending it within the country. If they were doing that, even if they stole the money, what do you think will happen in the country?
So I will tell you what will happen to the country, and this is my explanation of what corruption is. Corruption is not about money stolen. Corruption, the way to really look at corruption is when you go, maybe you want to understand this analogy I'll give you, but for every Nigerian that has been in Nigeria, he will totally understand what I'm saying. If you go to buy, when there's fuel scarcity, you go to buy fuel. They used to mix petrol with kerosene in this country. Okay, if you carry that kerosene and put inside your car, do you know what will happen to your car?
No.
The engine will knock. The car is not going to operate the way you want it to operate. So that's corruption. And
if you steal money that is meant to do road for people or for hospital renovation and drugs and so on, and then you steal the money and use it to go and build a house.
Yes. So, like the question again. Let me ask the question again. You see, hold on. You have not done this. You have not tried to. You have not answered the question. So let me ask it again.
I'm answering the question. I just allow Tony to chip in. I'm just building up to give you a primer so that you can understand the concept I'm putting on the table. Now, it's not about how much the person that gave you that petrol cheated you. It's not about the amount. The harm you will do for your car. If normal gallon of petrol is supposed to be 10,000, okay, and kerosene is 5,000, so the man has cheated you. He sold you kerosene as petrol and collected 10,000, so he has cheated you 5,000. But he is destroying your car. That car is no longer going to work. The problem with corruption in this country is not the amount of the money that is stolen. It's the fact that the process will not work the way it's supposed to work. The man who is supposed to be the umpire of an election For instance, if you collect 30 billion, and let's say they took the 30 billion from our coffers, and you put a very corrupt leader as a person in charge of the country, and many people are dying, is that equivalent to the 10 billion that we are talking about? Corruption is not about the money. It's about the fact that corruption will put the system upside down. What you're supposed to teach students, you are not going to teach them. And if you don't teach them what you're supposed to teach them, when they go to operate people as doctors, they are quack doctors, you will see they will be killing people. That's corruption.
Okay, so but the question still remains.
Wait, the same, because I'm going to where you like. The same police, the same police that you are trying to hire. If you are a corrupt country and a policeman, before you give him the police appointment, he will have to bribe you. You will have to pay 600 or 300,000 before he gets police job. Okay? The 300 or 600,000 that the person collects, he can go and spend it in Nigeria. Okay, which is what you are canvassing. That as long as they spend the bribery money in the country, there's no problem. But the fact of the matter is that that police that gave 300,000 to collect uniform and collect gun, he's not going to go and do what he's supposed to go and do, because now shop him open. That money he spent, he will recover it. He's not going to, when you call for armed robbery, he's not going there. You go and do roadblock and be collecting money. So these are the real effects of corruption. And this banditry that you see, they will give people money. And let me not even go there. I'm on camera. Let me not see what I have no evidence. Let me stop there. Let me keep quiet for now.
Yeah.
So, based on your answer, you are still looking at it in form of a discrete. People use it in, I think, in maths or whatever subject. They use the term discrete. In other words, you are looking at it like a packet. Everything contained in one. Corruption is bad, 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 bad. See, the way I look at it is, or not the way I look at it, is just the way people have analyzed it. They said, if you have a system, people steal money from that system and put money back into that system. Remember,
okay. No, me and you then we are talking two different. I'm not talking about stealing. I'm talking about corruption. Stealing and corruption.
It's a form of corruption.
No, there are two different things. If I keep 5 naira in my room, you enter and collect that 5 naira. That is stealing. Okay, but if I give you money, 5 naira, to go and buy sugar, because salt is cheaper, you went and used 2 naira to buy salt and bring to my wife as sugar, and she put in all the food. That day we couldn't drink tea because they put salt inside tea. That is corruption. They are not.
Okay, good. But the reason, but the purpose is financial gain, which is a form of theft. Okay, good.
Yes.
So that financial gain that is a form of theft, when that person takes that money and goes and spends it in the system, the same cycle still happens. With that economic cycle occurring and wealth is not being lost, the system becomes self-healing.
No.
Because that is what generally happens.
Oh my God.
Let me give you the reason. Let me qualify it. I have not even spoken that long. I've not even spoken that long. I've not even spoken that long. This is very, very important.
When you use
oh my God. Can I just speak for a second? You've been talking now.
No, I know you are joking, but I'm also in a jocular manner. I'm going to make my point. That it's not about how long you speak. It is about how right you speak.
They tried to shut me up if I'm wrong, but you have not heard me out. Now I'm about to provide evidence for what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
So this is fact session. I can't just say stuff without providing any form of evidence. So, like in the West now, you have a humongous amount of corruption in America, but yeah, somehow they are still functional. Why? A humongous amount of corruption in the UK.
Are you sure about that qualification?
Yes, I am sure, 100% sure. Almost all your.
But you don't live. But you don't live here. How do you know?
We see what they do with the bribery. Elon Musk giving people money, really lobby here and there. They are busy bribing each other left and right there, and they are giving each other. They are even doing insider trading. And just name it. They are robbing each other dry. and yet the system is functional. Why? You know, there is a lecturer, I think I may even have the video this is on To Nigeria. That was one of the first videos I actually uploaded. That lecturer was saying that they convinced African countries that corruption was their problem because they don't necessarily understand how systems work. But if this is a concept, maybe if you've not heard about it before, look into it, you'll find out that what I'm saying is accurate, because the West, they have corruption too, but it doesn't do them that much harm. Why? Because the system is self-healing, because the money is going back into the system. That money, you have to spend it on somebody.
Really?
Yes, you have to spend it on somebody, and that person, they will have to pay the police officer, they have to pay this one, and the police, if people are getting good income, generally they are less likely to be corrupt. That's what I mean by self-healing, because you are spending the money in the system, the money is not living. Where is all our money gone?
Forefather, please.
Don't you ask yourself? That's why we are poor.
Excuse me, where you live, forefathers?
UK.
Forefathers, where you live, can a policeman or a politician take bribe and spend it back in the society?
Yes.
Yes.
The money that you cannot prove or defend.
See,
how?
They take bribe, and when they get caught, they get punished. That's the self-healing part. Because the money is not going to African countries. If they were sending the money to African countries, yeah, you will see a big problem in the system fast.
Yeah, so that's where you are going to, forefather. You were denying it.
No. I wasn't denying it. I was just trying to. No, I don't know what it caught me. Okay, tell me what you caught me, please. I don't understand.
Because now you've mentioned that if the money is going to, you hear what you said.
Yeah, but the question wasn't that. The question was for you to understand that if the money remains in the system, the damage is like a body. If a body is bleeding, if the money leaves, that's where the real damage happens.
Look, I'm saying that's where we have arrived. My position is that even if the money is spent,
forefathers.
Exactly. That is why I wasn't concerned about that, because you were making an argument that even if the money remains, the system will still fail.
Even in the example you gave, you need to listen to yourself very carefully, forefather. I respect you a lot. You make no mistake. I respect you a lot, but by now you should also know that I'm a very outspoken person.
Of course,
and
why? I'm not saying you should not have your own.
Also, very clear. Every time I speak, I would make clear that I'm not saying that my position is right, but it's just my own opinion. If you listen to yourself very carefully, forefathers, you said if they are caught, okay? If they are caught and they are punished, that is then you are now saying that the system is not corrupted.
That is my point. It becomes self-healing.
Point where no, forefathers. No,
it's not because they are not corrupt, they are caught and punished because the system.
Okay, Master and forefathers. Let me paint a scenario. For example, I was in a haste to make it to job this afternoon. I was behind time, so I have some red lights in my driveway. I mean, on the route I take to my job, you know. And because I was in a hurry, I almost beat one of the lights. You know, those are structures on ground. The only why I'm conscious of it is that I'm going to get a bill on my account if I run these lights.
Yes.
Because of that, I have to match my brake. Okay. In doing that, either I pay the bill $50 or I match my brake and gain that money and make it to work. So structures are there to help organize us as a people. Not that we're not in a hurry here to break light, or we're not in a hurry to go where we're going, but because you know that systems are on ground that will checkmate you. If you do that and you're going to pay dearly for it, you tend to match your brake when you get there and wait. The consciousness in our mind begins to work on us, and it begins to register as a behavior. There, we not control this same corruption, these same excesses, and these same things we are doing. I was in Benin a few weeks ago. See, people, they don't hold brake. It's like traffic light is not meant for drivers. It's not meant for people who are driving taxis or whatever. It's only meant for private cars. I don't understand. What kind of system is that? And police will joyfully allow them pass because they're in a hurry or because they're carrying passenger. Then you that drive a private car, you must hold brake and match whatever, otherwise they'll pursue you and they will make you pay money or pound your vehicle. What a system is that?
I think at the core of, I think what I observe is that the way we look at society, we look at it in a separate. We don't look at the feedback, how everything works together. Yeah, how the whole thing works with each other, the feedback loop that is going on. It, like what you are seeing is not an absence of corruption, it's an absence of bleeding of the economy.
Bleeding?
Yes. What you are seeing is like
is corruption.
At the end of the day.
It's not
at the end of the day.
No, because if, like, you know what Dago, they always say that we export wealth overseas and import poverty. That's what that's the point. If you are bleeding your country dry,
please, please,
you know it as a patient. Sorry. I will just last statement.
Yeah.
You know it as a medical person. If a patient is bleeding, there's no point treating them at that time.
You have to stop the bleeding first.
Exactly. That is our problem.
Forefathers, let me also use a biological analogy for you so you understand. And I hope you will understand. You see, the system as God created us also. Any biologically educated person here will know that there's blood clotting. When you get a wound, the system is supposed to stop the bleeding itself without any foreign interference.
Correct. It depends on the extent of the bleeding.
Imagine Nigeria is like
and it's not
Nigeria is like a body where any wound you get, there's nothing to stop bleeding. Bleeding will just continue.
Okay.
I think you are right. You are right from that point of view because we don't have security. Because to stop that bleeding, there are platelets that stop bleeding.
And the reason why we don't have security is because of corruption.
Father, you were talking about. I heard you guys talking about the police thing just now. Why the response time and all that? When you start to compare the police in the Western world with our local police, it will just be unfair to them as it were as an institution because it is actually a clear 7-up difference. Yeah. Because the time of response to the police is not because it is by closeness or whatever. It is the structure they have put on ground in the system that makes them respond on time. Not that they are driving from far; they are within your locality. Everybody have a posting. They are around. You don't even see them. By the time you radio, but by the time there's a radio call, the closest person, even if it's not your area, you are the closest person. You march there straight. And go and rescue that situation before you get another response.
I'm making. Why is it that we as Nigerians
look at this now. I am a policeman in America. Like I had a case one time. I took my vehicle to the workshop, and I saw my Easy Pass was beeping on my account. Somebody was driving my car, and I was being debited. Somebody was flying tools, and I called the guy. The guy was not picking his call. I said, I gave this car for you to fix some small body work. How come my car is flying to toll gates and there and that? Do you want to go and buy paint or whatever? And this one was midnight. I said, but you don't go to buy paint at midnight. So why is this guy flying my vehicle? Because he didn't know where I hid the Easy Pass in the car. So when the car fly Easy Pass, it beeps on my phone. I get debited on my account. And I now reported and I called the police. I said, I can't reach this guy. I gave him my car and I'm being debited for Easy Pass. You know, before you know it, police, in few minutes, police have met me at the spot of the car shop. At the end of the day, we resolve it. You see a policeman coming, a policewoman, the way she got job said, that woman will be ready to face anything because she has pepper spray, she has a pistol by her side, she has a stick, she has a lot of things around her waist and everything. So she's battle ready at every given point in time. It's not your policeman that is wearing black and without nothing. You're supposed to go and pursue a criminal. I'm running after a criminal. That's a death sentence at the special level. You know, because we're not prepared. We don't even gash them up. We don't buy supplies for them, and you expect them to run after a thief and go and catch a thief or go and kill a thief or go and embark on a battle. Now,
look at it though. Even with all that, I actually know somebody that died working for the Nigerian military. At the same time, Nigerian soldiers die. Even with that little, that we give them. They die on behalf of the nation. Police, the same thing. So
that is why we are not getting a swift response. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, but you don't have enough people, do you?
Enough?
And yeah, we don't have enough of them.
If you have a son, will you put him in Nigerian army?
Actually, they are looking to apply, but Nigerian army is not taking them. That's the problem. Do you know they have to bribe to join the Nigerian military these days?
That was those days, though, not now.
They are bribing, no. I can tell you that they have to bribe because they give them money the moment they join. They give them millions.
For fathers, it depends on what area. You know, there are people who haven't filled their quota and they're begging them. In fact, they just recruited about 10,000, and all of them have absconded.
They left.
So it's not,
no, not likely.
That was before, not now. That was before.
They are not absconding anywhere. They are getting trained. The Nigerians, I know that for sure.
Fathers, it is the person who said it is the CDS. So don't tell me I'm not telling you this thing.
Okay, give me you know what? You made a
in fact, he even said, hold on, you can cross-check it now. He even said that if people are not willing to come and serve in the army voluntarily, that they will introduce compulsory military service for people from 18 to 25 or something like that. Go and fact check it.
Yeah.
Okay, what should I look for? Bara claim forced recruitment. I have not seen anything about. Just ask.
Did the CDS say?
Did they go ask Google?
Did the CDS say that if people avoid being recruited into the army, he would ensure that there's compulsory recruitment?
That is in areas. What the areas he's talking about is to me probably, I'm guessing, I'm not sure, is to meet the national character. In other words, like in the areas like Southeast and South where they are not joining enough.
Not national character. People are not joining because they don't want to go to Sambisa.
Exactly.
Point of correction, Tony. It's not that they don't want to go to Sambisa. Every Nigerian, every man, my belief is that every man would want to defend his country. But the issue is you can't send me to Sambisa with archaic guns.
That's what I'm telling you now. That's what I'm saying. We see the things that are happening. Who wants to go and fight?
It's not that people don't want to go to Sambisa. They would willingly go there if you give them enough support.
Welfare, pay them well. Welfare, take care of them. No, but so who's going to go join? That's the point.
Please, I'm going to bed. You know.
Oh yeah, please go ahead. Welcome, Opara. Yeah, thank you for your patience. Yeah. So, what do you make of this conviction of Nnamdi Kanu or this week of all?
Anyway, gentlemen, I want to follow my brother. Mazi Opara Mujemu Kwantaku.
Look at that. Look at that.
Maskaka. Kakwana Lavia ko. Kakwana Lavia. Alabama Barika. Yeah.
Wow. Cool.
So, my brother.
Yeah.
How are you doing? Guten Abend.
Guten Abend. Now here is some good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, it's morning already.
It's already, yeah.
Okay.
It's almost 1:30 in the morning, yeah.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. About Nnamdi Kanu is
oh my, hold on. Sorry, before you go on, I think you see now, let me just show you what I'm seeing here that may be different. I hope this is they are beginning to wake up to the reality. Now look at what I'm just seeing here, because I was searching for what Tony said. They said KB abduction, Senate 6 recruitment of 100,000 military personnel. They know the problem. They pretend as if they don't know. They know. Maybe this is an opportunity, but the 100,000 is nothing, but it's a start.
Forefathers, I think the best thing would have been they would have told every senator that is representing the country and every representative should produce his son or his daughter to serve.
For the military.
Yes.
That would have been good. The Yerimas then.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that some people, some of them, I'm sure some of them actually have family members in the
They will
military. I
actually
won't be
produce their
surprised.
children and put them in the senior position, and the citizens of the common man will still go to the war front. It's very possible.
It's always been, to an extent, it tends to be like
Voila.
that.
Of
It tends to
course.
be like, if the nation is in a war that they are losing, then they start killing the officers, then the baby.
Right.
It's not like in the UK, it's not different in the UK. It's the same thing. So, but the question I wanted to ask Para was about Nnamdi Kanu and the timing. Do you think the judgment was justified? If you think it wasn't, what would have been justifiable?
Actually, the conviction of Nnamdi Kanu didn't come to me, and I believe to many Igbo people as a surprise. It was not a surprise at all from day one. From day one, I was expecting such, but not life imprisonment for somebody who the courts, they didn't catch him with any gun or with any machete or with any sharp object. They only had what he spoke on radio. They didn't even know where he broadcasted. Because before you can convict a criminal, you have to exactly know, catch him or caught him at a crime scene. He was not, caught at a crime scene. Where did he do this thing? Nobody knew. They didn't know. They just wanted to, send him to prison, and that is all. But that's not the end of the whole thing. For example, this young man spent almost 4.5 years, almost going to 5 years in prison. We're not talking about the one he spent before, but I mean this current one now. So if you are jailing him, why not you say, okay, he has spent 5 years, I'm giving you another 10 years. Then people can say, okay, fine. Can say, okay, after maybe another 3 years, he will come out. You were talking about Samuel Lekwa. Samuel Lekwa was given 5 years or 6 years, and maybe within 4 years he'll come out. If you want to compare the whole thing, it doesn't make up at all. Somebody was talking about one Yoruba guy, I think Grandson, in the UK, I think Grandson. How many years did the royal courts give him? They gave him about 5 years. As long as they didn't catch that guy killing somebody, no gun on him, he only mere rhetorics. That is where people find that very, very absurd. That's where people myself, Igbo people are not happy at all. Nobody can tell me that. Some people are, but majority of Igbo people are not happy what happened to that young man, and the kind of condition we have in Nigeria now. Why not you say, okay, this might or could, hike the whole, temper, the whole security everywhere. And why not we just calm down, see what, calm everywhere down? Why should you, give him, life imprisonment? I don't know whether you watched O.J. Simpson, and my friends who live in America. There was a case called O.J. Simpson, and even most of Americans believe that he committed the crime. But as long as the prosecutor couldn't prove, whether he was there or not, they didn't catch him at the crime scene. They didn't catch him with anything, no object. They searched, they couldn't find anything on him. That's why he was set free. And even I think it was a globe, a hand globe that the prosecutor brought as an evidence that he killed Nicole, the wife. The globe didn't pass the hand, and that's why the guy was set free. And later, after many years, he went to a place with a gun, and he was caught and he was convicted. because he was caught with a gun. Before you can give somebody a life sentence on just a mere broadcast, you know, that means you must have caught that guy with dangerous weapons. They caught him twice. Even they caught him twice, they didn't see any sharp object on him. Nothing. So that's why when people say there's a problem, Nigeria has Igbo problem, which even Professor Achebe said many years ago, there's an Igbo problem in Nigeria. Nobody should deny this. Nobody should deny it. Nnamdi Kanu said things that people didn't like. Of course, sometimes it was his broadcast was harsh, but he never committed that thing with with his hands. Even in Igbo land, people, because you know one thing. Why I was reading, when you were there, I was going through the whole proscribed terrorist group in England, where Nnamdi Kanu lives. Where Nnamdi Kanu is a British national. Go there. There are many of them. They're almost at something. Boko Haram is there. You know, IPOB is not even there. Where Nnamdi Kanu lives, where his children, his wife is living currently. So there's nothing like IPOB there. It's only in Nigeria that IPOB was proscribed. And the way IPOB was proscribed was even illegal, because in 2017, when IPOB was proscribed, it didn't go through the court process. It was announced, and before IPOB lawyers could go back to the court, it was already gazetted. They were not in the court when he was proscribed. That is, you don't proscribe organization by ex parte, or what they call it. The lawyers was not there. In fact, it was Saraki. Then Saraki was the Senate president that said, no, this is not democratic, because it was ordered by General Buhari before they went back and got it gazetted. And as we even say, IPOB put their appeal, and this, as we speak, Nigerian government never one day come to the court or went to court to challenge the appeal, because they feel like, oh, it doesn't matter, we can proscribe them, and it doesn't matter. And that is corruption too. Corruption is not only when you steal money. Corruption is when you deny people's right to express their thoughts, their mind. You stop them from participating in democratic norms. That is corruption. Corruption is not only when you steal money. I'm happy that Igbo young people who are in Southeast, who are in South, who are in everywhere in Nigeria, they are very calm. They are very calm, because the worst thing that an Igbo chap could do now is just to go on the street, and that's what they were looking for. If they go on the street, it will be massacre. So that's why they said, okay, let's stay and see what is going to happen. I believe it's not the end of the whole thing, but if you jail Nakan for life, while armed people, you are romancing with them, they are coming out with their arms, everywhere. Police, army is negotiating with them, and after a while they will go back to their bush or bushes. What they call them, Gumi is meeting with them. Professor Usman Yusuf is meeting with them, telling why they are doing this. They are hungry, they are not educated, they are poor. So if you treat everybody equally, there will be no problem in Nigeria. Justice and equity, that's what everybody is looking for. But if it continues like this, people will be agitating. Yorubas are agitating everywhere. There's agitation everywhere. Even the Fulani herdsmen, everybody's agitating. Very, very bad. Look at the condition in Nigeria now everywhere. Look at the kidnappings everywhere. If we are not look at from Niger State or Kwara State to Abuja, how far is that? It's not up to 100 miles. But look at what is happening in Niger State. Everywhere kidnapping. They will go and kidnap. How are you telling me that a country, people can kidnap 300 something people and nobody stopped them. In Niger State, in a Catholic school, you know, yesterday. How can that happen? 300 something people, and no, as we speak, they have not even, you know, rescued anybody. In a country, is just appalling. It's just appalling. I pity for people who are not seeing this the way I say it. I'm so angry what is happening in Nigeria, both in the East, both in the West, everywhere. Look at even Ghanaian Adams now has come and told the Yoruba people, we have to, you know, they are everywhere. We have to do something. They are everywhere. This, and we think that these people are joking. They're not joking. And let me tell you, one person with gun is more powerful than 100 people without gun. That's what people don't know. One person with gun, you were asking how many are Fulanis. I was laughing. One person, you know, for example, let's say in a village now, 3 people comes in and come into the village with, you know, with gun. Everybody will run away, unless they want that country to be like Somalia. Otherwise, if nothing is done as quick as possible, I mean, there will be anarchy. There will be anarchy. Finally, the Christian genocide, it is happening. You know, Muslim genocide is also happening. But if Muslims refuse to say there's genocide on their side, and if Christians are complaining, nobody should blame them. Yesterday, I cried. Yesterday, I watched on Ginger Media 3 men from Goza in Borno State. I don't know what any of you watched that program live on Ginger Media. This is Christians in Goza. Goza is the epicenter of Boko Haram. Forefathers, if you listen to this man and if you listen to them, your fellow Nigerians, how they have turned them as slaves in their community because of their religion. We're not talking about Benue. We're talking about Plateau. I'm talking about Borno State, Goza. Even in the media asked them, but Goza, the enemy of Goza, was murdered. Why? They told the media they murdered him because the emir didn't agree on what they were doing. That the emir was kind of a very liberal person. He told them, no, you can't do this. They are your brothers. And these people speak the same language, not even the same language, just religion separated them. Go and watch that thing yesterday. Yes, that was yesterday, Friday. It was, if you listen to it and you understand what people are going through in Nigeria, mostly in northern Nigeria. I told you I lived there. Last Saturday, when that reference came, I was emotional. I was there, but I couldn't. I left. I cried because I lost 3 people at a blast in Jos. I lived in Bukuru for many years. I lost relatives. There was a market called Terminus in Jos, one of the best of well-built mall. In fact, the first mall I saw in Nigeria, well-built in central of Jos. It was a blast that brought it down, that condemned it. A lot of people died. Many people, mostly Igbos, lost billions. My cousin Colenus, he lost everything he had there. You know, these people sent people 100 years backwards, but thank God he didn't die there. My cousin died in the church with his wife in Plateau State. So when these people are talking, what is happening there? Forefathers, please let us be sensitive. Let's not say it's not happening. Finally, do you know that in Jos, as we speak, Jos is like Beirut. There is Muslim Jos and there's Christian Jos. Bukuru, where I lived, the street where I lived, I did my business before I left. That place, then everybody was living together. But when I call and I ask, they'll tell you, oh, that Miango Street, that one is Muslim street now. Jero Street is Christian street. You can't cross. This is happening in Jos, one of the best city, one of the most beautiful city in Nigeria. And the Biron people, who are the indigenous people, they are powerless because they are very few. You know, in Plateau State, Plateau has almost 80 different ethnic groups, not even dialect, different. That is why they will chop them here, chop them and chop them there. If care is not taken, I'm not telling you the truth. I know that this place is very well. They're not joking. They're not exaggerating anything. There is, let me, even Rukuba Road, where if you know Jos, you know Rukuba is one of the biggest army barrack in Nigeria. Over there now is Christian area. Then Gadabi is Hausa area. In the same Nigeria, you can't cross to each other. There's problem, there's religious problem in Nigeria. And let me be honest with you, the people who are starting this are not the Christians. Christians are only defending themselves. They are only revenging. I live there. I have never seen one day that a Christian picked gun and went and bombed mosque. Or, you know, unless now, but I didn't witness all the whole attacks on churches and Christians who were forced the Muslims. It is very appalling. I don't like any clean Christian, clean Muslim. Nobody should die. But why should people come? Okay, for example, that in Jos, because in Jos, you have a lot of Igbos there. They have never had any problem with indigenous people. Why always these people? And they are fellow Northerners. So why is everywhere, if you go to Ogun State, the same people? If you go to Abaraka, the same people. If you go to Asaba, the same people. If you go to Port Harcourt, the same people. Something is wrong. We have to tell ourselves something is wrong. Something is wrong with these people, and we have to. And I said it last time when Master was here. I grew up in the core northern Nigeria called Sokoto, Gusau. When I was, because after my secondary school, I went there to join my brother. You will see somebody who is begging with plastic. He will call you infidel. You don't even know what. I never. By the time I was not speaking Hausa. He'll start abusing you.
Your camera has been frozen for a while, but I can't even see you.
Yeah, so it's okay. So I'm just I'm fine. I'm sorry for that. But what I'm trying to say, please, when these people come here to say they are killing us, they are not. Nobody is bragging because their people are killed. There is a problem going on in northern Nigeria, and the government should do something before it consumes the whole Nigeria and the whole Nigerians.
That is for sure. And this genocide thing, we have to be careful about using it, because from what I gather, no nation has ever been found kind of guilty of genocide in any way. You can find individuals for genocide, but not necessarily a nation. Not even Rwanda was considered a national genocide. It's individuals that were found culpable for it. So the idea we're just throwing it everywhere now, and genocide seems to involve, targeting the people and looking to wipe them out. Not because, like in the case of what I see in Nigeria, if those people are able to escape and go to IDP camp, they are fine. Well, if they are not able to escape, so it's slightly different from a proper genocide where they are targeting the people. No matter what, your priority is to wipe them out, not for them to even escape.
Excuse me, but forefathers, if, for example, that Goza, you go and watch that thing. If Goza, let's say if Goza is 1,000 people, and now what is left in Goza is about 300. Maybe 500 dead, 300 left. Then 300 in ID camps, 200 are remaining there. What are you going to to call that kind of scenario. And these people are telling you that even those people who are in IDP, internal displaced camp, that they are even coming there to kill them and rape them, which we have seen severally. Even in Benue State, where you see these people going to IDP camps, attacking the same people who have no shelter.
I've not heard about that recently. I've not heard about that recently at all. There's no evidence to corroborate them attacking IDP camps. Regarding the genocide part of it, yes, you are right. If you decimate the population to about over 50% of them,
yeah.
But if your objective is to decimate them and wipe them out, precisely, that is what is considered genocide. The intent has to be there to completely wipe them out. Or at least they will try in part, whatever. But if your intention is to take the land and you just want to displace them, it's ethnic cleansing, which is a war crime, the way they describe it. So, in other words, if they can escape, they can escape. You will let them.
If those people, if the remaining people, if they didn't maybe fight back, or maybe by the grace of God or someone have survived, they would have murdered them, and those people are those people we are talking yesterday, 4 of them, well-educated people. Go and listen to that thing. That thing is chilling. You can't even listen to it. It's just you would think that you are somewhere in Afghanistan, that they don't want to see anybody answering Christian. Go and see what these people are going through.
I don't think that we should be talking about debating about genocide or no genocide, because that issue has been settled.
It hasn't been settled, actually.
Okay, hold on. Professor Amubiton, who is a professor and a senior advocate, in his legal brief, this state that genocide is going on in Nigeria. Hold on, let me finish. I'll give you.
I found them very, very catchy.
Hold on, let me finish. The tall thief told the president, in the presence of the governor, in the presence of Chris Musa, the former CDS, in the presence of the IGP, that it is genocide that is taking place in his domain. He said it quite clearly. Twice. He said it to Meeti Allah. And then recently, if you look at Senator Garba, who is an APC stalwart, ex-former senator, he said clearly on Trust TV that what is going on is genocide. And then to cap it all, I just add the United States ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, stated before the UN that what's going on is genocide. And Trump has also used that word, genocide.
Can I ask you?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
How many of the people that you quoted are actual? Let's say, how many of them are Muslims?
But Godfather,
what has that got to do?
Yeah.
The question I'm asking is, how many of them are
Godfather,
Muslims?
did you grow up were you born in the 70s in Nigeria? You saw the 80s, you saw the 90s.
Engineers are very disingenuous. Even when they are professionals, they will go and start writing stuff because of their own.
Go and read the definition of genocide.
I've checked it.
The people who are being killed are telling you that it's genocide. You that is in England, that has never been there.
Calm down.
What are you saying?
But Tony, let me.
Just hold on. I'll bring you in. You see, the reason why I'm saying this is not that I'm saying strictly, because let's say you have a population of about 20 people that are a tribe, and you go and wipe out 20 of them because you just wanted to wipe them out and let them clear out. That is the genocide by definition of genocide.
I want to speak now.
Sorry, the reason why you've been talking now. Come on. Oh, sorry, so it's you. But let me because I'm trying to make my own point here. The reason why I'm saying that genocide requires you to want to wipe the people out. Your objective is to wipe them out, and you make it clear that that's your objective.
Excuse me.
But this is Islamization. Anybody in their way, they want to take land. They want to take stuff from land.
For us, 9,000 people were murdered in Bosnia Herzegovina, and it is considered genocide. 9,000 people in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and there are 95% were Muslims. That is called Bosnia-Herzegovina genocide. It's not only when you kill everybody. Bosnia is up to 3 or 4 million. Only 9,000 people were murdered because of the religion and the ethnicity. That's why it is called Bosnia-Herzegovina genocide. Good night from here.
The problem we have in Nigeria is denialism. We see the truth, we don't want to see it, and that's part of the problem that we have.
I'm not trying to deny it. I'm just saying that the definition is a little bit loose. The way we are using, like everywhere, we're just saying, "Oh, everybody is being genocided." Not the case for everybody, because there have to be specific tribes and groups that you have to name, and then they say that one is a genocide.
I have not said that the Nigerian government is encouraging genocide. I'm telling you that the people in Benue, for instance, who are affected, and they have seen this over and over and over again. They have talked to government, they have given intel, and they are killing, and the intention is very, very clear. There are two things about genocide: the intent and the action.
Yes.
Those two things. What is the intent? And the action that is following that they actually go ahead to do it. So if you read, it's very, very clear. Even the Catholic Bishop of Makurdi has come out. He was one of those who went there, apart from the pastors and all the other people that you hear. He has come out to say that what is happening in his diocese is genocide. I don't know what else you want.
Tony, in Gaza, is that one a genocide in Gaza?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because you want to draw me into something else. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. You want to draw me. The next thing you are going to mention, you're going to mention Sudan. That's the next thing you're going to mention.
I will ask now.
I'm going to mention Sudan because that's...
hold on, Tony. I just told you just now. Nigerians, Nigerian professionals, they are quacks. They are not very objective. Not that they are not educated. They are so easily susceptible to being biased. Like now, in your own case now, you were happy to call all this on genocide that is not up to 70,000 deaths, 20,000 children.
You don't have the statistics. You don't have the statistics.
In Gaza, the statistics is clear.
No. You just said it's not up to 20,000 deaths. You don't have the statistics. You don't have that's bias.
We know
that's
that.
Clear bias.
See, hold on. We are in Nigeria. We know the incidents that has occurred this year. Let's scale it up 3-5 years. Is it up to?
From 2009 to now, you are telling me that it's not up to 20,000.
No.
Go and drink water, Joe.
That's a long time now. That's a long time. Come on. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in a year. Gaza.
Forefathers,
70,000.
Let us restrict this discussion to what we're talking about. You are talking about Nigeria.
Yeah, but you're not being honest. It's a way of checking your objectivity.
When we
discuss things.
That's my view. If you like, you accept. That's my view. If we come to Gaza, we will tackle it. If we're discussing Gaza today or South Sudan, I will tell you what my views are. But don't be dragging us up and down here and there.
How can your views be proper if it can be swung around based on bias? You are not objective then.
Forefathers, it's very clear. If people look at you, you will see that you have a mindset and there's something you want to portray. You have a view here that you want to portray.
No, I want you to defeat it.
I'm not from Benue. I'm not from Benue. I have seen videos, I have seen people talk, I have seen people in Plateau talk, I've heard them, the reports I've seen, and I don't need anybody. I have seen genocide. I don't need anybody.
There
was genocide.
Gaza one.
There was genocide in my place. Nobody called it genocide. I know it's genocide. So I don't need anybody to define
what
for
are you
me.
talking about?
Tell me what genocide is.
Now. They call the civil
war.
Who
called it genocide? Who called it genocide? The Nigerian government called it genocide.
The Nigerian government, no, I don't know what they did.
So what are you talking about? So let's leave that thing. Let's not. You see, until.
What do you mean let's leave that thing, Tony? Come on, man. You are disappointing me here, Tony.
No, I'm not disappointed. Listen.
You are well spoken and you have good opinion.
I am not from
how
Benue.
Can you lack such objectivity?
I am not from the Middle Belt. I'm not from the North. But when we see objectivity, I think it's better for our discussion here, for fairness. When we see it, let us speak it, not just what we think.
Tony, let me ask a question, because and nice to see you again. And for
Thank you, my brother.
But before we start, understandably, people have been killed. Understandably, people have been targeted. Now, it depends on where your bias lies. There you can say, well, it's just Christians, or it's just Muslims, or it's mostly Christians, or it's mostly Muslims. Or someone can say, well, it's both, right? Which I believe it's both. But now, which one is more, I can't tell you, because I don't want to, maybe because I don't want to offend anybody, right? But before we start throwing out terms like genocide, first we have to look what entails a genocide. You get what I'm saying? So looking at the United Nations Act of Prevention of Genocide, it says killing members of a group, causing serious bodily or mental harm, deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about the group's physical destruction in whole or part. All these three have been satisfied. Then the fifth one, I'm going to go to the fourth one. The fifth one is forcibly transferring children. Now, number 4, which I don't think Nigeria has satisfied, is imposing measures intended to prevent births. So at this point, I think we can lean towards, or we can agree to say ethnic cleansing is occurring, because ethnic cleansing, if what everybody is saying is what is happening on the ground, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying if it's what is happening on the ground, meaning, oh, they're trying to steal their land, they're trying to force them off, that is the only criteria for ethnic cleansing. But there are 5 things that have to be reached before you can call something a genocide.
No, that's not the definition, my brother. It says all. It didn't. That's not the definition. It didn't say you must meet those 5 criteria.
No, they do. They do. No, you can go to the United States, United Nations criteria. That is it. When they first defined a genocide in 1948, those are the things that have to be met. It is a high standard that has to be met before you can call something a genocide. At least 2 or 3 have been met, arguably 4 in instance in Nigeria. You know, depending on how you want to look at it, you could say 4, but at least 1 hasn't been met, because there's no active, at least as far as we know, and I haven't heard anybody make that accusation.
I speak the truth. I speak the truth. You know, you're my man. It doesn't obviate the fact that Christians are being killed. It doesn't. The point is that people are being killed here repeatedly.
I did say that. I did say that.
So you can give it any terminology if you want. If you don't accept genocide as a, you can give it any terminology.
No,
it's not an offense against the state, and the state is doing nothing.
Right, but this is what I'm saying, Tony. I'm not disputing that people aren't being killed. I started off by that. And I'm not saying people of a certain faith are not being targeted. I try to make that clear. What I'm saying is we have to be very careful of the kind of terminology we use to describe these things, because using certain terminology might actually inflame situations rather than deflate them. You get what I'm saying? So it's like saying there was a mass shooting somewhere, as opposed to there was a genocide somewhere. Mass people were killed in numbers, but then, you get what I'm saying? But you have to reach there's a definition for all these things, is what I'm saying.
You've spoken very well, but shouldn't we put the same energy that we're using to debate whether it's genocide or no genocide to ending this carnage? Shouldn't we?
Right,
when they ask you to secure the same man, if you ask him to secure people, he will not want it to. I'm sure
I don't think
they don't want to secure anybody.
I don't think. Well, we could discuss that later on, but I don't think anybody here does not want to put a stop to the actions in Nigeria. Because
No. I speak the truth. You see, if you read the mien and the behavior of the government, they're not interested. They're not.
no.
That's the only conclusion I can reach. That a man would leave Abuja and go to Benue, where over 200 people have been massacred, in a country where he's the president, and the only reason why he can't get there to see things for himself is because there's flood water.
Well, okay. If we speak about the government, I mean, that's arguable. I'm not in a position to disagree with you on that. So if that's how you see that the government, but I'm saying like us on the panel right now and ordinary people, I don't think there's anybody that really wants what's going on in Nigeria to continue. Everybody gets deaths and people's lives are being lost and people are being displaced. It doesn't bode well for the development of the country. Now, this is to show the ineffectiveness, like you're rightfully saying, of the government. And if you're saying the government is complicit, then I think that's another argument that we can have. Because I agree when people say, well, the military has been, what's the term, infiltrated. They said the military has been infiltrated, the government has been infiltrated. But to what extent? Is it up to the very top? Because I've heard people try to insinuate that the vice president also has a role in it. He's letting it happen. People have accused the former president. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying these things are not happening. I'm just saying I think we have to be careful.
I think sometimes when we complain about lower level tier problems all the time, like infiltration, corruption, all those things. Those are not, like, if you look at what happened with the Iran, this thing, they were infiltrated. That's why they were able to decapitate so many of their top people. But it didn't stop them because they have reasonable numbers that are actually there to do the job. The same
What
thing
do you mean
with
reasonable numbers?
that they have enough sizable military to still carry on the fight. So just because you decapitate, you know that what the point I'm making is that
No, you can't.
The point I'm making is that, let me just make the point. It's going to be short. The point I'm
Right.
making is that there's always people that are compromised in militaries. There are always people that are compromised. It doesn't stop the military from functioning as a conventional military.
Yeah, but Fafa, you're conflict, and I know you you just want to talk about your military thing, right? And that's fine. But I think you're conflating issues. First, you're talking about the top hierarchy of the Iranian military brass.
Yes.
Then you start talking about the numbers of the fighting men that actually go for the fighting force itself. Those
Yes.
are, but you're conflating.
Compromise is compromise. Infiltration is infiltration. And if any of them are compromised, you find that the people that because of the size, you still have significant body of the this military that is going to carry on the fight.
But if they no, this is what I'm saying.
On that one, that's my issue. Nigerians fixate on that one.
But I'm saying this way you're conflating issues. No matter the amount of people on the ground, if you don't have proper, well-trained commanders, for example, or even commanders at all, then the fighting force is going to be useless. There's nobody that's going to be fighting. So that's what I'm saying. Which one, like you bring in, it's not exactly apples and oranges, but you bring in two distinct things that shouldn't be compared. But in any event, if we say, and this is what I'm asking Tony, if we're saying the government has been compromised, on what level though? Because that's what I was saying. We've heard people accuse even the vice president, the past president. People are accusing commanders on the ground, fighters on the ground. To what level has Nigeria been compromised? And is that really a problem right now? Because I haven't really seen any credible evidence, but I've heard people make all kinds of accusations.
And
not
you know
just
that
today.
there is not even a very credible case that we know of where Nigeria actually recruited former Boko Haram into the military itself. There's no real, but it's like everywhere now, like a venereal disease. It's been spread as if it's true. It's really insidious what Nigerians spread in sort like as if it's true. Like they make it sound as if the entire military is compromised. Like at the same with the same breath, they'll be saying that Nigerian military are dying and they are not eating in the battlefield. It's like how can you be, how can you have both? You understand that there are innocent, good Nigerian soldiers dying for the nation.
Of course.
And you are here undermining them, saying the entire military is corrupt.
It kills the morale. It kills morale. But that's not to say there's no truth.
Forefathers, I don't know. Sometimes when you make your arguments, I just feel very disappointed. We have seen military generals who have been sentenced, who have been court-martialed for stealing monies that were meant to for the welfare and to arm
arms and ammunition.
Yes, we have read about a general who sold off military equipment. But
is that not my point? What point are you making? That is the point I'm making.
Hold on. You are saying that
I'm not arguing against that point. Why are you making a point I'm not arguing against?
The point I'm making is that because what you just said is that people who speak against the military, are just talking on top of their head. They don't know. There are people in the military who are doing their job. They are fighting. They want to end this thing. And I know that the Nigerian military is capable if it is giving all the armament that he needs and support that he needs, welfare, logistics, intel and all that.
Arms, yes.
But you cannot say that there are no fifth columns in the military who are also fine. So why are you criticizing people who are saying that there are?
My issue is the fixation on it as if that is not normal.
Let me ask both of you a question, and this is because I don't know. Is there any incident where you've seen someone being court-martialed in the army because they found out they were working on behalf of the terrorists?
Tony, answer me. I've not seen no.
Okay.
I know they've got a soldier that was selling ammunition to terrorists.
I'll answer the question. If someone takes military equipment and sells it, who is it likely to sell those equipments to? In the state that we are in, considering what's happening in Nigeria. To me or to you?
No.
To my mother or my father?
Maybe.
He will send armored car to my dad. Where's he going to keep it? Where's he going to go use it?
Maybe he wants to drive it around town.
So in any case, that act itself runs contrary, to army, one of the army acts. You don't do that. That's summary, dismissal, and
but do we know of anybody that is being charged and subsequently punished because of that?
Yes, we have seen military officers who have been punished, sent to jail. We have seen people. Yes.
I've seen soldiers that have been dismissed for selling ammunition, bullets to bandits.
So I've seen that. But I also heard that they sell. Yeah, so that's crazy.
So it answers the question that you're asking. These things happen.
But Tony, though, don't you think that it's a little bit unfair to the good soldiers out there that most of the discourse, especially when somebody raises, we should get more people to back them up, they will be hearing people saying, it's full of corrupt Boko Haram, repentant Boko Haram, and all the rest. Don't you think that is very demoralizing? And is it not okay to be saying that when they are talking about recruiting more or increasing the size of the military?
The army needs to help itself. Because when you begin to hear, they have their peer. When you begin, I understand, with human relations, with human beings, you can find, I mean, even with Jesus, you had the Judas. So with human beings, you find, things like that. But that's why the army is so disciplined that, this type of nonsense is not tolerated. And once it occurs, or it rears its head, it is dealt with. Forefathers, did you not read at some point, some years ago, that there was mutiny in the military? Some junior officers tried to kill some senior officers.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That is indiscipline of the highest. That's treasonable. Now, why would you think that will happen?
Because they said their wealth, their money they are allocated to the military was being diverted by the top
Very good.
generals.
And people, and people say these things, and you say you should say, oh no, it doesn't happen. No, everything is good. Everything's not good.
Yeah, that's mutiny now when you do that kind of stuff. But the point, I agree with that part. If there are disquiet and disgruntled officers, the only area I have concern is whenever we are talking about doing something for the military, people, it's like they have a visceral hatred for the military. I don't know what I will raise it up to hatred, but they have an uncomfortable feeling about increasing the power of the military, because all they think about the military is military brutalizing Nigerians and compromise repentant Boko Haram members in it. And maybe that is the whole point of that, people injecting this into the conversation all the time.
Something else I want to ask, not discounting, I'm piggybacking off of you forefathers. Tony, have you ever heard, and forefathers too, have you ever heard of, is there credible evidence that repentant terrorists are being admitted into the Nigerian army?
I think forefathers can help us with that. He can Google it or he can check it.
There's no credible evidence for it. There is none. The only time
because I've checked, I haven't seen any.
They said that they may be working with repentant Boko Haram or Boko Haram member
which they do as collaborators. Yes,
not recruit them into the military.
They did that with IPOB too. A lot of people just didn't even know that. They did that with IPOB. They did that with ESN. They take their former members and turn them against the group, and just they become CIs for the the government.
Which is the normal process.
If you don't find it there, then it's not true. I mean, we can only assume that it's not true. That is because there's a lot of things that are
flying around.
In media. For instance, I'll give you an example. There's a statement that has been credited to the Sultan of Sokoto, even here in this platform. And people have said that the Sultan said that
if you kill Boko Haram, you're killing Muslims.
He never said it.
No, he
never said it.
No,
never said it. But
then how do these things just perpetuate? It's like some people just inject this thing and they last.
You may not like the man, but he never
laughing about this because it's almost like it's like somebody injects it, and these people are experts at injecting these things into.
That's the danger, You hear something. This is why you always have to combat a lie. You always have to combat false information. It raises head, you combat it. Each time you hear it, don't worry if you hear it 1,000 times, combat it 1,001 times, because the lie travels around the world 100 times before the truth even makes it out of bed. So people, if you say something long enough, like that was something the Marxists would do. Hitler loved that. Lenin loved it. Keep repeating it, keep repeating it, keep repeating it, and it becomes the truth if nobody combats it. And if you say something, a lie big enough, people will believe it.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So if the lie is big enough, people won't believe the lies. You just got to keep pounding, and it becomes the truth.
That part of it, that is just one part again that has gone on, and I heard it in the last discussion again, where you get tired of even batting them away.
No, you can't get tired. You can never get tired of.
Sometimes I just let them fly past me.
Can I say something? Greetings, everyone.
Welcome.
Oh, okay. I just came in to Nigeria. Thank you for being a great moderator you've always been. Um, I wanted to come in and I felt like this conversation you've been having has been dragging. So I just came in, given the news that happened this week regarding what was signed about the Epstein release of file.
Epstein,
Can
yeah.
yes, can we discuss that? Because I would like to know the input of our man in regard to that discussion. So that's why I came
Mm.
in. So
Yeah,
now
we'll
Yeah,
get to that. We'll get to that.
you're doing a good
mm,
job, but as usual, you always talk too
mm.
much as a moderator. You know you're
You see,
correct.
you sure I'm not going to say anything. Let me just start by you see, the reason why I consciously avoided that because last week people were complaining that we were talking too much about American politics
Yeah.
and we're not talking enough about Nigeria. So, and I thought that there's an element of it's a little bit valid to say that. So I thought maybe
Well,
I should talk about Nigeria more today.
okay, but why we need to say that? Because we have a Thanksgiving coming up for those of us that live here in the diaspora. And most of us that come into this platform, we are in the diaspora. So as something that affects every one of us that are parents or where we live, sometimes we need to talk about it. So I'd like to hear the opinion of our men. So just do me a favor too, Niger.
Mm.
Don't give too much opinion. That's all I'm asking for.
Okay, okay, we'll just
Uncle
talk
Joe,
and not too much
Uncle
opinion.
Joe, I heard the way
Uh-huh.
you were describing, tonight there is coconut head. He's our favorite
You
moderator.
see now the coconut, he is the
You
one
know
that
me and
just
you
dodged
now.
genocide.
Boom, boom, Ray, please stay there, hold him down. So I just came in, said that let's have that conversation. I'm going to be
Mm,
watching. If you guys need me, I'll come in. So, but can we hear so we can move this along because this is something happening that is going to impact a lot of like we want to know. So
mm,
all the Trump, Ekene, Team, KJ, so the supporters of so that maybe this will be a time for them to come give us an evaluation of what our president is doing, to make us proud, given that he's going to Nigeria to save the Christians. The Epstein file has been
what?
released. So
Is
he's
Trump
doing a
coming to
lot of
Nigeria? Is Trump
oh,
coming to Nigeria?
no, I'm saying
No, she mean like
allegedly.
he's saying he wants to
Like
go
he
save the
wants to
Ah,
Christians.
go. He's doing
I
great
see.
things that the MAGAs are going to be proud of. So this will be a good time for them to come and share with us.
He should invite Nigerian refugees to America like he did with the South Africans.
Adama, you are
No,
looking
that's
for
not
trouble.
happening.
Adama, you are
That's not
looking
Why?
for
happening.
trouble.
That's not going to happen. Nigeria's refugee, they can forget about that. The South Africans are white people that came here. So if you think you're going to use this Christian thing to come to America, it's not happening.
Why
So you're
not?
going to,
After all,
it's
South
not.
Africa's got it now. Genocide. South
No,
Africa
it's two different things.
genocide. Look at Tony. So America is not here to save us now. Tony.
No, it's so let's have that conversation. Let's move it around because tonight you're starting to give me headache, and I'm off
Okay.
today. I want to enjoy it. I don't want to hear
Okay.
your voice too much, so that's why I came in.
So how am I supposed to leave only two of them to be talking now?
Anna, because you talk too much. Just allow them to.
I will try.
Yes.
Okay, I will try to slow down a little bit
All
and
right.
then let them
Thank
talk
you.
about America. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. The Epstein one, we need to learn something about the Epstein issue. Actually, I
Now
think
let's finish.
Nigeria has something to learn
We're
from the
gonna
other.
get there. We're gonna get there, but
So
let's conclude.
okay, let's finish this one that we're talking about. So, but I think I did reference it to in terms of Nigeria earlier on that there's something to be learned from it actually.
But
Go
Tony
ahead.
and forefathers, I want to ask a question. Let's say, and I know forefathers probably knows what I'm about to say because I tapped it to him in the comments. Let's say when the judge was delivering his judgment on Kanu, and he started quoting the Quran, what do you think people in Christian Nigerians would have said?
Good point. That's a good point. That's a good point you made.
But context matters now, isn't it?
But
That's the point.
first of all, I think
Context
that
matters.
Yes.
first of all, I think that
Okay.
I think that even that quote that he made has no relevance to whatever it is that he was judgment that he was trying to pass. Anyway, but that's aside. If he had used the Quran You know, there will be an uproar.
Yeah.
Particularly if he's a Muslim.
Particularly, exactly.
They will say, yeah, you see now?
They want to
You see what we're
Islamize
saying?
Nigeria.
Now, but you see, there are certain things about these judgments that we are not talking about. Even as some of us feel very sad and very bad. I have said in this platform that Nnamdi Kanu shot himself on the foot by refusing a defense counsel or by dismissing his defense counsel.
100%.
Because it means that all the charges that were brought against him just stood. Nobody destroyed it. Nobody debunked it. So what do you want the judge to say? That's one. Two, his conduct. He shouted on his own clients. He insulted a woman.
Let me stop right there. Let me stop right there. Do you think, because that was going to be my next question. Do you think that he's mentally okay? In your own opinion?
Well, if you look at a man who has gone through all that problem,
thank you.
You know, you can maybe, would I say, excuse his reaction, but he was belligerent, he was uncouth. And that's what the defense counsel is supposed to say to him, to say, take it easy. You know, they're supposed to help him. They are his counsel. Now, but where you have a situation where he doesn't even have respect for his own counsel, he doesn't have respect for for the prosecution witness, he doesn't even have respect for the judge and the court.
What if that was as a result of him losing it mentally? Because his actions were just like, you're facing death.
Yes.
This is the potential sentence you're gonna get. You're lucky they didn't even kill you the times you escaped. Now they've dragged you, they needed you so bad, they went out of their way, collaborated with international agencies, and figured out how to bring you back. They did not make the Umaru Diko mistake. It was perfectly coordinated, conducted, and achieved. The aim was achieved. They brought you back. Clandestine, beautiful. If you were to mark it in terms of espionage, that gets a 10 over 10. Boom. Because nobody knew where it was until it was in Nigerian hands.
And then the other thing I want to say, yes, it was a Yoruba man that was a judge, Justice Omotosho. But the guy who sentenced Husseini
was Igbo.
Is Igbo.
And nobody complained. I was going to bring that up too. So I'm bringing this up. I'm bringing these things up, and I'm glad we're seeing it the same way, because we have to be careful about the kind of narratives we push to the public. And this is why, you know, people like you, John Abba, Rudolph, you know, there's quite a few people that I love listening to, because I believe we all have our opinions, but I believe these are good people. Now, it might be because of you guys' age and you have more maturity, but we've seen people that are probably of the same age, and they spout certain things, and it's like, your words can actually get people hurt, because if you keep saying the same thing, people pick it up, it gets in their brain, they get indoctrinated that way. So I'm glad we've seen this like this, because in things like this, maybe if we can always speak truth to power and be balanced in our views, regardless of our biases and how we feel about certain things where we cannot distinguish, I think seeing things like this, it'll help reduce the inflammation that's happening in the country. And I'll tell you something else, Tony. More people are speaking out on social media with regards to his incarceration, not gloating now, but saying the kind of things that will be pushed against were they to be said on this panel. Like, oh, okay, now the kind of victims, like I'll mention that people get mad, you know, or well, it's not all racism, it's not all black and white. ISWAP members are also being locked up. ISWAP members are actually being killed extrajudicially, rightfully so. Nobody's crying for them, right? On the battlefield. So I think things like this, when we start letting people know that it's deeper than the simplistic position that people like to choose, in a little way, maybe it might help reduce certain tensions. Maybe not a lot, but it might help reduce tensions in Nigeria.
Yeah, I agree. You see, because most of the time we don't seem to compare apples with apples. You see, the two cases, for instance, are not they're not the same, even though they might look similar. The one is a 4-count charge, one is a 7-count charge, and if you notice, even in Nnamdi Kanu's case, there's nothing that they said about the 2nd-count charge. So even though they say it's 7-count charge, it looks like on the 2nd count, he was not found guilty. Because nothing is said. You have things said about the count 1, count 2.
No, 3.
Count 1, count 3, count 4, 5, 6, 7.
6 or 7.
Nothing said about 2. Now I imagine that if he retained, okay, just imagine now, if he wants to appeal, who is he going to use? Is he going to go by himself?
Well, what is he going to appeal?
No,
you cannot really. What's he going to appeal?
Is he going to call the same counsel? Or
let's even say he calls them. Let's say he calls them, because they're not going to relitigate whatever was not.
No, they're not.
Argued.
They're going to look at the judgment
at trial.
You're not going to argue any new thing.
Nothing.
You're going to look at the judgment of the lower court.
The transcript. That's it.
Yes.
So the constitutional issues. Now, I don't know if Nigeria has what is called an en banc hearing. So in an en banc hearing, you have all the justices of the appellate court, whatever district it is, which like here. But if it's like just a regular appeals court hearing with 3, there's nothing to argue. What are you going to argue? You didn't make a defense, and they can see your attitude.
The judge gave you all the time. Defend yourself. The fact I give you so time. If you don't, that case is closed.
But the people with them, why didn't they insist? Instead of all the terrorists they were doing in front of the camera, why didn't they insist and say, listen, we're going to defend you. I know it's people think it's outrageous, but Nigeria is a special circumstance. We're going to defend you, or I am not getting attached to this case. I think any lawyer worth his salt in a situation like Nigeria would say, listen, either I'm on this case or I'm off. I'm not doing the whole advisory thing. You don't know the law. You're not, I'm not doing it. So you're not familiar with the law. I'm not going to sit here while you make a fool of yourself, and in the future, my name is going to be attached to this case.
Yeah.
So I'm going to defend you to the best of my ability, or you go do your thing, and we'll go to the judge right now and tell him I'm no longer your attorney, and I want no part. But guess what? They're right there, sitting down, just chilling. Happy to have the cameras in their faces. They go out and they start taking pictures and selfies. I honestly think, I really think, Tony, that there's something wrong with him mentally.
Well,
I don't say it in a denigrating way. I'm not saying it in a denigrating way. I'm just saying I really believe his actions. You have to remember, this guy has been in solitary confinement for about 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
That will mess your brain up.
Mm.
That will mess your brain up. And I don't.
But the judge did say that he didn't take all that into consideration. He didn't take his corner, but I doubt that. But the other thing is, you see, this case, has been on since 2015. And I think we must give the judge credit.
That was really patient.
Yes, for ending this case, quicker than any other person who has been on this case. So these are some of the positives. Now, as to whether one likes the judgment or one I don't agree with Kanu's style, but as to whether you can talk about injustice or so on, I think that there are grounds for you to say, well, some injustice has been meted to this young man, and
Like what?
you see, if you look at all the sentiments that is being expressed about certain people or persons who have done this or done that, and they just give them a slap on the wrist and let
Oh, you
them
mean like
go and so on.
Igboho and all those kind of people?
Yes, and then those that degraded that the president asked the attorney general to order a nolly prosecute and so on and so forth. Then you will be thinking that, okay, if that should also have been extended to him,
But what if he didn't accept it?
Well, we are lay people. We don't even know behind the scenes what has been said to him.
Donny, if you saw him in court, the way he was shouting at the judge and shouting at his own counsel, does that look like somebody that was willing to talk about amnesty? He doesn't care about that. That's the point. He appears like he wants to be kind of, die on this issue. Or try to inflame the situation even further. That's why he's shouting in court. Just in case the police come and start manhandling him.
Well, there are things that we hear in the grapevine that we can't substantiate. About what has gone on, and some of the conditions they've given to him for freedom and stuff and things like that. But I think, just to summarize, I think, in my opinion, based on one or two things that I know, I think this whole process was not well handled. You have killed his father. Not well handled. You've killed his dad, you've killed his mom, you've killed his kinsmen, you held him for a long time. The issue is not something that cannot be handled. It's not something. I mean, if you can settle the Niger Delta crisis, which was very bad, the militancy in the Niger Delta, if we could deal with the Nadeko stuff of people who also radio Kudirat here and there, and they did all sort of thing, and people really died. And the nation was almost grounded.
But Nadeko is nothing like the Nnamdi Kanu stuff, or even the one is nothing like it.
No, that's not true. Nadeko was setting off bombs. They were setting off.
I was in Nigeria then, but
God bless you.
No.
Papa, don't go there.
I didn't feel threats.
Forefathers, you didn't feel threat because you were in the sea, you were in Niger Delta, so you were hiding in those creeks and so on. So you won't feel any threat.
No, I was in Lagos. What are you talking about? I was in Lagos.
I read about them. You can see it. You see this set of
look at this one. I was one of. We went to protest in the. I think it was in Shurele. I'm not exactly sure. But I don't know. But that time I was in Lagos now, so I didn't feel threatened. I know there was a bomb blast, I think, in Abuja during that time.
Listen, I lost a friend who just went to the bridge, Bagada Bridge. He was standing there to just see what was happening, and his stray bullet just went and hit him, and he died.
Yeah, quite a lot. If you would die like that, that's the police will just shoot. Sometimes they will shoot tear gas, but other time they will just shoot live rounds.
So what are you talking about?
Whole set of massacre at the time. You're just
somebody orchestrated that.
Random
but Tony, now this is the thing though. His mother died, his father died. They said his dog Jack. People would say, "Oh, he put his dog Jack." Not funny, but yeah, humorous. But what did you? And now you're saying, okay, maybe they should have reached out to him and settled it politically. Let's assume, and you rightfully said, none of us knows what happened behind the scenes, and we don't know if he truly rejected it or if an offer was even made at all. But let's pretend like an offer was made and he refused it. What then?
Listen, you see, that is why we lost MKO Abiola. That's the reason why we lost MKO Abiola. You see, some of these people who are masquerading as our leaders today, you know, would come before MK Abiola and say all kinds of stuff, and behind him, they were whining and dining with those who were persecuting him. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, 100%.
MK Abiola was made an offer, you know, and one of the conditions they gave to him, listen, just sign this thing, a plane is waiting for you, go to the UK. You know, you can fight from there. You can fight from there. Go chill.
Yeah, but that wasn't an offer, though. They telling him to renounce his presidency.
Oh, God.
So you get out of jail.
Yeah,
but he wants the presidency. So let's say
the point was to get him out of Nigeria for that time, and he could have taken whatever it's offer, go down. But there were people. The point was that there were people who were telling him. There were people who were telling. There were people who were telling him.
Oh, his crew was telling him, don't take it.
Reject it. We are behind you. Meanwhile, those people were whining and dining with a butcher.
Yeah,
I have a question for you guys. Do you guys think there was mistrial?
Oh, Eccentric Cast, what's up, man?
I'm here. I'm all right, man. Do you guys think
my brother? How you doing, Eccentric?
How you doing? I'm doing all right, Tony.
Good, good.
I'm doing good.
Welcome.
Thank you. Do you guys think there was mistrial in Nnamdi Kanu's verdict? I think there was a lot of mistrials, right? That should have been struck out for that reason.
Like what?
I mean, like the whole proceeding, right? You know, he wasn't given a counsel. He
rejected it.
Oh, you rejected it?
No, he fired his counsel.
Have you seen him shout at his counsel?
He was slapping flames out of town. He was
shouting at his lawyers.
Beating them up in court.
They were begging him in court. Can you imagine that?
But there were things that the judge said that you could look at and say, I don't expect him to have said this. There were things that looks like bias.
Right.
Some of the statements that he made.
Right. That's true.
Which he shouldn't have made at all.
Yeah, that's very true.
He shouldn't have made it. You know, if you just go straight, you know, and you know,
he was pissed. I think the judge was just like, listen, I got you now. Like, I got you. All that nonsense, you calling me illiterate and you telling me to shut up, Yoruba monkey. Like, I got you now. I'm about to slay you. So if he was smart. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, his own conduct, right, in the courtroom was kind of immature, right? Like, the way he was, like, screaming on the mic, I couldn't hear him. Like, he was like...
I think it's crazy. I think he lost his mind.
And the way he read the script... You doubt if he was the one that really scripted it.
Yo, I didn't know if they could read, Tony. Like, I was like, oh no, this guy's cannot read. I'm sorry. If the judges were watching me, I'm sorry. You know, but yeah, I didn't know if they could read. I was like, what did they do?
Were wrong. You know,
was the judge, that of the judge or Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers? No, you didn't have a lawyer.
No, wasn't the judge or the prosecutor? One of them. They couldn't read. One of them could not read. I think it was the prosecutor.
Somebody played it. Well, it was terrible, man. Lawyers, their whole thing is reading English words. That's their expertise. You can't. Right. Oh my God, that was.
I kind of feel bad for him, though. I'm not even gonna lie, because he's guilty, in my opinion. And the court has judged him guilty. But I think he just sacrificed himself
for the slaughter.
I think for nothing. For nothing.
For nothing. I think you like to think it's for nothing, but maybe it's for a purpose. The reason why he did it, maybe he was put up to it for a reason.
When I say for nothing... Oh, sorry for cutting you off. When I say for nothing, I don't mean the cause. He had a cause he was pursuing. Noble cause, depending on how you want to look at it, which side of the aisle you stand on. Fine. But when I say nothing, is that he just went in there and the last minute he didn't even fight.
Can you imagine? I speak the truth, saying that you want to call witnesses. And you are calling T.Y. Danjuma. You're calling the governor.
He was calling the president. He was calling. Yeah. I'm like, what? I said, this guy's lost it.
How? Yeah, I mean, this is not possible. I mean, what are you talking about? The court is not a place where you come and mess up yourself. I mean,
there's a policy in law.
Yes,
only a fool of a lawyer
with the charges
defends
that
himself.
you have, and then at the end of the day, he ended up not defending himself. The next thing he did was he was going to appeal. The court doesn't have a local standing, to try him. Doesn't have jurisdiction to try him. I mean, he messed up his shit.
Let's just have a bit of a break. Hold on for a second. I think. Please like, share, and subscribe. I don't think people like this video at all because to be fair to them, I never really asked them to like, share, and subscribe. Do that now, please, because we don't have enough likes and it's not being advertised to enough people out there. And there's some I see, and I'm not sure I like these smaller videos format that they have there because it's not showing everybody very well. Let me see if I can change it. To see what I think this one is a little bit better, but you see it's cutting people's this thing off, so it's not very good. I will be looking to, let's see, maybe if I do this, let's see, my help. No, it didn't.
Nice, perfect. What are you doing?
No. I'm looking at the smaller screen, the mobile, because they have two formats now.
Oh, the one on the side.
Yes, that one is it's cutting people's heads off and stuff like that.
Yeah, so, but if you go to the YouTube version itself, it's normal because that was how it was with me.
It looks like that too.
Yeah, it was normal. It's normal right now. I'm looking at it.
On the YouTube, I can see it's not. I'm not seeing the full this thing. I'm not sure why.
Oh no, on the YouTube I'm seeing it. On StreamYard.
So let me check. Sorry, hold on. I need to check how many people have liked the video.
You don't have to waste forever. People to like
21 people have liked it. So even I have gone to like it now. Can we please like, share, and subscribe the video? And I noticed that nobody has, put your hand in their pocket to help with the contribution to the channel. Some of you are going to church tomorrow, and you have already packed your bundle of currency. They are going to go and use to show off at church and Gbedu. So please help, like, and contribute to the channel. We are going to appreciate it. Let me see what other thing has gone up. The likes have gone up. And then I'll play some of the videos. You see, the likes are not going up. The likes are not going up. There's no point. We have 150 people watching at least. And we have 22 likes. That doesn't seem right now. 122 Nigerians. And all the other foreigners that are watching too. Please go and like the video, please. It will enable. Why am I even saying please? This is a service we are rendering to you for free. Maybe asking you to do it for free too.
Maybe you change the topic.
I would change the topic, and at the same time, we might just stop talking and just start looking at them. Since you guys don't want to, what kind of attitude is this one? You don't want to go and like and share. We'll just stop, and you start looking. You just start looking at screen and go and find some other place to go and watch video. And when you go there, they will still expect you to help them like, share, and subscribe. What thing is that? Oh, look at that. Four people have gone.
What's your name? Forefathers. Remember that thing we used to say that maybe he should have set up a political party, and then people would get mad. And look, now everybody's saying the same thing. I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but if he had set up a political party, he would have been able to control his home region.
People can be very behind the call. People can be very behind. Yeah. Do you know, last Sunday I was so shocked the questions I was being asked. It turns out that it's weird. It's weird sometimes for me to be experiencing that. I was being asked questions, and the questions were coming up as something I spoke about 2 years ago. Like, when I was saying it then, people were not exactly paying attention, and some of them were saying, oh, but now they are talking about it now, and that's the question KJ has. KJ often has a way of asking questions that often brings out some ways of the way I answer it, and he goes back in time, and he knows. I said 2 years ago, I said this, and you guys were arguing. Now today, what are you? You are the one bringing the question.
People need to stop being, without dragging it too much, so people don't think I'm attacking anybody. But people need to stop being emotional in issues like this, because when you get too emotional and you get too attached sentimentally to something that requires your logic
Look at that. Somebody has, these are children of God. It's a certain kind. Look at that. I'm talking to a pastor now. $10 and talking to a pastor. I tell you, children of God. A certain God, we appreciate that. All these chat people that have so much energy to insult people on the panel. Well, where is your money? What are you guys done with the money? You need to help the channel. Dr. Damage is doing a lot of good work here so that we can be able to do more for you guys. So now I will play the video and we'll show the video of Nnamdi Kanu at court. When he was basically
so before you play the video, I wanted to say he could plead insanity, right? His counsel complete insanity because the way he was acting.
Too late, right? Too late.
No, you can't introduce any new thing. You can't.
Too late.
Insanity should have been when he was insane.
But what I think should be done,
No, don't contribute here. Don't contribute here. Let's just play some of all this. So to celebrate some of our fellow Nigerians, the robots, men. When they say Nigerians, the robots are one of the people I have to say, those guys know how to carry themselves. They do know how to carry themselves, the robots. You have to give it. They know how to represent. Let me just play some of the stuff I say about on them here.
Yo, that was beautiful, man.
The other subjects, the big one, which is the kidnapping of school kids, the genocide, the discussion happening here in America, we will probably move it to the next stream. But I really want to know what you guys are thinking about in your land. So we'll take a break. When we come back.
Can I just isi yo ni bi ye janeje isi yo maruku olugere sa ye neja ugere ogwo kokwo bi maruku ba omi fefu bi o maruku tano maruku ga ikweje nyavo ka isoro le mi wata aye kenari bolo bi ye ja si ya ye neja gbara ni e ma uwe ye nwedo aye ka isoro le mi wata ada yo na na ke jero ichi kwabe offend.
Yeah, what's the title of that? What's the title of that song?
I don't know yet. They are speaking their language, so I don't know. I can look for it.
Who sang it?
I don't know who sang it.
It's pretty cool how they were singing.
You have played two different traditional music from two different ethnic groups: the Esan of Edo and then the Urobo of Delta.
Oh, no, there's Esan there. Oh, I thought that Ugeli is not Esan, you see?
Urobo, you played one Urobo and then you played one Esan.
Okay.
That was the one like they were standing by the river. Which one was that?
The one where you have a vehicle, where you have vehicles driving, that's Esan, and then the other one is Urobo.
Oh man,
that was beautiful.
That was beautiful. Yeah, like the way they were like behind the beat, slightly behind the metronome. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, let me just.
It's like it's like Jay Dilla. It's like Jay
right. Yeah, you can sample that.
You can sample that.
Yeah.
Going on and on, talking over the judge. They don't do that in court anywhere in the world.
Defender. Defendant, can you listen to the court? Can you listen to the court? I need to find my family within the Constitution. I appeal to you to comport yourself. This temple of justice. You are there. This is not law. You are there. It's not law. Please, I beg you to comport yourself.
No, Clark.
Is it just me? It's broken. It's breaking up.
They don't have a policeman to take the mic.
No.
Like
a Clark.
Oh, it was his mic. Oh, okay.
Oh, he brought his mic on.
Maybe because he's almost swallowing it. He's so close to his mouth.
Oh, he lost it. He was.
Yeah,
Reality was setting in. Like, damn, they're about to fuck me up.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Let him.
Wait, can you not hear that? The output?
Yeah, he said it's from his mic. I don't know.
Yeah, but he can hear the output himself, right? If the mic is sounding like that, because that's from the feedback, right?
Right.
Please show me where it is. Show me. Please get the microphone from him, please. I said, show me. Show me. Excuse me. Get the microphone from him. No, leave it.
What is this, man? He was really sunning him.
Wow. I'm on the trial, so I have to speak.
Yeah.
I said, hold on.
Yeah, they were scared of him.
What is this, man?
It's a charade. It's a joke.
This is terrible. This is a terrible publicity, man. I think
horrible.
It's a horrible publicity for the country, man. Because
for the
a
justice
lot of
system.
people watch this stuff. Yeah, for the justice system, for the country itself.
Yeah.
For the image of the country. Yeah.
I will rise and come back. Can you
He was barking at them. They were scared.
All right.
Please, as you guys are.
You can't do that, man. Can't imagine doing this in a court in the United States or
any court.
They'll muffle you. They'll muffle you quick with jumping. You trenches, you just jumping you quick.
And then the judge will probably
put a
change
turtle jacket on
and add something on it.
Oh yeah, the judge at that point the judge will destroy him.
Judiciary, they are very, very vindictive. If you try to disobey them, they don't
like their court. Like those
you.
guys, man, they don't play with their court. You know, it's like my courtroom. We don't mess around. Like, oh my god,
that's why they hate obstruction of justice. If you try that nonsense, and they for obstruction of justice, I think it's one of the crimes where the sentence they don't have an upper limit.
Let me tell you what the judge. Let me tell you,
life imprisonment for it alone.
In the United States, let me tell you before they start jumping, they're gonna jump on him, break his fucking hand, everything. But the judge will just cancel proceed. He'll postpone proceedings, charge him with contempt, and just send him away for like 6 months and say, "Come back when you're normal in 6 months." And then by then he's gonna come back and still nail his ass. You know, so I feel bad for him. I think he lost it though.
It could be that, or he's trying to elicit a reaction that will aggravate the situation.
Right.
And in the
that
end,
was smart that they didn't attack him.
Yeah, he just
that
made
was
them
very smart.
Because you can see how even his own people, how he yanked the mic off them. Imagine if he was the other side.
He was yelling his lawyer like, "Shut up when I'm talking."
Yes, no. Imagine if a police officer has come there, he would be the one to throw the punch first, and the police officer will
The whole courtroom is in shambles now.
But you know, all said and done, I think that has been put to rest. Right. I think that it's on the president's desk now to just, in spite of what would have happened or
But why
whatever
would you,
happened.
if you're
No,
the
but
president, why
it's
would you, with this showing, why would you pardon him, right? Just for
No,
this
no, no,
reason.
no, no,
right.
With this
no, no.
showing
Listen,
itself.
what do we stand to gain to have him in prison? And if you look at it, what do we
Can I
lose?
say?
You're
So
setting
I was gonna.
On
you're
both
setting
sides.
if you let him go,
I'll go after forefathers.
you're setting a
Can I
terrible
say what
precedent.
we stand to gain?
You know
Let
what
me
I'm
say
saying?
what we stand to gain.
You're
What we
setting a
stand to
terrible precedence if you
Right,
just let him go.
right.
in a way that's similar to what I want to say. What you stand to gain is if anybody else breaks the law, they'll say after all, Nnamdi Kanu is in jail. How
It's a
dare you?
precedent. Yeah, it's already part of the law.
See
If
that?
you do that,
This is how
Okay,
you
already.
create this is what they call it. What do they institution? This is how you create institution, because if you set
Strong
example,
institutions, yes.
that's how
No,
you start.
the president has presidential powers. He has not stopped the
right.
trial.
But
He has not stopped the trial. He has the prerogative of mercy. And then, and then two, you see that this case has also come into deliberation in the Congress 2 days ago.
Yeah.
But I'd say, considering, okay, so before I got to this stage, because we always have to use context, I was one that was always pushing, and I think people will vouch for me on here, that maybe the president immediately he came on, he would have been better served trying to seek a political solution.
Yeah.
I don't think that is the case now. Things have changed, especially with what is going on with Nigeria and the United States. I think, given his attitude, which is what I would be most concerned about, barring any medical discovery saying, well, he's really not up there, right? Barring that, if he was just belligerent as an attitude, I'd be very circumspect on releasing him. Why? Because I think, especially if he does not come out and renounce his course, renounce the agitation. If he doesn't do that, just 1 second. If he doesn't do that, just 1 second, sir. So if he doesn't do that, because that would be paramount. If he comes and says, I give up everything, I'm not going to fight, I'm not going to argue, Biafra is done, one Nigeria. I'm just saying, if I was the head of the government, this is what I'm looking for. But if he's still insistent on achieving his aim, and we have this United States breathing down our neck,
you can't release
I
him.
think he can't. It's just going to be too dangerous for the country.
I speak the truth. Let me wind back.
Right.
General Gowon was accused of planning, complicity in a coup that took away. Yeah.
Murtala.
Yes, Murtala. He never apologized.
But he ran away.
But he was granted pardon.
Right.
Obasanjo was granted pardon.
Right.
Whether he participated or not, or whether, but I mean, he was granted pardon.
Who granted Obasanjo pardon?
The Adisa.
But those are Tony, those are different. Okay, let's start with Yakubu Gowon, for example.
Yes.
He gets pointed out by Bisala. It wasn't Dimka that pointed him out, it was Bisala.
Yes.
Bisala said, well, it was the commander-in-chief or the former commander-in-chief, Gowon, right? Bisala pointed him out. But he still had to flee to London first. And then the Shagari, or was it Obasanjo? I think it was Shagari regime or Obasanjo that let him come back, right? One of those two. He comes back to Nigeria. Dia and Co had to actually wait and OBJ for Abacha to die before they were pardoned. It's a different scenario. And neither of those men had tens of millions of people supporting them. They didn't have the standing force or influence that Nnamdi Kanu has. They didn't have, the situations were different. 6 months ago, I would have said, release him. Let's look for a political solution. Not now when we're saying only Muslims are terrorists, Muslims are killing Christians, and this is his position. What do you think will happen if they release him now without some kind of them having any kind of leverage on them, where maybe say, oh, denounce everything, which is why I say maybe they did offer him something and then he refused. And they're like, well, there's nothing we can do because we're not going to let you go out and start agitating. Again, we have a problem on the northern flank of the country. We're not dealing with more on the eastern flank when you come out. Or the southeastern.
I have a question. I have a question for you guys.
Yes, sir.
I want you to look at the judge when he was giving his when he was sentencing him. He said that the maximum penalty, which is what Awomolo SAN asked for, is death. Is death sentence. And he did say that if he was to apply the full weight of the law, it will be death sentence.
The international community will scream over it.
But he is overlooking his conduct and all that, and he's showing mercy. Now, the Kanu didn't apologize. He didn't ask for mercy. He wasn't in court when that judgment was being delivered. So I'm saying that the president has a right to overlook whatsoever. Ojukwu was pardoned. The guys in the Niger Delta were pardoned. You know, when you want to exercise that prerogative which you have, you're not necessarily going to look at this is a larger picture. If I do this, if I grant him pardon, I mean, he recently granted pardon to people who killed, people who carried drugs and all that, although that was reviewed. But what you're looking at, what is going to be the cost to the nation? What is going to be the cost benefit?
So let me ask you, Tony.
Yes.
Sorry, Central Cast, I knew you wanted to say something. Let me just ask. So, Tony, if they, let's say we pretend we have a crystal ball. If they release Nnamdi Kanu tonight,
yes,
what do you think his attitude with regards to his movement, the IPOB movement, will be tomorrow? Do you think he's going to give it up, or do you think he's going to continue?
Well, you see, we learn from our mistakes. You know, it's a hypothetical question you asked me. But the thing I will tell you that I know that he will do, he will go back to his family in the UK and take time to rest.
But do you think he's going to give up the struggle, or do you think he's going to continue?
That I don't know, because he would have time to reflect on the trajectory on this struggle before he decides on what next to do. But the point is, I think that there will be a dousing of some tension in the Southeast if they do that. And that's
I don't know.
Well, that's what
I think he's going to come out more empowered. Thank you. Oh, he's the same time. Yeah, he's going to become more empowered. This is what I think at this present time. So, because the country is really inflamed right now, and there were a lot of miscalculations. And again, like you said, you and I don't know what happened behind the scenes. We don't know. We're just supposing. But based on what is happening right now, it will not be in the interest of the Nigerian government. I mean, even still, we just suppose, because he still has a legal process to go through the appeals, maybe reappeal it, go to the Supreme Court. It's years. We're talking about years down the line. And this is why I thought they were going to give him like 30 years. This was my assumption. Like, he's probably going to get like 30. And then by the time a new government is coming in, after, if Tinubu gets a second term, maybe when that one wants to run for his own second term, then they might let him go. So they'll make sure his influence is waned. But right now, I don't know that it'll be smart for a government to think for any votes they assume they can get that they'll want to let him go. It'll be too dangerous right now.
Yeah, like, arresting him, right? I mean, giving him a life sentence, right? Probably exacerbates the problem, exacerbated the issue, because now he's like a martyr. He's basically a martyr. Like, he's larger than life right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think so.
No, right now he's larger than life. It's actually,
if they're giving him a death sentence, then
he's actually more larger than life now than if he was let go, I think. Right now, look, the whole court proceeding, right? It's international stuff right now. It's international news. People at work were asking me about this.
Let him go. Now people thinking to themselves, oh, they're scared of him. This is what I would assume the government is looking at.
It's like
And these people are
has
still also going to look.
I think
listen, if this whole thing lead to cessation, which is a possibility, right? It's because of this judgment. It could be a possibility. You know what I mean? Like, unlike when you let him go, right? The government could let him go.
They've decimated the top leadership. It's not happening.
The government can make a deal with him on a back door, right? He's a human being. At the end of the day, he has, he has his flaws as a human. They can make deals with him. They can make deals with him and say, okay, you know what? Hey, we can give you and your people. We can give you political positions. We can give you contracts. We can start giving you contracts for government contracts to build the roads.
Yeah, that's possible. That's very possible.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Appeal to his emotion. Appeal to something. You know what I mean?
They did it with Tantita, the guy in Delta, who is now, and they did it with Asari Dokuba. But
Tampolo, with Tampolo.
Yeah, Tampolo, that's right.
Tampolo. But no one is talking about those guys, right? Yeah. Well, he's international right now. He's an international figure. He's a martyr.
Yeah. I want to take the case of Al Mustafa. He was condemned to death. He was condemned to death. Initially, the first judgment, he was condemned to death, and he fought it. But eventually, even though it was the court that resolved it, but I believe that people traded in some.
They weren't going to kill. They weren't going to take Al Mustafa out because Al Mustafa was too connected to the top hierarchy in the north. So it would have been suicidal for OBJ to actually carry out that death sentence. He couldn't. It wasn't going to happen. He was still connected to the Abatis. The Abatis are still connected to the Sultan, to the Emir, you know what I mean? So
are you saying that Nnamdi Kanu, if he was connected, then he wouldn't have gone in for a life sentence?
To a large extent, yes. If he had the backing of the political brass in the East, in the Southeast, he stood a better chance.
In other words, they were unfair to him.
Well, we can look at it that way. But at the same time, I guess we can also look at it from the evidence that's on the table. So unfair to him, for me, in the position of him not having access to his lawyers, him not having access to proper medical care, to a law library so he could properly defend himself if he chose to, or advise his lawyers. Those are the unfairness that I see. But again, courts hear these complaints from defendants every day. So the things that you hear, yeah, whatever. All right, you got back pain, we'll take you to the hospital. And they'll say, oh, well, they only gave me painkillers, I need surgery. Okay, go back to your incarcerated hotel, we'll think about it. And then the next thing you know, he's on trial again. So,
well, I have a question though. So, when was the time Nnamdi Kanu took this movement serious? Because, believe it or not, I thought he was grifting right in the beginning. Because I followed him from the beginning, right?
He was on the government side in the beginning.
I have people in the family that actually listen to his radios and believe all the things that he's saying. I try to tell them, hey, look, this guy's a grifter, man.
He was a grifter. They were grifters at first.
At what time, right? Because like you could grift your way, you could grift your way into like seriousness, right? Some people can grift and then become
into a life sentence.
Yeah, exactly. Like, at what time did he believe in his whole persona? Like, kind of believed in his own illusion. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're giving out the facade and then you believed it. You know what I mean? Like, it's some kind of psychological thing, right?
What happened. I think at some point he started believing the image of himself.
Right.
His persona. He started believing that, oh, okay, maybe I am the second
was larger than life. Yeah. Like a Christ complex. You know what I mean? He has that Christ complex. I mean, that's why he slapped his lawyers. He has that like larger than life complex, which
people would actually they would wash his feet. They would wash his feet and drink the water off his feet. And that was when I started taking notice of him. I'm like, oh,
they were washing his feet. Okay.
Wash his feet and drink the water off his feet.
Okay, so
I think part of the problem.
So he's like that Christ complex, right? And I've seen a lot of people, right? Like people like David Icke, people that actually, have this Christ-like personality, cult-like personality, right? And in the beginning, it was a grift, and then they believed it. They believed the grift.
Jim Jones,
the lack of Jim Jones, right? Like, because and when he started initially, right, I was like, this is this is crazy. Like, who talks like that, right? And I'm like, I saw it through the grift. There were a lot of money. People, you know, when he comes like United States, a lot of people show up.
I know people that are making bank off of that.
Doing millions, you know what I mean? So there was money there, you know what I mean? So I was like, man, I saw through the grift because the guys, the IPOB members on ground, most of these guys are like dirty, you know what I mean? They don't, most of them are hungry. Their own agitation personally made sense, right? So they probably were thinking, oh, we're agitating for something positive. But him personally, I don't think that's what he was agitating for.
I think it started off as a money-making scheme.
So, like when he put a Star of David on the Biafran flag, right, and then went to the Wailing Wall, I started to wonder if there were some Zionist handlers. You know what I'm saying? If you had like some Zionist handlers,
there would. I don't think it was that. I think at some point he just had to keep up with the facade. Like that's what I personally think. At some point he just had to keep going. Like, you know what I mean? Like the money was good.
I don't believe like his movement was like people-centered movement. Like it wasn't like a socialist or a communist. You know what I mean? Like his movement was like, hey, I want to help the people. Someone like, you know, if you guys remember Anini was a criminal, right? He takes money, he gives it to the poor people locally. He'll rob banks and give money out, right? He was kind of altruistic in that sense. But Nnamdi Kanu there wasn't any altruistic thing he was doing. Like he didn't open hospitals. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe open hospitals for IPOB members and say, hey, mobile hospitals, kind of like the Black Panther.
They just tell them they got a new passport and everybody got to pay $500.
Everybody got to pay $500. Exactly. Like he had no social. He didn't have any social movement.
We're building an embassy. Y'all got to pay $300.
He didn't have any social program in his movement. He didn't have like, let's say, free lunch. Hey, if you come to IPOB office, you can get free food. Stuff like that. This is how you can win people, right? But like people were still following him, right? I don't get it, man.
I think what happened here was that in Igbo land there was a yearning for leadership. There was a gap. That lacuna was there.
Very true.
And nobody filled it. You know, so because Igbo land was looking for someone after Ojukwu, Igbo land was looking for someone who would, you know, take up the challenge, you know, that they were facing. And Wazirike couldn't do it. There's none of those leaders could do it. You know, so that was the vacuum that they saw. And, you know, a lot of those who fought the war, excuse me, a lot of those who fought the war don't approve his style, are not actually with him. So that was part of his problem. Those who were with him are young people who probably didn't experience the war.
Looking for direction.
Yes. Right. So they were looking for leadership. And then he offered himself for leadership. He was young. He was radical,
charismatic.
Yes, you know, so that was what happened. You know, so
his movement and Ojukwu's movement, like there's contradiction in their movement because Ojukwu was inspired by Marcus Garvey. You know, Ojukwu was Pan-Africanist, Marcus Garvey inspired movement, right? But his movement's not like that. You know what I mean?
Ojukwu also was forced by circumstance. You know, he wasn't like, I'm going out to look for Biafra. It was like, oh, wait, whoa. Maybe you people need to stop killing my people. Yeah. Because these sets of people planned a coup, which I even played a part in stopping. I stopped the coup. Why are you killing my people? You know what I mean? So it's different from, now we've got to go. We got to look for Biafra like Nnamdi Kanu. You got to donate money. And Ojukwu was actually using his own money.
It was your own money.
Effort. He was using his inheritance.
And, you know, he was the governor of Eastern Nigeria then. Right. And I mean, who would they run to? Is him they would run to, you know, because it's like, you know, and he had to do something. And
Nnamdi Kanu didn't get involved in politics as well, like even local politics.
He should have.
If he got involved in local politics, all the federal money that's coming in that region would have gone to him.
Dude, he could have been like the kingmaker. He could have had all the governors in the 5 southeastern states. He could have had all the senators. He could have even the South. You know, and people would want to work with him if he had that kind of movement. But
that's what I wonder. What really inspired his movement? Because I mean, he doesn't have to turn IPOB into a political group. He could have a political arm. He could have this militant arm, right? That's how the Black Panthers did it.
That was where the problem came about, though. When they had a militant arm was where I think things started going awry. Like,
but
why
the
are
militant
you
arm,
carrying guns?
what was the objective of the militant arm? Because like, okay,
there was none. There was none. There was none. There was none.
Exactly. So like, I use like the Black Panthers, right? It was, hey, the police were, you know, the police, you know, the police injustice in the Black community, right? So Black Panther had the militant arm, you know what I'm saying? That where their job is like, anytime police arrest someone, they will come around, you know, and circle around the area. And the police usually, you know, leaves, you know, the person and walks away, right?
Right.
So, like, okay, let's say Nnamdi Kanu, his thing was like injustice, you know, police brutality or military brutality. He could say, hey, if someone is getting harassed by the police, he can bring his own people around and find out, hey, what's going on. If it's unjust, then they will do something about it. But that's not it. Like,
in Nigeria, as I know Nigeria, it's not. Things have gone crazy now. It was unheard of before to hear someone had a gun in Nigeria. It's like, if someone had a gun, it's like you're saying someone had 10 nuclear weapons on their shoulders. So the moment you start introducing, I mean, Nigeria is not the United States, where you just run around and you can run to the shop right now and go get a piece and be like, it's my Second Amendment right. You can't do that in Nigeria. They find you walking with a gun right now in Nigeria, the police might probably just kill you.
They'll kill you.
Before he finds out who you are, he's just going to smoke you and just kill you right there.
Even the local people, if you have a gun,
there you go.
If you commit robbery with a gun.
So now you have this dude that's so influential, and all of a sudden he has an armed military wing. It's like, whoa, what the hell are you doing? You're declaring war on the government. This is what you are literally saying.
This is where he erred, right? If like I said, if he had like social programs where he was for the people, trust me, man. Oh, it would have been different, dog. Like, let's say he had like I said, feeding program, right? If you come to the IPOB office, you get free food. Hey, I'm giving out clothing every July.
I'm giving out pens. I'm doing
children. I'm giving out Biafra, you know, books to teach you about the, you know what I mean, about Biafra history for free. I got classes where we can teach you about Igbo history and what have you. You know what I mean? So I could pay for your tuition for like 5 people. He's doing, you know what I'm saying? He's using that to buy the people. You know what I'm saying? And he can still have his own thing going. But he didn't have any of that.
There's something else I want us to look at. Just imagine if he didn't, well, quote unquote, jump bail. If they didn't, if Operation, is it Python Storm or whatever? If they didn't invade, if they didn't invade his father's house and got his parents killed and then some other kinsmen killed, maybe he would have been in Nigeria. And now, being in Nigeria, would he be able to cause the kind of problem that is accused of cursing? You know, because he would not have had the opportunity, for instance, to do whatever, to say some of the things he was saying, you know, in the UK, here in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So can we say, is there a sense in which we can say that it was that Operation Python Storm that actually created the room for what we're seeing now?
But wasn't he already making certain statements before the military? He was already starting to say things kind of like that inflammatory.
Yeah, so like, okay, this is my problem with his agitation, right? Because like when I listen to his radio, right, he's talking about other ethnic group, right? He's talking about Yoruba people, you know, cursing them out, you know what I'm saying, you know, calling them names. And I'm like, what is the objective really? Like, okay, what inspired his movement? Was it that Igbo people were not in government, or were not like, or were disenfranchised in terms of like government appointments? What actually inspired it? Because like, you know, he talks about
okay. So this is what I know. If you went to the Southeast back then, I know one of the biggest complaints was that there was a checkpoint at every other stop. So they felt like, what's all this extra policing all about? You know, like, this is how the people in Gaza are feeling with the Israelis.
Was it prior to his movement or after?
Well, prior to his movement. So this is one of the complaints. Like, there's extra armies and military. Why don't you?
Okay.
And they're foreigners. This is foreigners, meaning they came from the north. They don't know our culture. They
Right,
don't know us. You know
it
what I'm saying?
kept
So
evolving. You know, it became like the full on.
it was just a mess. It was just a mess.
Yeah, it kept evolving into different things, right? It was, you know, the Yoruba, the Hausa, the Fulanese, the herdsmen, right? It was the government. It was this. Like,
but then they started killing the police too. So it was just a complete, they started killing the police, kill military, and then they'll send people in. It was just a complete mess, bro. And this just shows the ineffectiveness of the Nigerian government.
There was no direction.
There was no direction.
What was his
from
scope?
both parts?
What was the scope? What was
nothing.
The scope?
There was nothing. There was nothing. He was just freestyling it.
They're just freestyle. Exactly. That's
what
I felt.
Just freestyling.
Felt like, you know, talking about Yoruba people eat palm oil stew. You know, that kind of.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So
like,
he had some points. Like when I first heard him, I'm like, okay, I can see where he's coming from. But then he started watering it down, and I think he just didn't have any direction. That was just the truth. He had no direction where he was going.
Personally, I thought he was fascistic. Personally, and I'm not a fan. That's my pet peeve. I hate fascists, bro. I despise fascists. I thought he was kind of fascistic the way he talks.
Right, he was.
That was my problem with him. And I was like, man, I could give this guy a chance if he followed if I understood his objective and he was like people centered, like he was talking. Let's say he was talking about the elites, you know, like maybe the elite, political elites in the eastern region. Like he was going after those guys. It would have made sense, but he wasn't going after the political elites. And it's like, what the hell's going on here?
I think it was when okay, so this is what I personally think. I think a lot of people bought into his message at first. Like people like myself, it piqued my curiosity. Oh, okay, this is interesting. But then I think when his military wing started showing how brutal they could be on the ordinary people, especially with like the sit at home Mondays and people getting shot and people getting killed and goods getting burnt and broken and shops getting smashed. So people were like, oh, whoa, is this what we're going to be living under if there's no Nigeria to save us? So outside, I think a lot of people were like, yeah, but inside they were like, okay, we hope you get freaking brought down one day, because you go on social media, this is what you see. A lot of people are now speaking against them, are now speaking on the atrocities they faced in the Southeast. You know, so I think at first it was noble, but then with everything else, like everything else that has no direction, this is what you get in the end, a life sentence. You know,
it somehow it kind of looks like psychological displacement, right? Like when you're angry at the leaders, you slap your son. You know, you get angry at home. You know, you go to work, your boss yell at you. You come home, you're like, your wife,
smack your wife.
Why don't you cook? Yeah, it looks like a displacement, right? He's displacing that anger on the ordinary people of in the region, but he's mad at the government.
Well, gentlemen, you know, going forward. I mean, we've seen the judgment. Going forward, what do you think is the way out? What do we do to douse the tension and to get calm return in the East and the
massive investment in the Southeast?
What kind of investment? Like what kind of investment? Like
schools for one, because you have to indoctrinate the kids. You don't want them to go through what their grandfathers and their fathers went through, where they felt like they were being ostracized or picked on by the rest of Nigeria. So you got to figure out a way to make life easier for them. I think the government has to make investments in housing, employment, schooling especially. Schooling. It matters. Education. It matters. And then I don't know how they're going to increase their social welfare, especially in a place where we know the data is really inconsistent. But somehow you have to give them a reason to want to be Nigerians. And you can only do that by improving their standard of living. Roads, you have to get on that.
Would you consider giving them a state so at least you can balance it out with the rest of
honestly,
the region?
I don't see what states would do. In fact, I think Nigeria has too many states. I think right now what Nigeria needs to do, regionalism. Go back to the regions. Yeah, you got to go back to the regions. Let everybody. This is another way you can assuage their fears. The Southeast, whatever coal, oil, natural gas you have, the government invests in it, and you keep the proceeds. Just pay taxes to us. Use the proceeds to take care of your people. There will be a strong federal oversight. Take care of your people. Resource control has to come in because that was one of his main. Just 1 second. That was one of Nnamdi Kanu's main agitations. They want to control their own resources. Give them that. You don't need states. It's too many states right now. In fact, we need to join some of those states because most of them are not they're not productive in any way.
If you give someone control of the resources, how does that translate into how does that translate positively to the rest of the people? Because I think his movement, he was able to get a lot of the youth to join his movement because they were disenfranchised economically, right? And that's the same problem going on in the north. That's why Boko Haram is able to recruit a lot of young people. So the problem is economic, right? However you look at it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would say the government should do something about housing. You see what I'm saying? Housing subsidies. It will be like a core things. It wouldn't be hey, you got to build nice roads. You got to do this. You know what I mean? All the general.
But you cannot really. Okay, so let's go back to the resource control thing.
Yep.
There's 36 states in Nigeria plus the federal capital territory. There's actually only about 4 or 5 states that take care of the whole country. The rest of the country is leeching off of the Niger Delta area and the taxes from VAT from Lagos. The rest of the country, only 4 or 5 states are productive. So you see them every month, they go and get money from the president. The president is like the king. So he's giving everybody, just imagine there's 4 of us here and only one of us makes money, right? But everybody, plus the people in the comments, come and start taking from that one person. You're never going to get rich. Everybody's going to stay poor. This is what's happening in Nigeria. So you got to make sure the Niger Delta improves economically. It's going to take a while. That's why you need strong federal oversight, right? To make sure it's not the same as what we have now. But the Southeast has enough natural resources on its own, which I think.
So there was a program. There was a government program for people in the Niger Delta area where the students were getting some money, right? What was it? Every month they were getting some pay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they could go. I forgot what
Niger Delta Development Fund, NDDF.
Exactly. That's direct. Something like that could be done for every region, even in the Igbo land. Every youth, let's say families, which if you have children, right, you could get from the government, with all the taxing program that they have. You know what I mean? They can say, okay, we will allocate this fund for families with children.
But the country is not rich enough to do that. How much do you think Nigeria? No, it's not. I don't know. Hold on. I said it's not rich enough. I'll ask you something. How much do you think Nigeria's budget is every year?
Want me to guess?
Yeah, just take a wild guess.
In dollars or
in dollars? In dollars.
I would say 200 billion.
Nah, try like 10% of that.
What?
Yeah.
No, wait, hold on.
It's less than $30 billion.
Damn.
So that's
it's about 30.
Yeah, about $30 million approximately. Yeah. Billion.
Billion dollars. Yeah.
And usually they have to borrow. They have to borrow from external sources.
Yes.
To offset the rest of the budget.
They could raise money from their taxing.
No, it's wait. Let's take it bit by bit, first step by step. So the country is not rich enough to do that. There's tax reforms that are currently happening, but how effective are they going to be? We're going to see. Maybe in about 2 more years, like we'll figure it out. Because data is seriously lacking in Nigeria, so people cannot be properly taxed even if they wanted to. That is one of the problems. Now, no society can run properly.
You know the
without
reason why I
taxes.
talked about state creation, because the Southeast is disadvantaged.
Yeah.
How is state creation going to alleviate the problem, like the economic problem?
It's going to exacerbate it. But before we even move on, Tony,
wait.
If a state was to be created, where would you want the state to be created out of?
Oh, that part. He's frozen.
Oh, he's frozen.
If you, because states are, okay.
I said, if you wanted a state, an extra state for the Southeast, where would you want the state to be created out of?
Carved out of, yeah.
No, I would leave that to for them to decide. But what I'm saying is that even if you look at the justice of it all, the fact that all the other regions, have six states, and Southeast is the only one. One has 7. The Southeast is the only one that has 5. Apart from the fact that there's a need for some balancing, but you see that states are also source of revenue for development to the area where it is instituted.
More states right now. Oh, sorry.
For instance, you have local governments and they get subvention, they get revenue from they get allocation from the federal government. The local government is going to be able to develop roads, employ people, and then the state itself will have capacity to raise its own revenue, and apart from what they get allocation they get from the federal, there are institutions that the state will just, the mere location of the state will attract to that particular area. Universities, federal infrastructure, roads, hospitals, specialists, schools, and so on and so forth. So, and then of course, when it comes to voting, things like voting and apportioning, all this stuff, recruitment in the military and so on and so forth. So all this they are losing by virtue of the fact that they don't have, that they are short. Let me
push back. Let me disagree.
Go ahead.
While on paper, I agree with you. On paper, I'll say realistically, and this is looking at Nigerian history, right? It's going to be the same thing. Let's even forget the fact that the Southeast itself is small enough as it is, and I think it already has too many states, which is why the Southeastern leaders are actually pushing to go across to the western side of Nigeria and take part of it to make their own state, which I don't think Nigeria is going to agree to, because then that will mean the Southeast controls both sides of the River Niger. We've argued this when I first came and people got upset. I said, well, it won't make sense for the people on the western side of Nigeria. That means they just cut themselves off of economic access and security, maritime transport. It will make sense from an objective point of view. But now let's say the states stay in the Southeast and one of them is cut out. They are right now seeking for a data state, Ndokwa, data, to come out of Imo, and I think Anambra or Imo and Enugu, one of the two.
There's Urashi, there's Adada, there's a couple of states that
But my point is the Southeast is already small as it is. It's small. Already there's 5 states, which are not really economically viable. And if the argument is that, well, it'll increase allocations financially from the Federal Executive Council, and it'll lead to development and roads, and it won't, because the remaining 5 right now have shown that no matter what they get from the federal government, they are going to misuse it. So it'll be to the benefit of people like Ned Nwoko and other politicians. That it's something for them to now put their fangs into and their greedy claws and
that goes back to the core
Nwoko
of
is not from the east. Nwoko is not. Nwoko
I'm
is from
saying,
there.
no, I'm saying if the state was to come from the Anioma state that they're pushing for. So
No, it's
Nwoko
probably not
is,
gonna. I don't see that, because that was part of
no,
what.
my point is he's pushing for it. I'm saying he's the guy pushing for it. That's what I'm saying.
But that was what stopped the initial creation of Anioma by Murtala Mohammed, because there was a push to include Onitsha and the adjoining communities, into Anioma, and so I remember that one of those who opposed it was late Justice Maido, who stood up to say, no, we don't want that, because Onitsha actually wanted to pull out from the east, because they have been feeling marginalized. The typical Onitsha man cannot trust that he has the power to choose whoever he wants to represent him. Yes,
but this is this. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. But my point still remains that in Nigeria today, there has to be some form of competitiveness for economic development and prosperity to take place. Why do I say that? Nigerians are lazy. Nigerians have become lazy, not physically, but mentally. So the society itself has created a situation where people can actually wake up in the morning and they have nothing to go fight for in terms of sustenance. And then the people that do go to school, everybody wants to end up in the office. Granted, in like the bigger cities, people are picking up on entrepreneurship. This is laudable. But the overwhelming Nigerians are unskilled, meaning we have to build more industries. We have to invest more in agriculture. Things that don't take too much skill, you just train them, but it will lead further down the road to economic prosperity. But people have to be able to determine how they want to invest money that from whatever kind of production they give the nation. It makes no sense where oil from the Niger Delta is used to build roads in the north. Oil from the Niger Delta is used to build houses or whatever in the east, west, everywhere, all around the country. Oil for the Niger Delta should remain in the Niger Delta, pay taxes to the federal government, and then they develop their own society. Not everywhere in the United States is New York, and not everywhere is California. We still got backwater towns in Oklahoma and Arkansas, but it's based on what they can produce. And it'll also help with migration.
Right.
Within the country and development. So Nigeria really needs, the country has to, they have to flatten everything they have now and start from scratch, meaning the Constitution. They have to revamp everything from jump. There's no point. There's no point we have a federal police, for example. They're overstretched, undertrained, so they will underperform. There's no money. There's no money. That's just the truth. So you merge all those regions, merge everybody, the unviable ones or the non-viable ones. Eastern region, South region, even the South needs to be divided into two. The North, figure it out. The West is already there. And let everybody become competitive and The federal government just focuses on tax, customs, excise, the military, and just oversight everything else. Make sure the justice system is equitable for everybody. This is what we need in Nigeria. It's not rocket science, really. It's just they don't have the political will because they are all criminals enjoying from the largesse.
Dr. Adama did place a topic before us on the table. We didn't discuss. And he was talking about
we can move on. We can move on.
Yeah, the Epstein the Epstein thing, you know. So maybe we can touch that as well. You know, Eccentric, I don't know if you should be familiar with all the politics surrounding this Epstein file and what is hidden, why the sudden change. Yeah, why the sudden change? Why initially President Trump didn't want it released? Well, first of all, initially he wanted it released. Oh, I will release it. I will release it. And then suddenly he flipped and said, no, there's nothing there. There's nothing to see there. And then now we see that it looks like he's going along with it. So what's happening? What do you think?
I think
it's there. Is there something really there?
There's something there. Yeah, they're using it to distract from the Venezuela invasion. It's a distraction, man. It's a distraction. That's what I think it is. You know, and I think also, I think his advisors, right, probably told him, hey, you're losing your base. You know, you're losing your base. I mean, Marjorie Taylor just announced that she's gonna quit politics.
January 26th.
Yeah, she's gonna quit politics. So it's affecting his base. So probably he got advice from his counsel.
She just abandoned her. She just abandoned her MAGA thoughts. You know, she's no longer a MAGA.
He said he's gonna. He said he withdrew his endorsement of her. So of course she has to And he was like, "Oh, it's because she wasn't gonna win anyway." So but oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think it's a distraction for for like I said, like the what do you call that? The Monroe Doctrine that they restarted. I think that's just a distraction to keep the people. You know, people like it's like it's like a social media topic. Hey, Epstein file, just push that in the forefront so we can invade Venezuela. I mean, right now they restricted any type of flight in Venezuela, like even like commercial flights. You know, the FAA just made an announcement about that.
When did they say they're going to release the files?
They're not going to. Well, they 30 days. They gave Bondi, the DOJ, 30 days to release the file. So she has like 30 days to.
But though that
is it going to be redacted?
Unredacted. But you know that if Bondi was to start an investigation today, then it stops the process for releasing the files.
Exactly.
So he's told Bondi he wants her to start an investigation because he wants to nail the Democrats. So she can just have it on her table, investigating forever.
Smart move,
and then it still never gets released.
Smart move. I thought he was trying to.
That's a smart move. That's a smart move.
He was trying to drag everyone down with him, but I think that's probably what it is. You know, just drag the process until everyone gets distracted. So like for instance, if he starts the conflict with Venezuela, everyone will forget about this.
Or Nigeria.
Or Nigeria.
We wake up tomorrow and then he's bombed the shit out of Nigeria.
Oh yeah. There was bombs dropped in Kano State. Forget about Epstein file. Everyone forget about Epstein file.
There you go. Everybody stop talking about Gaza.
Everyone's
talking about Nigeria.
Exactly. I think that's what this whole Christian genocide Nigeria was all about. It was to distract
100%.
what Israel is doing in Gaza and Lebanon. Because I mean, today they just bombed Gaza, like bombed the crap out of that place right today, and then Lebanon as well, southern Lebanon. You know what I'm saying? I think that was the distraction, so
it's all a game. Like
it's all a game. It's all tied together. The whole Epstein file, the problem in Venezuela, all the conflict going on. I think it's all tied together.
Because he has to distract. Listen.
Yeah.
Supposedly, him and Bill Clinton had some nice action going on.
That's not verified. That's not verified.
But that's what they say. So imagine what else. Imagine what else is in there, and it's not. I think people are not really like going too crazy because they think it's just girls.
Right.
Sorry to say, I guess society is used to, as much as we might abhor it, society is used to when they hear those kind of sexual acts, they assume that it was the opposite sex, between the opposite sex, even if the girl was underage or whatever, you know what I mean? Deplorable, but I think people are going to lose their minds when they find out that a lot of it was also little boys.
Little boys involved. But the thing is, like, does it really matter? Because you got to understand, like, I think we kind of infantilizes the Republicans, right? What I mean is that they could do the worst thing ever and no one would care, right? But if it's like the other political party, the Democrat, who I don't like, people like, people hold them in the high esteem, right? If they do any little thing, the news will blow it up. But this guy's like, we kind of infantilizes them.
Nah, I don't think that's it. I think it's a lot of hypocrisy. I think, okay, check it out. Every time you watch on the news and you see somebody getting caught for some sort of sexual deviancy, a political leader, a priest, is usually someone that's a Republican. But you see it in a little corner of the news and then nobody speaks about it anymore. But you really never hear of those kind of crazy, sick behaviors from Democrats. But the thing is,
I mean, look at most. Clinton. Remember Clinton
but that's aside. I'm just talking about on an everyday basis, right?
No, I'm saying like when it happened to Clinton,
right.
But it led to impeachment, right? You know what I'm saying? Right. It was a big deal, but this
it was. But I'm talking about everyday issues that get swept under the carpet, right? But then you look at it, it's mostly people that vote Republican that usually carry out this despicable act.
Right.
But you don't hear about it no more because they are more vociferous than everybody else. They're louder.
Yeah.
It's not like they're right, and it's not like people like them. It's just they know how to drown you out with noise.
They're like APC.
Yeah. It's the same thing. So they know how to drown you out with noise. Like they'll just, okay, what about this? What about that? And all of a sudden, everybody forgets about it until they do the next sick thing and the next sick thing and the next sick thing. But I think right now, because look at Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew is looking for, apparently he's fled the United Kingdom. Apparently he's gone. So a lot of people are going to be crushed politically.
Did you hear about the guy in Harvard that stepped down? What was he? Who what's his name again? His name was an Epstein file, and he stepped down. He was I forgot he was a professor in Harvard, and he was part of Tesla. I forgot the name. I gotta look it up.
Yeah. So a lot of people are going to be destroyed by this, and I know Nigerians hate when you say this. It's going to remove the influence that a foreign government, which shall not be named right now, has over the United States. It'll remove it totally. So all that where you have people like Senator Cruz talking about, I only came into Congress just to fight for he who shall not be named, and Robert Fine always in his Yamaha car.
His name is Larry Summers. Larry Summers.
Larry Summers, yes.
He was a professor on Harvard. He stepped down. His name is on the Epstein file.
A lot of them, they're going down. A lot of sick stuff happened. Yeah.
Dude, this is a paradigm shift, man. Hold on, man.
And we gotta listen. We cannot protect pedophiles. I don't know about.
Nope.
comments, what? You're a
No, we
diddler?
can't.
Are you serious? We can't do
protect.
that. We can't protect them. This guy plays with little kids.
Dude, I think there's some going on. I think there's some kind of paradigm shift. And it might, believe it or not, it might be connected to what's going on in Nigeria. It might be all connected, this whole thing.
No, it is all connected.
There's something going on with humanity. There's a shift, you know what I'm saying? Like there's some kind of shift going on. Political shift, you know, consciousness shift, something, you know? Like there's, every time you wake up and look at your phone, there's something. There's always an event. Like, so
also remember, there's something I've always brought up here, and I'm glad someone like Jagan always talks about it too. They're also looking for a way to give us the Chinese style governmental treatment. What do I mean by that? The way they monitor people, they're looking for a one ID, one unitary government system, and a lot of people are not thinking too deep into it. You see, this is why Palantir, for example, is gathering all this data. NVIDIA, Peter Thiel is talking about how people will be on their best behavior. Larry Ellison, well, actually, it was Larry Ellison. You know, if we monitor them 24/7, we don't want that. And they're distracting us while putting all these things in congressional acts as law. Whoever imagined in the United States we would have a central ID system? We never thought about this 25, 30 years ago. These are things that are for the states. These are things the United States always fought against. We don't want a central identification system.
Patriot Act, man. Patriot Act.
The Patriot Act, the Real ID Act. You know, so all these things are tied and intertwined, and they've been playing with people, and bit by bit, they're coming into fruition. But people like Thomas Massey are waking up. People like Marjorie Taylor Greene are waking people up. Tucker Carlson, you know, they're fighting against it. Because this is how fascism that you said you hate so much, this is how it starts. When you can control people. There's places in China where they say you pay carbon tax. These are things that are in Project 2025. And they're starting to implement it. You run down the street, they're even snatching up US citizens, asking them, show me your papers. We never thought America would ever be like this. So there's a lot of things we have to push back on, because if they become the norm, all it takes is for things to last. And it becomes a norm, and if people become complacent and keep obeying these draconian laws.
Also, I think there are positive things happening as well. Like for instance, the new mayor of New York, Mamdani, yeah. You know, that's, you know, there's, I know like this, some people would say this is like the age of shadow, right? You know, think before the sun comes out, it casts its shadow. This is like you know what I mean? But there are positive things happening, right? Like the Mamdani, there are people movement going on, right? And then also like this Trump scandals going on, right? You see like political consciousness is shifting. You know, people are like people are not waking up. People are not pro-Israel like they used to be. And now it's like the hidden hand that controls American politics has been exposed. You see what I'm saying? You know, with all the things that's going on. You know, a lot of things has come to light, and it's causing a political paradigm shift. Which they're
fighting back too. They're fighting back.
Of course, they'll fight back. Of course,
remember,
it's like a rattlesnake.
Okay, so after October 7th, prior to October 7th, there was a shift with the American populace, kids between the age of 9 and 35, right? Where everybody started turning against Israel.
In the political parties, like the Democrats was like, how many percent? Like it was like 40% of Democrats were pro-Israel, right? During the conflict, but all of the whole thing has flipped. Now it's like 20%.
But not entirely, because listen, this is what they're doing now. They're buying up all the media houses. If you go on social media, for example, all you're seeing algorithm is about Muslims are going to come kill you. So they trying. It's hard.
This is all tied together. The whole
right.
genocide in Nigeria.
Right.
It's all
so
part of the whole
everything
thing,
you're
you know what I mean?
seeing now is Muslims are going to kill you. Muslims. So they're paying $7,000 a tweet. So in case anybody needs $7,000. That's what Netanyahu was paying.
It's not working. It's not working in
It's
the
not
US
working,
because
it's not. They try hard, but it's not.
Because today in the US you have quite a lot of Muslims who are mayors in a lot of
Minnesota,
cities,
right? Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan.
Yep.
Oh, he froze.
That's what I'm saying. There's paradigm shift.
Is that Femi?
Right?
I don't know if that's working because the trend is actually changing. I would think that people are beginning to accept. In fact, let's forefathers is back now, and then we have a Pueblo with us.
Oh, that's Pueblo.
Can we switch off? I just want to say this. If we switch back to Nigeria, in the light of the things that are happening, we see so those of us who are in diaspora. Do you think that there's a chance that would ever catch up with the West or America or some of the tigers in Asia?
In 100 years, 150 years, maybe.
Here's the thing. Here's what I think, right? So if you look at Industrial Revolution, right, there is something about technological advancements bringing people forward.
Right.
You know, there's something about science bringing people forward, like regardless, like bridging the gap, right? For instance, I mean, you know, look at social media. Everyone is online. Most Nigerians are online. You know what I'm saying? There is a gap that's being bridged by, you know, technological advancements. And I believe, like, as technology advances, countries they don't have any choice. Systems will you know, evolve to meet up with the time. Nigeria, for instance, it's like, and you gotta understand, we all live in a different timeline. Like, if you travel from United States back to Nigeria, you probably moved back to 1970. Like, literally, like time, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing with time. You know, like, Nigeria might not be in the same century that you're in. And if you move to America, if you move from United States to China, you probably move to 2030. You're probably moving forward in time, right?
Yeah.
But you know, and then if you look at BRICS, you know, this BRIC thing going on right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How the Chinese technology, like, I mean, I was looking at BYD car. You know, they were doing their show, $10,000 car, dude. The car has a drone on the top. You can launch the drone.
But what about the material? How long do they last, though?
No, dude.
How well made are they?
Okay, here's the thing. In the UK, BYD sold more car than Tesla this year alone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So look what's going on. They're bridging the gap now. These are things that Nigerians, people in the global South can afford, right? So there is this technological gap being bridged with, you know, with emerging powers like China. Economies, exactly, emerging economies. You know, so I believe it or not, Nigeria is going to meet up. It might take, and it won't take that long.
The reason why I asked that question is some time ago, I saw a projection by one of these analysts, but international bodies, analytical economists, who said that by 2030 something or so, 50, I can't remember, that it ranked Nigeria as that Nigeria would rise to become about, I think, the 5th largest economy in the world. There'll be a change in the new world. America is going to go down, overtaken by China, and then I think India or something like that. But you know, it took. Tony,
they've made all these projections in the past. If we listen to the World Bank and the IMF and the Bretton Woods and all these people from 15 years ago, you think Nigeria would be amongst the top 15 economies in the world. This is what they predicted. But this is not the case today. It's not that Nigeria... Okay, so I think context matters here, which is what I think I should have asked before saying 100 years or 150 years. Like, development in what way, right? Or catch up in what way. But if we're looking at just economically, which would mean we would have to improve our infrastructure. That would be paramount. We'd have to have industries. We have to be able to produce our own raw materials and turn them into our products at home without exporting them and importing them again.
Not necessarily.
But that would be more economically feasible for us to achieve the standard. Right, the standard that we are hoping for. One of the things that killed Nigeria for a long time was the fact that we did not have the ability to refine our own oil locally.
Mm-hmm.
That was the thing.
Okay,
now the Dangote refineries, one second, the Dangote refineries was a game changer, right? We are in dire need of industries in Nigeria so we can produce locally. China doesn't have to go smelt its iron ore in Canada, then bring them back to Beijing before taking them to Shanghai to build bridges. They smelt them right there.
If you can make your battery in China for let's say for $10 and then you do it locally and it costs you $20, why would you want to do it locally?
No, that makes sense. Obviously, you don't want that. That makes no business sense to take on additional costs. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in a place like Nigeria where right now labor laws are lax, so labor is extremely cheap, right? Because the reason why labor is extremely expensive in the United States, most of it is because of the laws on the ground, right? So labor laws are really lax in Nigeria. They're not going to improve anytime soon, right? And people don't even really know their rights. That's by design. We need industries. We need industries to be able, it is required for sustained growth or for growth at all. So you don't want to take your copper right now or your aluminum and send it overseas first to get smelted and then bring it back to Nigeria to get sold to you, your own product. It makes no business sense.
Can I say?
Ovie, what do you think, Ovie? Ovie has been listening, Ovie. What do you think?
I think Femi, it's Femi, not Ovi. Is that Ovi?
Okay, Femi. Okay, I thought it was his time. I'm sorry.
I said that's Femi, yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Tony, good evening, by the way.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Mr.
hi.
Tony, I think you will have a better handle on something I wanted to add. You know, because sometimes when I tell my my girl that it's when I picture the Nigeria I grew up in. Again, I know at the risk of sounding repetitive, growing up in southern Kaduna at the time, at least I know I saw something called Bata. It was huge.
The shoe.
I remember NASCO Industries. I know it was not a mirage. It happened. Even if it was towards the end of what we knew as industrialization. I remember when proper social studies and civics and moral instruction was still being taught, and history to an extent. At least I met some things. I know about I think it used to be called development plans. I don't know if it was 5 year, 10 year. And apparently a lot of these things were being followed. At the time, whenever we visited Lagos looked like, I mean, I'm not saying that it was London, but you know, when you grew up in other parts of Nigeria, and at the time, there was no Abuja was still a development plan of sorts. If you visited Lagos, it looked like you're London. That's how it felt. But I say this to say that even at that time, at least I got to see what looked like the end or the beginning of the end of what Ilupeju Industrial Estate used to be like, Agbara Industrial Estates. I think I may have mentioned there was NASCO was huge. It was NASCO this, NASCO that. And I think growing up, there was also this thing I didn't understand then, maybe because of how the pronunciation was bastardized. Recall there used to be Kingsway, Leventis.
Leventis.
See, I think there was another
UTC.
one.
UTC.
UTC. And then, I mean, it almost took my mom to remind me as well that I think it was in Ibadan, they made Sanyo radio and TV, they made batteries somewhere, they made tires, they made a lot of things that they put on, especially when we had the Peugeot automobile in, I think it was in Kaduna, and then Volkswagen in Lagos.
Yeah. Leland, Anamco.
Yeah. Anamco, you had the truck, the Caterpillar making companies. Like, you had a lot of things going on. There were things that if you ever told me that we'll get to a point will be important thing, Berek, you ever told me that we'll get to a point will be important things as simple as toothpicks, I'll be like, it's a lie. So as we were talking, as I was hearing things about industrialization, I was like, it's ironic that these things actually happened in Nigeria, the same Nigeria, well, maybe not the same Nigeria, but in thinking about it, I kind of feel that it's and I agree with Eccentric on some the response because that was exactly what I was going to start with when I was going to talk that we've reached a point where we don't have to do too much if we are really serious to actually meet up with the rest of the world. Because remember, by the time GSM came to Nigeria, we leapfrogged a lot of in-betweens that we could have passed through because of the technology of the time that just came up all of a sudden. And of course, it wasn't just Nigeria, most of Africa, So the way I look at it, even as I'm talking to you, I have this opinion that part of what is dragging us behind, even though one cannot discountenance the parts that foreign adversaries play in, whether one likes it or not, even though we can't discountenance it, I still think that whether we stay together as a nation, even though I believe it would have been ideal that we stay together, but of course not under this kind of rancor and circumstances. I feel that because we are like a sum of the parts. I mean, the Igbos with their industriousness and what have you, their know-how. The Yorubas, whether you like it or not, you still have intellectuals and other contributions, and even the Northerners. Because, bro, I promise you, when I went to school in Kaduna, some of the brightest people are from the North. It pains me when I try to rationalize the fact that even the North is the way it is. If you give these people the chance, they're some of the smartest people you're going to find anywhere in the world. I promise you. So, but putting all of this together.
Family, let me stop you there. I just want to add something that I want you to interrogate. Now, take Dangote refinery, for example. This was supposed to be a game changer, and I think to some extent is a game changer. Now, he has put up a refinery and is acting like a stopgap in that industry for us. Now, but we are making it difficult for him to operate. Now he imports crude, which we have here from America. So that's forex that we're supposed to save. We're not saving it because we now have to look for foreign currency to pay America and get the crude and process. Now, is that how we are going to develop? Just looking at this same discussion that we're talking about, isn't that a militating factor? Such things. Or you look at Davido's father, who wanted to establish a power plant, and there were frustrations that were put on his part. So when you have those initiatives where people, their entrepreneurial spirit is being killed by maybe greed or political considerations. How do you think that we can progress and to the height that you're trying to explain?
Sir, I won't take it further by reminding us about how Philippe Emeagwali went back to Nigeria twice. He spoke about how he was frustrated back to the US. The same Philippe Emeagwali. And you're right, because and that's why sometimes when you see the way politicians, political elite, and even in a lot of cases, the followers are complicit as well. Because I hate to say it, but there's nothing as good as admitting that certain things that you may not like, but are the truths, irrespective of the fact that in this case, for example, I'm Yoruba. But there are things that I see. I mean, I don't like to go the ethnic route, but at least I go when I want to be objective. And I'm speaking from the point of view of the Yoruba people, and I see the contributions of what the major ethnic groups have rendered Nigeria to be as well.
They destroyed it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was speaking out loud. I said they destroyed it.
Yeah. So because I said to say that, to your point, let me even add something before I continue. I don't know if you realize that a lot of America's crude America's crude oil is nowhere near the best in the world anyway. They're even lucky that Dangote's refinery is able to process it, because I don't know if you're aware of this. I didn't know this until I lived in Odessa for a while, where you have some of the oil fields in Texas. I didn't realize that there's this refinery. It's about 1 hour from Odessa. Odessa is about 5 hours from Dallas, right? That refinery is 1 hour from Odessa, where you have a lot of those fracking machines.
Mm-hmm.
It will surprise you that a gallon of oil costs more in Odessa than in Dallas or Houston. It doesn't make sense, but I'll explain. That refinery actually cannot refine the oil that comes from America. They also have to import oil, because America is not interested in. I don't know if you're aware of this. It's just something I just realized. It's very weird. A lot of American investors are not interested in building new refineries. So, to your point, now I just thought to mention that. To your point about Dangote, you see, when all of these people at the top, the people that are running Nigeria, the major actors, when they're busy doing their nocturnal meetings and discussing how they're going to sabotage Nigeria, together with the people that we blame, even myself, we like to blame the outsiders. At that point in time, they do not remember that they're Fulani. They don't remember that they're Igbo. They do not remember that they're wherever they come from, Muslims or Christian. So there's a lot behind the scenes which a lot of us cannot account for, and we can't necessarily be blamed for, but we probably are still complicit in by not calling these things out, especially when it comes to the issue of, because it's from my side of the country. Because I think there's a lot more we can do, but because again we ourselves we're compromised. Because I'm going to end this way, that even if we divide, which I don't have a problem with, if we can live, if we want to live peacefully. But even if we were to divide, I've heard people tell me, "Oh, you know what? You're just saying it is your people that behave like that. That we Igbos or whatever, if we go our separate own way, we're able to sort ourselves." Well, I look to Sudan as an example of the fact that there may not be any guarantees that would happen. I'm not saying that we should not go our separate ways if we had to, but there's just something that I think has happened ever since colonization that has prevented us from being able to talk holistically about trying to see how we can resolve our issues and just be fair. And I understand that a lot of things have happened leading to the civil war and after, but then is it just Nigeria? If you take the case of Nigeria, look at the rest of Africa. Is it not the same?
America?
So here's the thing: the reason why I oppose, the secession, movement, is because of the political ideology of the secessionists, right? I regard myself as a socialist. You know what I mean? I lean towards socialism, right? those guys are neoliberals. So for that fact, nothing is going to change. If they secede, Igbo land will not magically start growing high-rise buildings and industries. You know what I'm saying? Because, you can look at the leadership right now. The leadership is not different. Like, in order for you to make case for secession, you could say, hey, look at what we are doing in our region. We are, look at our policies, right? It's different from what these guys are doing. Therefore, let's separate. You know what I mean? We don't have, there's no alignment in ideology, but ideologically, they are aligned. You know what I mean? The state government operates the same way as the state government in other regions. So what would secession do? What would he do? Like, if you separate, what is he going to do? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing. The people will still be poor. You see people like going around hawking food, making, not making enough to feed their families. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. That's the problem with this whole thing. That's my problem with it.
People always think, oh, sorry.
People, and a lot of people will lose their resources. Like, a lot of Igbo people have investments everywhere. Like, I have people that I know someone, a friend of mine, owned a school in Lagos, man. You know what I'm saying? She's doing good. She's doing okay. If you secede, if some crazy guy, carry out secession, and your Bible could say, hey, all right, go back to your country if that's what you want. Because the secession, you're not doing it peacefully. You were seceding because you were mad at something. They could kick you out. They could tell you, hey, all right, forfeit all your investments here and go back to your country. You know what I'm saying?
Very true.
And that's millions of Igbo people that doesn't live in Igbo land. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys are not. They don't have any political ideology that's different. That's better. Their movement. It's not altruistic movement. They don't have any.
But that's because the country hasn't really given them anything to look forward to. So it's always a case of, and I'll go back to Tony's question. It's a case of people. The grass is always greener on the other side. Like, there's a saying I always say, it makes my family always laugh. It's like when a woman sees her husband or a spouse is not making as much money as the neighbor, right? I always tell people, I say, the grass is always greener on the other side. People think the grass is greener on the other side, forgetting that cows also shit on it. So there's something on the line. So it's like, people, have you ever read Animal Farm? If you've ever read Animal Farm and you see how people had this fixation of utopia, the animals, but it was always bad leaders after bad leaders deceiving them, then the pigs, Napoleon, Squilla, and the rest of them just completely played them out. So that's what always happens with fantasies and ideologies when things are not working properly. But to what Tony said, I just want to say, based on the question you asked Femi, Nigeria is trying to destroy something that you would ordinarily look at as a golden egg. This is why I always say, and I push, Nigeria is not going anywhere fast if we do not strengthen certain institutions. Primarily, the justice system. I'm always screaming about this. So when people cannot seek redress, imagine they sabotage Dangote, and he knows for a fact, I'm gonna clean you out for what you just did in the Nigerian court. Less people will be likely to try it moving forward, but this is not the case. So it does not make for a conducive business environment, and this is why investors are also very reluctant to put their money in Nigeria, because you could easily lose it just because a government official wants not just a piece, but wants your whole investment. So these are things Nigeria also has to put in place. We have to make sure there are consequences for example, economic sabotage. You want to give life for terrorism? Well, maybe you also want to give life or the death penalty for the person or persons that are a reason why these guys started agitating in the first place. So It's a lot. Nigeria has to start from scratch, but is there the political will to put these measures in place?
Starting from scratch, man.
I
think
over to you.
countries go through an evolution, right? Like starting from scratch means we have to repeat everything that we've gone through again. Like
no, starting from scratch just means you have to just strengthen certain places in the country, institutions.
Right.
You just got to strengthen them, man.
I think the problem is the executive branch, right? Like of course the police, because they are the ones that, I mean, if a judge gives sentences, right, someone has to execute the sentences, right? Like the police, has to be strengthened. I don't know what that's going to look like. They have to strengthen the police, the executive branch, the judicial branches, right?
What do you think about the place of actually restructuring and just getting back to basics in terms of fairness as well?
That's what they need to do. This is what the government needs to do. Sorry, Central Cats, I'll tell you something.
Go ahead.
The regions, however they want to split them up, they figure that out. In my head, I think I know what I want. I think I want about 8 regions. That's debatable, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'm talking in respect of letting them control their resources.
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. So 8 regions, I was just talking about that just before you came on. That's what we were talking about. And everybody controls their own resources. But then there has to be strong governmental oversight, a strong presence in the states, in the regions, to make sure that anybody that violates federal law in our attempt to advance the Nigerian economy gets especially punished. So you have to,
I speak the truth. Like
eccentric. Just hold on. I want to defer to Forefathers is here. He's the moderator, so I want to defer to him. But there's something that he has always said here, looking at political leadership, and he has always used the Swiss example. Where you have power shifting, just around rotational. Presidency, and there's enough representation in all those. Even when you have a president, you still have members of who are representing the other regions, like their VPs or something like that. But they're also part of the ruling council. Although you have one person who is the president at a time, so he has advocated the Swiss model. That is like all inclusive, to ensure that all this bickering that we're talking about zoning or no zoning that is causing problems in the country and so on, would that kind of arrangement, and I'm talking to forefathers now, diffuse this tension over political office, over who is the president, who is the vice president, and an inclusive governance. Yeah,
I think that will evidently clear it now, given that if you have one person from the 6 geopolitical zones each assemble in this presidential council, and one person each rule for 1 year with the presidential council. When they say rule, it's a kind of misnomer, because it's just a representative
ceremonial.
It's a representative of the council. So the council are the ones ruling. So you have 6 heads ruling your country instead of 1, which is actually richer. So, and more diverse.
That is our problem, man. This whole red tape crap. Okay, here's the thing. Here's what I propose. It's called, look it up, homeostatic system of government. Homeostatic system of government. You know what I'm saying? Like the idea is this, right? Let me give you an example. The government will say, okay, here's the threshold. We don't want any hungry children in Nigeria, right? That's the threshold. If we find any hungry family, if there's going to be a way to report, locally, they'll be reporting, you know what I mean? And this is how China was able to alleviate poverty completely from their country. And I've mentioned the place in India. I mentioned the name of the region in India that actually alleviated poverty completely. We can implement that system where, regardless of your policy, as a political party's policy, it will not affect the fact that this is what's agreed on. Every child has to eat something, right? That's a policy. That policy has to be maintained. And if there is a case of like poverty in a certain region, everything has to stop to correct that. Kind of like how your body, when it gets hot, it starts vibrating. You know,
that's how the Middle Eastern governments are.
Exactly. Like I'm telling you, man, that's it. Not having like 6-7 leaders. Like what are they going to do? Collect?
I don't even think seven. They're going to get paid. Those guys are going to get paid. Eccentric, the point I get the point you're making. You know, we have always had this contention over who is the president, and INEC is connected, the courts are connected. So what I was saying, what I was looking at, you know, in that suggestion that Prophets has always made is that, you know, it will remove that contention for, you know, who becomes president. INEC has to come. The courts have to, you know. So if you have
I don't think Nigeria is ready for that.
That's not even our problem. That's the thing. The problem is not that.
Hold on. How can you even say that? You have a society that has almost 200 something tribes, almost 500 languages. People are divided, and you are talking about rotational system. Remember, what you are describing has nothing to do with transfer of power. Transfer of power is a very, very delicate aspect of any nation. It can cause chaos for any nation and can destroy it in some cases. So if you have such a system, it will make for a very, very stable system. And most people will feel that if anybody wants to tamper with Nigeria, you see that the people will protect it because they are all represented. You are not going to get this nonsense where some side is feeling like a fifth column in the nation, because this time they are all represented.
But you know why I kick against it? I kick against it because I don't think Nigeria is ready for that type of government. Like, how are they going to be chosen from the bottom up, right?
How much are they going to get paid?
No, forget about how much they get paid right now. But how expensive would it be to elect each member of the council, and who decides? Okay, so each region decides who they want, like the Swiss cantons, right? Like each region decides, oh, we want this person, and we want this person, and we want this. But I don't know. It makes sense on paper, but I just think we need a weaker center. I think the regions have to become.
Working center almost killed us completely. Because we are not ready, because we are so diverse. That's the problem. The more diverse the people are, the more you want a strong center that they can lead to.
But the strong centers have basically turned themselves into a dictatorship right now. The last 99, that's 26 years. And started from 1960, if we're being real.
One dumb person ruling at this time, but imagine if you had a presidential council. Some people like PDP will be there, other smarter people from other regions will be there.
I don't know. Let me tell you why I don't know. GEJ had a national conference on how do we want to restructure the country moving forward. There was hundreds of people, supposedly the smartest people in Nigeria at the time. I want everybody to go back and look at the crazy recommendations these guys were putting forth. Asking for allocations for themselves, asking for allocations for governors, asking for 50 more states, all kinds of crazy nonsense. I was like, and I remember this is, what was GJ there, like 2008? About? Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think the presidential system is the problem.
What makes it quite good is that what makes the system good is because we've seen a system that is practicing it, and secondly, it makes our own democracy actually more advanced than all the other nations, because that nation's democracy is the strongest in terms of, because they are, it's so stable. Because can you imagine that kind of nation even going to civil war? It's like almost impossible.
But they're also different. They're also richer and more educated.
Forefathers, I want you to look at I want you to look at the problem that we've had in Africa. Most of the time is election. Whether it's in Tanzania, whether it's in Mozambique, whether it's Cameroon, whether it's in Ivory Coast, even in Nigeria, or it's always election related. It's always election related. If there's a coup, it's because the leader is not doing well or is marginalizing people and so on. So that's why I'm emphasizing this thing, because somehow, if you have a leadership that is less contentious, if you have a system of leadership where people are no longer that desperate, that's why I'm saying that maybe we can have time to study this Swedish option and dissect it. And
I propose the Chinese model, man.
Yes,
that's what I propose.
You think Nigerians are not going to fight for the presidency of a region?
Nigeria is too diverse.
They fight.
You have to destroy.
So if there's seven presidents, if there's seven presidents to be chosen, or 8 or 6, whatever. You think the regions are just going to all kumbaya, hold each other together, and say, "Hey, guess what? We need the central cast to represent us in the center, and we need hopefully nobody chooses forefathers, right? So they say we need we need forefathers to come and represent us. They're still gonna fight. It's Nigeria.
Oh no, they will fight, but the fight will be on a lower scale. You see that, not on a national level, and that can be contained more easily. You see what I mean? And the fights will be more about local issues, not because they are closer to the local this thing. It takes it away from the center, right? Because right now people don't focus on the local enough, and I think that on balance, if you look at how it is manifested in a place like Switzerland, one, it makes us more advanced. The Western democracy that they have right now, they are behind in terms of, and it's a shame that Switzerland is not a superpower. If it was a superpower, you would have seen the effect come, because they are more advanced, and it makes them more stable. What it means to be that stable, it means you don't have to worry about that problem. Do you know America, towards an election, all crazy, they go through a lot of stress.
America rules for only 2 years, and the remaining 2 years they start contesting for the election.
You see that it takes them away from what they are supposed to be doing. But if you have such a system, it's a lot. And then there's also, because it's a direct democratic system, which means the people actually own the power.
Father, I'll be here. I know you don't want me to talk. That's why you keep.
Look at that.
Why are you like this?
I don't
know what you have given to Mr. Tony. Mr. Tony is here since morning. I'm like, Father gave you something to eat. It's only Father that have that energy.
Yeah, so Tony is really tough today. I'm strong.
I love the discussion you guys are having. At least this kind of discussion give me hope still, That's why I'm frustrated about what things that are going on.
Yeah, this week it was so depressing this week.
Yeah, we gotta be serious. If we are really serious, we can find a way out of all this crisis we are having. Because when we come here every day, all we discuss is my tribe is better than yours, I'm taller than you, I'm better than you. We never gonna go anywhere.
No,
I think that's the problem we have. We gotta have this discussion like
the earlier conversation. Hold on. Let me just add something. The earlier conversation where they were talking about industrialization or development, I feel like Nigeria has to have a solid one generation of 100% technology. This in education.
Turn the whole place to a building project.
One generation, yeah. Everybody has to be trained in technology.
I get it, but we are not gonna pick them from nowhere. We have to build them. We have them, so we have.
We got them in one.
We have to build them. Yeah, we have them. I get your point. We have them. We actually have them abroad, but Nigeria, the young ones are very sharp. Trust me. Like all these Gen Z, you got to train them. You got to put in the work. So unfortunately, the leaders we have, the governors, the president, they don't even understand where the world is going. They don't even understand the issues. You know, they don't even understand the issues. I heard Minister of Bonsu Tijani. What minister is it again? I heard he do a lot of good stuff, but yeah, okay, we have more of those people, right? Even if you have to bring them from abroad, put them in different parastatal, put them in strategic position. Even state governors should look into this stuff. You know, we can get it done, but
I don't mean to cut you. Let me tell you what the guy is doing.
Okay.
You see, because of course, let's not lie to ourselves. Nigeria will humble you and frustrate you at the same time. Let me tell you what the guy is doing. He has that Andela guys. I just want to give you an example. He's silent. He knows Nigeria well.
Right.
So it doesn't. That's why sometimes, anytime you see him appear on you don't just see him appear anywhere just to make a noise. He's doing what he did with the technology hub in Ogun State. I don't know if you know about that hub. Limelight. So what he did was he got someone like that Andela guy who has built a lot of stuff in Canada before he went back, and he got people like that. I've been navigating. The lady that owns Main One, they're laying some cables for
fiber cable.
There's some things going on. I'm just letting you know. But the thing is that because he knows, just like to our point here, again, I'm sorry I took your time. I just wanted to.
No, go ahead. I'm enjoying it.
What he's doing is, so he got people like that together. So, like that Andela guy, for example, is part of that 3MTT
3MT
program. And trust me, they're really moving. It's just that he's not making noise about it, and it's not limited to all of what you're saying. They're actually doing it.
I've heard.
So whichever state government has sense, like the Abia state governor as an example, even Lotin, even what's his name, Sonwolu, there's a way he's strategizing and working with them underneath, and they're actually doing things. Because as a matter of fact, one of my cousins who recently got signed on from England, he got pushed from Nigeria, actually was part of the program, but he's still doing some things as payback to people in Nigeria. So they have these clusters that they're building. You understand? I mean, for example, I've not fully penetrated that group. But at least whatever some other guys are doing, whether from abroad or in Nigeria, they're forming some kind of cohorts that's merging with that main 3MTT thing. Remember, I think it's in the second module now. So basically, the whole idea is try to build on that Chinese model, knowing that we work in an environment that is only by the grace of God for those that manage. So he's doing that, but remember, it's only one person, but he's actually doing that. And it's working in it's difficult. It's very Nigeria will make you run mad.
If you don't have a mind, Nigeria will destroy you.
Yeah, Nigeria is difficult. That's just
you can lose money. You gotta have your mind.
But I think for us to really move forward, we're gonna look for some kind of restructuring. It's a discussion we need to have.
Are we restructuring federally or locally? Because
honestly,
people barely talk about local politics. People barely talk about local politics.
Sorry. Restructure is subjective. Restructure can actually mean anything. It can actually mean anything. Restructure is subjective. So,
anyway, sorry to cut again. Do you know your local government chairman?
No. They don't even have. So look at it, right? Look at it, right? Restructuring mean a lot, right?
Right.
So we need electoral reform. We need that restructuring in such a way that, we do re-empowerment of the local government too. in such a way that people will not be fighting for government. Look at common New York mayor. Madani was just with Trump yesterday.
Trump.
Yeah, I saw that.
Just imagine, can you have something in Nigeria that a councillor in a place or a local government chairman, the president is calling you, oh, come to Asura, oh, let's have discussion how we're going to move your area forward. Despite they are not in the same party, they don't even agree, but for the interest of the country. So look at the empowerment to if Trump have the power, he will make sure Madani will never be a mayor of New York.
He's talking about deporting him.
Can a president, if Bola Tinubu tells any governor, I want this person to be the local government chairman of that local government, there is nothing you can do. That's how powerful Nigeria president can be. But that power, they need to decentralize it, but people are not getting it.
They got to weaken it.
Governor, as a matter of fact, if the president of Nigeria tells you, I want this person to be the next governor of that state by
you
fire,
got no choice.
It will happen. You have a president who can wake up tomorrow and tell the CBN governor, I need 20 billion naira cash in my office. There is nothing you can do.
No.
You have a president that will fire the chief of military tomorrow morning. Nothing will happen. You have a president that will fire the chief judge tomorrow morning. Nothing will happen. Go ahead.
There is advantage in having a strong center. Because if you look at the UK, they have quite a strong prime minister. If he gets his majority, he can pass almost any law.
Power.
Yeah, but there's still checks and balances from Parliament.
There is check and balance in Nigeria without.
But they have what they call whip. They whip
the chief whip.
Bro, I know this.
They whip their MPs in shape. Like they basically control the MPs.
Sorry, the UK and Canada, they have the same system.
Yeah.
I know that system so well. There is still check and balance. Even from your party member, there are things they will put their legs.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't exist. Even in the UK, it's tough. It's tough to check your prime minister.
You say what?
It's really tough to check your prime minister. It's very tough in the UK. To check your prime minister's power is very. It has
you could be prime minister today and not be prime minister tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's true.
Bro, even in Australia,
they can kick you out. You can put you today and they kick you out tomorrow.
Australia in the last 10 years, they've had around 9-10 prime minister. Go and check.
Yeah, Australia. They kept switching. Yeah. You can change the prime minister, but the prime minister is still very powerful. That's the one I'm saying.
Okay. Wait, let me give you an example. What is the essence of us having Senate and Rep? If they are gonna be doing rubber stamp Senate and Rep, what is the essence of having the Senate and Rep? Let the president just be Omega Alpha and Omega.
But the only thing that use the money to develop. It's not the constitutional problem. It's a Nigerian problem whereby the presidency has captured the other three branches.
It's a system. It's a system. It's a system. It's an institutional problem.
What part of our law is different from that of America?
So
that's why we have the same problem.
Is the problem now?
So if the president decides to abuse the law like Trump is doing right now, then we're going to face the same thing.
Yeah, but they used to check them now. They used to check them in America.
Let me give you an example. Ordinarily, the executive, legislature, and the judiciary is supposed to be independent. There is check and balance. The judiciary, who is giving them money? You think they have independence? They don't.
And they're supposed to be the most powerful in this system.
They're supposed to be most powerful.
Next year's election, you see, one of the areas, if I was to say, that's something you should have said. One of the big difference, which I find a bit peculiar that Nigeria didn't do that between the Nigerian system and the American system is they have the midterm. Nigeria doesn't seem to have that.
Yeah, we're not developed that way yet. We're not that rich.
There is a problem with
it's a lot of money.
The system is fantastically corrupt. The people in charge, they don't want to touch anything because it's benefiting them. The only time, if Tinubu leave power now, you will hear him coming online telling you, no, the systems. Look at Obasanjo, for God's sake. Obasanjo use what we call veto power, do whatever. Obasanjo tell you he does not want you to be governor. Obasanjo it was during Obasanjo.
The lack of
They kidnapped. Hold on. It was during OBJ. See, despite I praise OBJ for some economic improvement, when it comes to politics, I don't want to hear that man.
Yeah,
during Obasanjo, it was during Obasanjo they kidnapped a city governor with the power, with the backing of Obasanjo. A city governor, he was kidnapped. During Obasanjo, if he does not want you to be governor, how many governors did he remove from office? Obasanjo, these people, we need to do something.
I think that critical part, because American government presidents, which is the system we are using, if we had that midterm, anytime the president wants to run crazy, then that election seems to be the one that checks them.
Okay, if you have midterm, do you have elections? Our elections don't count. So there should be electoral reform in such a way that the vote of the people will count. Because if the vote of people count, Mr. Tony is here with his experience, can go to his place, say, you know what, I want to contest. You're going to talk to the people, you're going to convince the people, these are my programs, this is what I want to do. Even if you don't have the money, the people can say, no, we believe in this man, we vote for him.
Yeah.
There's something.
Go to Nigeria, go to your local government and tell them you want to contest or cancel, or you will know what I'm talking about.
There's something Speak the Truth said that's tied to what you're saying right now, right? Strengthening all the institutions. Like, if the Supreme Court is very strong, right? The president cannot remove a sitting government, right? A sitting governor from a state, right?
Right.
You know, yeah, exactly. You know, so we need to strengthen the institutions that could hold the government responsible.
Yeah, exactly.
And it has some kind of checks and balances. But who's
in any society? Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. In any society, I'll tell you right now, like AY is even saying, the judiciary is supposed to be the strongest institution out of the other remaining two branches of government. You have to be the ones that will say, well, this law is reasonable, or get this out of here. Not good for the people. Then Congress, of course, remakes them however they want to reshape it. If we don't have that in Nigeria, not only are we going to have the kind of injustice that pervades or permeates the society today, again, I will reiterate, Nigeria will have a long way to go economically. Because if people cannot seek redress in court, why would I want to come invest my money there?
That's a solid point.
Yeah, if a governor can look. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think, like,
I think it was Mr. Tony, somebody mentioned what Davido's father was doing, right? So you saw what they did to Davido's father, Adeleke, right? He's building power station, I think, in Ondo State. You saw what they did to Dangote. My major concern was, do you know the implication of that? You see Dangote want to cry on a live TV, the richest black man in the world.
Investors are watching this.
So here is what people are going to say. So if you can treat Dangote with $20 billion investment in that way,
thank you.
Me that have $1 million, you want me to go and risk my life? That
I tell you how much I've lost.
But see, this is why we need to strengthen like people's movement, right? Something like the unions. If I'm saying, like at the end of the day, the people have the power, right? The union can go, if the government does something egregious like that, the people can go on strike. If the people like unite under one umbrella, let's say in the unions, in some kind of organizations, right? And the president goes in.
Dude, Nigerians are always on strike.
The law. You know what I'm saying? The president circumvents the law. The people can go on strike, like what Nnamdi Kanu does, where he says every Monday don't go to work. Imagine
Nigerians are always on strike.
No, I'm saying, imagine like if it's more robust, like kind of like in China, right? You know what I'm saying? Where you have like people-centered a type of government, right? Where the people can say, hey, okay, the government is going out of hand. We can shut down the whole economy of Nigeria and put a full stop to the economy. Like, what are you going to do?
One of the reasons why Nigeria does not make gains economically every year is because one industry, whether the medical industry, the educational industry, they always go on strike. Strikes are not a problem for Nigerians.
No.
Not a problem.
Yeah, so strikes are good because changes can happen out of union uprisings, right? Union uprisings can cause changes. I mean, that's how you have the Bolsheviks, right? It's the uprising of the people. So if the government has so much power, you know what I'm saying, and act like a dictator, and there are no one to check them, the people don't have to come in and riot and burn stuff down.
Union leaders in Nigeria are
they can hit them where it hurts. You know what I'm saying? Like the port, all the institutions, they can go on strike. They can say the government is going out of hand.
They go on strike all the time in those industries too. That's not the issue. Ask anybody on here that's conversant with how Nigeria is run. Yeah. The Port Authority always go on strike. Everybody goes on strike.
But for what
Everybody's on.
What are the reasons that they go? What reasons are they going on strike for? Like, what are the reasons?
Well, they complain about maybe the what's the word I'm looking for?
They can't complain on anything.
The atmosphere, their treatment, their pay, everything.
What I'm saying is that imagine if let's say if Tinubu removed the governor of Abia State, and all the government workers in Abia State, all the state workers shut down the whole economy and say, we are shutting the economy for this reason, and give the government reason for doing that, and go out and protest, go out on social media, blast their protests and everything, make some noise. You know what I'm saying? To shame the government.
Let me tell you an industry. Wait, let me just say one thing. Let me tell you an industry, Nigeria. I just wish these people were forward thinkers. All right. The prison industry. They could make so much money from the unruliness and the love of Nigerians to flout law and order. If you cannot have a system where every action for productivity and development is predictable, you're wasting your time. You jaywalk, you get a ticket, you're going to jail. You rob somebody, you're gone for 20 years. You ask for a bribe, you're gone for 5 years. You took a bribe and conspired with 3 of your colleagues to take the bribe. Well, whoever cannot point out the other one, you're going to jail for 30 years. Guess what? Everybody's sitting up. Femi kept saying something. I don't know if you picked up on it. Each time he talked, every other sentence is like, Nigeria, when you vest, you will see what they're going to show you how. It shouldn't be like that.
Nigeria is special.
It shouldn't be like that. You have to have a conducive business environment. And to have that, law and order has to take top place. Barring that, wasting our time.
If law and order take top place and the president has absolute power where they can remove state government, like how would you deal with that problem?
Of course, if
how are you going to deal with that problem?
If law and order is paramount, then the president, of course, will not be in a position to change things like he's a king.
What will you do if you have the power? What will you do about that constitution as it is right now?
Me?
The constitution of the country?
Amend it. Go with what AY is saying. I'm weakening the power of the president in terms of this.
The reason I'm saying that, right? I was listening to some conversation today. Some people, their position is divide. I can bet my last penny. If you divide Nigeria into 2, you have more problem. You will have more agitations. You will have more problem. See, you think there is agitation now? No. If you divide Nigeria south and north, the agitation that will pop up in the south, it will be unbelievable.
It will not even take long, and Nigeria
It
can
will
break
not
it.
stop.
That's the thing.
Because when you really look at it, if you want Nigeria to be divided, do you really want to do that? Do you know what you are going to lose? You know, sometimes we don't appreciate what we have until
what divided between North and South?
Not as South. Whatever how you want to divide it.
That is impossible. North and South cannot happen.
They're going to fight for the next 300 years.
For me, if you even want peace at all, just split into 6.
Forefathers, I want to try something out here. It's an experiment I want to try. And I think I want everybody to just
participate. Okay.
What do you think is Nigeria's greatest problem? Something that if we get it right, then Nigeria moves on. In fact, Nigeria, you will jumpstart the economy or politics, and what is just that one thing? Not two. Yeah, forefathers, I start from you.
It's obvious now. Security. You take care of that, you stop the bleeding, and everything, the Nigerians will take care of the rest. They can go to farm, they can do whatever they want to do. We will stop losing $50 billion every year. We will be able to speak clearly about our own interests instead of people threatening the life out of us if we try to do what is good for us. So it's at the core of it. That is at the heart of our this biggest problem. And I've seen it with other countries. I've seen Russia fall to pieces when Yeltsin was there, where he was a drunk, corrupt. The country was controlled by mafia. But within 4 years of Putin coming into office, the country has been transformed because they had.
Remember, he had a neoliberal economy system.
Okay. I speak the truth.
Mine would have been 2 because they're tied in. But because you said 1, I'll just go with corruption.
Okay, so you have insecurity. Forefathers say insecurity. You say corruption.
Corruption.
Okay. AY.
Honestly, I would have said insecurity, but you know what? Corruption is the bane of our problem, because corruption even cut across insecurity. Actually part of the insecurity problem. So everything is corruption. If we don't have corruption,
the fact that you said that is very interesting. I think I will seriously need to do a topic about that, because it looks like people misunderstand what corruption means.
Yeah, because the insecurity you are seeing today in Nigeria is as a result of corruption. Yeah.
It's not as a result of corruption. Why do we keep saying that? 1,000, even if they are fighting like the Spartans, one man cannot defend 1,000 civilians.
That is what. Okay, let me explain. Let me break it down. So, even that one you are talking about, if there is no corruption, we'll have more security men. We'll employ more people. I pay them. You don't know that? Without corruption, all the money they spend if you go take statistics, in the last 15 years, let me say 15 in Nigeria, on security, I can tell you more than 70% is in the pocket of individuals.
Okay, I have here, Obi says, not security, please. It's simply justice. And then Oscar Blackbone says it's tribalism. But Femi, what do you say?
I'll put you on the lack of fairness, tribalism, everything together. Lack of fairness.
No, don't play that one. You're here.
I said lack of fairness, but it just all join. Lack of fairness.
Lack of fairness. That's injustice.
Injustice, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Injustice.
Okay, eccentric.
I would say lack of social programs. The government need robust social programs. Robust social programs.
You know why I did this. You know why I did this experiment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of us. Only about 2 people agreed that is corruption.
Corruption.
Forefather says is insecurity. I speak the truth says corruption. AY says corruption. Femi says injustice. And eccentric said what?
Lack of social programs.
Lack of social programs. So you can see how diverse.
What about you? What do you think?
Well, for me, I think it's corruption.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's corruption.
So you see, no, but it shows you now. If you are all correct, that is the zeitgeist that we have right now. And hold on, let me finish. What that demonstrates is the failure of Nigeria to understand the nature of corruption.
No.
No.
The point I'm trying to. The point I'm.
It just shows you what I'm talking about.
The point I'm trying to make from what for me comes out from this little experiment is our opinions are so diverse.
Yeah.
Just on one question.
So Mr. Tony is right.
But what you are seeing there,
it's
not about the diversity of opinion. For me, what I'm seeing there is a representation of our problem today. Our people keep thinking it's corruption that is a problem when there's 1,001 examples that it is not.
So let me interject. Oh, sorry.
Basically, all of us, we are basically right. So
what do you guys mean by corruption anyway? Like
exactly. That was
a broad term. Like it's so abstract. What is it?
No. Mr. Tony was not looking for who is correct. He's looking for something else. We want to see how diverse we are.
Right.
Actually.
But we are not
I would like to know what you guys mean by corruption.
Let me explain. Let me explain.
Explain the corruption, please, because it's so abstract. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not abstract. I think
it's really abstract.
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I think
it's clearly corruption.
I'll take it from like your position, because the three of us already agree, right? So I'll take it from your position, forefathers' position, and Femi's position. Without corruption, a lot of the problems we have today will not be in effect. Basically, you eccentric as those social programs, the money allocated for these kids, for the adult, for the feeble, for the old people, disabled, they would actually go to who they were allocated for. But they steal them because of corruption. This is why you're complaining about no social welfare. Same with forefathers. If like one of the things we started talking about was the fact that in the military today, the generals are stealing the monies, which Tony brought up, meant for arms, ammunition, armaments, the welfare of the soldiers. These are getting stolen due to corruption.
It's lack of accountability, right? Okay.
Corruption.
No.
Accountability,
like corruption is just a broad term.
If you steal money or keep monies that are meant for the welfare of the people, if you are in a governmental position, if you are entailed with public trust, if you are violating that public trust, you are committing corruption. This is what it just simply means. You're abusing public trust. You were in a place of public public power, and then you violate that trust. You violate the public trust. That's just corruption. So same with forefathers' position. We ties into yours. If they weren't stealing all these monies, there will not be the insecurity he's talking about.
So how would you deal with that problem if you don't have like the Chinese model? Like, how would you deal with that problem if you don't have a Chinese model? Like, how would you?
I don't know. Again, it goes through strengthening the institutions that will serve as the judicial system, the police, that will serve as bodies for deterrence. So Nigeria, there's not a lot of deterrence. They do it.
No. I speak the
they commit a crime.
Who's gonna do it? Will it take the people to rise up, irrespective of the ethno-religious divisions, especially with the way things are right now? Who's gonna do this?
It depends on the politics. It's in the hands of the politicians. They have to have the political will to say this is the direction we want to go.
And if they're not doing it, who's gonna do it?
Then I guess the people. But then if the people get involved, the system gets destabilized. Who knows how it's gonna go?
That's why I propose strengthening the union and having having some kind of people-centered organizations that could, do some kind of protest to bring this matters, to bear, like bring it to the forefront, right?
Essentially,
And
so to cut you, but I don't know if you know how badly the unions are compromised now as well. I don't know if you know.
Bro, let me just say this, right?
That's why AY is laughing.
Nigeria need a complete reset. This is just complete. You understand. So when I hear people just defending some people because you are from the criminal is from your tribe, I just laugh. Nigeria need a complete reset. Somehow we need to have this discussion. One thing, we don't have the resources. For example, I kept saying that to manage the Senate and the rep, I feel it's waste of resources. Let's start from there.
If a government, just quickly, if a government allocates funds to a local government to feed, like let's say the school children, right? And the local government doesn't do that, takes that fund and pocket that money, right? Let's say in a small local government, let's just say name it small local government, and the people in that local government say, "Hey, we're going on a hunger strike. We are not going to work."
Well, but most of them don't do that. They're going to blame the president.
They
blame the president.
Eccentric, sorry, this your system is not going to work. This strike. Let me tell you what's going on. Even the stuff you mentioned now, right? Nigeria have Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. I usually call it Yahoo Ministry. That's what I call it. That ministry, they don't fear God. They are going to tell you, for example, we spend 50 billion to give to the poor to help. Listen, this thing is more than what the truth is. They don't have records. Now, if you go to your village, even when you campaign with a microphone, you're not going to get one person that was giving that money. So who is collecting the money? So we have, to be honest, we need restructuring. This restructuring, Nigerians are going to be involved. How we want to run this country? How can it be effective, basically?
What are you going to restructure, though? What are you restructuring?
That is the thing. The people are going to discuss what they are going to
do. The people cannot be involved.
It is so abstract. No, it's so abstract. Like, what are we restructuring?
The people. I'll tell you why I said the people cannot be involved.
Hold on. Who are the people? There's the question you ask.
Oh, okay.
All right. Fair question. Representing you, right? Okay. We have senator in East Central District. It's representing the people. He is the people.
Right.
Because the way we think, right? They should be able to sit down, really have discussion, look at the issue critically. Okay, how does it benefit the country? How can we? Me personally, I will say the way Nigeria is complicated now. First of all, regionalize the country. Let's destroy some things.
Yeah.
Let's start from there.
Regionalized.
I agree about it. Then I also think about something. Is it the same senators and reps that looking at
to
lose out?
So that is the thing, right? They are not interested in doing the work. So that's why the place to start this fight is electoral reform. We got to look for a way for
Are they going to allow it if it doesn't benefit them?
No,
exactly. So the presidents don't.
Very serious. Somehow, I blame Peter Obi for the past after election for the past 1 year. Reason be that Peter Obi could have been able to lead a movement because now they know the loopholes. All the Labour Party, the Labour senators now rep, almost all of them, they cap. These people are supposed to voice out, say, listen, we got to do this. This is what we need to do. Work with the civil society or organization. Do some kind of reform. Because, listen, if the vote of Nigeria start counting, it will reduce at least 30% of our problem first. That alone will something. Here is what will happen. You will have experienced Nigeria, people educated that can do this job. They will sacrifice, say, listen, I want to help my people. I'm going to the Senate, I'm going to the rep, I want to be a local government chairman. They will come out and come and contest. What you find now is these people, they can't even contest. Because here is Nigeria politics. Let me explain to you. You have a situation where a professor let's say a professor with 30 years of experience, you want to contest a local government chairman, you will go and prostrate for one idiot somewhere that will call himself a leader. If you don't prostrate, you don't worship him, you going nowhere. Especially with APC and PDP, you going nowhere.
Sorry that I'm interjecting you, but this is from experience. This is from experience, and it's not just once. Have you ever seen how they do their meetings at the ward level?
Yes, now. Yes, now.
What time do they do their meetings?
Right.
Okay, that's what I want to say.
Me, you know, sometimes when people speak, they don't understand this issue. Our issue is all over. It's so bad that you will not even understand it.
Let me tell you.
That is why you see some civilized, experienced people, people with a lot of exposure, they stay back. Sometimes, like, man, I don't want to go and be having a little boy will just insult you.
All we need in Nigeria is a president with political will. All right? Not a president that gets elected after people have smashed bottles on each other's heads, kidnapped each other, stabbed each other, shot the shit out of each other. And then it takes you 6, 7, 8 months, 9 months to get a cabinet. No. You go into the National Assembly, the very day you get sworn in, the next day you go in, live TV, make sure everybody sees it. These are my proposals for the country. Maybe some of us want to work for free. Maybe all of us want to work for free. If we really want to change in this country, let's work for free. No allocations.
Especially when these people already have a lot of money anyway. They don't need
we got money already. What else do we need? Where are we taking the money to? We're working for free. You blackmail them in front of the Nigerian people. Now they can put the paper in front of everybody. This is what we want. Justice reform is tough for me. It's always going to be tough.
One last thing, one last thing. So there is something forefather used to, forefather people don't take him seriously. We need to put capital punishment in our constitution. There is no two ways. Listen, because this stuff, we can always say, oh, a criminal, he shot somebody on the road, like, oh, let's go eliminate him. How can you give money for example, you are in charge of the country resources to build hospital that will protect from dying.
Capital punishment for corruption.
For this kind of heavy, let me explain the
no. I'll tell you why.
Let me just finish. First of all, build hospital that will save the life of the people. And there is no hospital that was built, and people are still dying. They ask you to build, for example, a 500 kilometer of road, or let me even say 100 kilometer of road that save the life of the people. People are still dying on that road. This kind of corruption that is well established, that this person carried this thing out without building them, by the person, put them in.
Anyway, Nigeria is not developed enough for that. What they're going to use that to do?
When we are
who's going to do that? Who's going to
exactly what they're going to do? Nigerians are so deceptive. Nigerian politicians are so deceptive that what they're going to do, if they want to eliminate you, for example, if you're doing things that they know is favorable to the people, and remember, this is not Call of Duty. If you die, you die. You're gone. You're not coming back. It's not like you got 20 years or life and then you can fight it. You're saying just eliminate a corrupt person. You'll probably be the first person to die because they'll gang up on you, give you some responsibility, make sure it doesn't work, steal the money, the next thing you face in the hangman. Nigeria is not developed enough. The institutions are not strong enough. It sounds good on paper, again, but as devious as Nigerian politicians are, all the good guys are going to die. I can guarantee you that. The good guys are going to die first, and every good guy is going to die after.
But
so it's not going to work.
Yeah, I get your point. You see today, for example, like You will not even believe this. What we are seeing in Nigeria today, this is security. If I tell you I'm not surprised, I'm not actually surprised, because I knew, like 50 years ago, I knew this is where we're going, except something drastic change. And I still feel we are in a good position to resolve these issues now. Otherwise, we're heading for a bigger crisis. Because people think it's a joke. We have to look for a way to fix the problem. We have to. If we don't, I don't know. I'm sorry. I want the good for the country. I want everybody to be safe, but it's scary.
All right. So me, back to what I was saying, I'm going to Parliament. I'm going to the National Assembly the next day. I'm not waiting 6 months. I'm not waiting 5. We hit the ground running. And we're going to put their backs to the wall. In this way, I'm killing how many of them? 450 birds with one stone. Because I'm going to say, personally, I'm giving up my salary. I would advocate that. The rest of y'all demand right now, it's life, it's showing everybody else, you got to give up your salary, no allocations, nothing. Whatever we make, computers, everything, we're using them. No new furniture, no new cars, no new buildings, nothing. You want to serve Nigerians, let's do it. Then then the way we choose our judges, it's too complicated. The way there's a different Supreme Court judges, and no, those people. This, for example, the Supreme Court judges is a good way, or the way they choose judges in the United States is a good way to make people pay attention to their civic duties. Meaning, if you don't take it serious, if you allow the president to put a Supreme Court judge there for life that does not value what you take serious, that is your problem. So you got to pay attention to the people the president is choosing as a judge. First of all, life terms for the judges, so they can be there and let them decide the course that the country is going to go towards. Lifetime for the Supreme Court judges, the federal judges, appellate judges. We need something like that. Then we reform the police, because they got to work in tandem. The police got to be some of the most respected people in that country. Have you ever walked past some policemen in Nigeria? They stink.
I was going to ask you that question. How are you going to do that reform?
How are you going to do that? How are you going to reform the police?
Increase their welfare, retrain them.
Okay, retrain them. Increase the welfare.
You got to retrain them, improve their welfare, improve their methods of.
I'm speaking to you. Have you seen police barracks and the training colleges?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Even the customs, you go through an airport in Nigeria, they look haggard. Like they could probably join you and plan a coup if you gave them a freaking $2 sausage.
They harass people for money.
They begging. They insist, like, give me money, this, that. Like, no.
Okay.
No. But if you improve their welfare and you train them, training does not just mean investigative methods or how to use modern policing techniques. It also involves your moral compass.
Yeah.
You have to have dignity. Can you imagine someone stops you for tailgating, for example, and is asking for $20? How are you going to look at it?
So you're going to improve their welfare? Wait, why are you going to improve their welfare when you mentioned the issue of corruption, where if money is allocated, someone else,
this is what I said earlier. This is what I said. This is what I said earlier, right? And I always say this. I say federal oversight has to be strong. I've always said it. This is why you have to devolve power, because the responsibility of the federal government in Nigeria is too much. It's too cumbersome. So you have to devolve it and leave it to the states. Let them handle those things. And then this is why, remember I said, if the regions are created, the federal government will have strict federal government oversight in everything that will potentially violate federal law. So maybe you have to create a new unit, a new investigative agency under the auspices of the federal government, a la the FBI, for example, the Department of Justice.
Nigeria has the SSS.
How are you going to deal with insurgency? The insurgency.
Nigeria has SSS.
Insurgency. Well, SSS is different.
And all the terrorism.
If it was for me, insurgency right now, I would have to defer a little bit towards forefathers' situation that more men are needed. But again, it also goes back to training and technique. We don't have the arms, and I think something that is sorely lacking is we don't have the proper intelligence. Guns alone are not going to help with insurgency. You have to have people in there. This is how you decimate a criminal gang. You have to turn them on themselves. You have to have someone working from the inside who will be feeding you information. When I say someone, I don't mean one person. I mean, you investigate, you find out their operation. As you're capturing them, as you're arresting them, you give them incentives. I can give you life, and you can go hang out with Kabiru Sokoto or Hassan Ismaila or Nnamdi Kanu, or we can create a rule somehow. You tell us what you have. How do we infiltrate? You have to infiltrate those bodies.
Yeah.
If you cannot infiltrate them and have people working from the inside, you're wasting your freaking time. It's not going to happen with guns and bullets.
I think
it's not happening.
We really fail when it comes to intelligence. We really fail. So
wait. You guys are deviating from the. I'm writing down all the things you guys are proposing here. How we can reform the system and kind of create a working system, right? I'm writing down this presidential, political will, federal oversight, electoral reform, justice reform. We need to break these things down, because anyone you mention, I see the problem in there. The issue of, like you said, corruption. It's a problem in there. But it's like I've already proposed that the people. At the end of the day, it all comes down to the people, man, the masses.
Yeah,
the masses. At the end of the day, it comes down to the masses. Period. You know what I'm saying?
That is where the electoral reform comes in first. So electoral reform it will give the
what does that look like? What does that look like? What does that electoral reform looks like? Can you explain it? Break it down.
Okay, it's short, it's simple terms. Just make sure the power is with the people. So the vote of the people count. So how you want to do it? You got to block all the loopholes. So the end goal is just make sure the power is with the people. They are able to put anybody out.
Wait.
Who's gonna do it?
It's we that we are gonna do it. So here how you do it, right? So for example, I'll give you an example. For example, like last election, part of the disagreement was the vote, the presidential election, the results were not transmitted electronically. From the law, the electoral law, it's not compulsory that result must be transmitted electronically. Now that's a loophole. It has to be mandatory that any result that is not transmitted real time electronically is not a void.
So take that point, right? And then use the concept of SWOT, SWOT, right? Because there's always going to be a problem with it, right? What will be the strength, the weakness, opportunity, and the threat? Just look at it from that, from that perspective, right? Like you said, electoral reform, it has to go through electronic systems and whatnot. But remember, people get harassed when they're in the polling booth. You know what I mean? When they go in to vote, people come in.
So all that issue, the electoral reform, the issue you have to deal with, those are security issues, right? You have to.
Because people that also are going to operate the systems too.
Yeah, we have to
You're
have
breaking
very
up.
strong laws.
You're breaking.
We have to.
Your phone is breaking up.
Oh yeah.
That's why you got to have deterrence. You have to have deterrence put in place.
Oh, yes.
Wait,
exactly.
Femi's phone broke up. I didn't hear what.
Oh, it's Femi. Okay, we have
Yeah,
to
I
have
said.
deterrence.
I'm sorry. I said it's also there is people. Remember, AY is also people that are going to operate as that system.
That is
and
the
people
thing,
are
right?
compromised
So
as well.
again, that is why we're also talking about the law. So all the electoral reform is, if there is evidence of compromise in an electoral what's it called, a polling station, a polling unit, the result, you cancel it. If there is evidence of compromise from INEC officials, you have to use it as a sample so they will serve as deterrent to others.
Statistically, what kind of percentage are you looking for? Because you're not going to have 100% accuracy. Like if you create, like, let's say an objective, you're not going to say 100. You want 100%.
Let me jump in real quick. That thing you said.
Wait. You're not going to have 100% free and fair election. Let's say your goal, your target, your baseline is 65%, right? And there, you have ways of measuring that 65%, right? Like what is the baseline? Because you're not going to say, hey, if let's say
there is no system that is 100% efficient. We all know that, right? I guess a lot of us you have engineers. There is no system that is 100% efficient. It's not done. Now, when you have a reasonable percentage, let's say we have 70% this year, we have to keep improving that system, blocking all the loophole continuously. It's continuous. Even in America, look at where Trump try to steal some vote. They have to do something. You have to do something to protect the.
Let me jump in. Let me just say
any loophole you see, you protect it. That's
so.
How
What do you think?
One second. Even better. Wait. It's very, 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 very short.
Go ahead.
Instead of canceling the elections, right? When you find an abnormality, what happens to the people that made those elections void? Where's the deterrent if they're not doing 20 years in prison for circumventing the legality or the fairness of the votes?
But you have to prove that, though. You have to prove that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
People will have evidence. So it's done. It's doable. We have to, because we can't just be like this, right?
What about doing like a mock, form of election, and then use that to find the loopholes, and then work.
They do that. They do that all the time. No, well, they actually do it.
But it's expensive. They do.
Okay. Yeah, but they actually do it. They do it. Those are not the issues. The issue is there is no punishment for bad behavior in Nigeria. That is the bottom line.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. There's people right now in the last elections that they were on camera, literally bullying people, threatening people, shooing people away, busting people over the head with bottles on camera. You go on Twitter right now, you still see it 2-3 years after. Nothing happens. So the one before that, people were macheting people. Nothing happens to the culprits. So this is where. But if, for example, the investigative agencies took that serious and tracked down the people that violated people, disenfranchised people, and track them down, you know their locality, you know who they are, you will find them and use them as an example.
That's a crime,
you violated the law, minimum, no fines, that nonsense fines, you got to go. 10 years in prison, 20 years in prison. Guess what? Next election, people in that locality or people in faraway localities will think about it. That this person, people got 20 years for stopping people from voting. So there's no incentive to stop bad behavior in Nigeria. That is just the truth. That's the bottom line. There's no incentive. I will get away with it. What's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen.
So the other thing, right? So you see all this our tribal nonsense. Okay, now I can tell you in the last 1 hour, people are going to be impressed watching all of us here. even before I came in here, the kind of topic we are discussing, stuff we are discussing. It's not that we are from the same place, but we can actually have this discussion and put the interests of the country at heart because it doesn't belong to us. But you see, when you start everything, tribe, it becomes very difficult to discuss. It becomes very difficult because you don't need progress. You have to, you have to also respect people, respect respect Nigerians, irrespective of their background. You have to respect everybody. Basically, we all have things to contribute. That's why I said, let the people decide how they want to restructure. You got to give the people we got to do like real reforms, real what's it called again? We have to do like real reform where your senator, for example, go to your senatorial district, we have real discussion with the people. Okay, this is what we want to do. This is what we're planning. Whatever you got from that senatorial district, they cannot move to the federal and have real discussion. This is what my people want. This is what you get, because I don't know. The other thing is we don't have the resources. I'm still saying it. If we have sense, the rep needs to go. These are 360 rep members. They are useless. They are not doing anything. Get them out. The money we are wasting on rep, use it to build hospital, build schools across the country. Whatever you want to use it to do. The money
they still even they need it. They need it in the federal system.
For what exactly?
They need for checks and balances. Everybody has to be checking. With everybody, they're not. But at some point they actually become useful. But when it comes to the finance issue, again, if you merge certain states or dissolve them totally and make regions and make sure the officials from those regions do not overwhelm the National Assembly or the federal government financially, meaning maybe you have them or a third or a fourth of what we presently have now, then that solves the monetary concern that you have. The finance, solves it.
If you don't also want to create region, we can also work with the state. But even with the state, we have to restructure the
states have to be restructured. So the non-viable states have to be merged.
We can leave the state the way we have the state now, but we have to restructure. How do you do check and balance? How do you make sure the money
most of the states right now are useless.
They are useless, yes. But we have to make them
it's like having a third leg. It does nothing for you, but restrain you from walking properly.
I'm not in support of creating more state. So what I think should be done, right? So we have to make that useful. Like Peter Obi was saying, right? We need to move from consumption to production. This state, they have to.
That's just a platitude.
The idea
sounds like Trump said we're going to start producing shit in 4 months.
Yeah, we're going to bring all the jobs back.
I really love the idea of testimony things. The idea of giving this state money every month is something we need to stop. We need to look into how can they be independent? What can they produce? What can federal government can support them in the next 5 years to be independent? You have to. I don't know how they want to do it. In the northern state, they can do a lot of agriculture in the north. Of course, they are feeding people in the south. In the west, in the east, in the south. Okay, what is in this state to develop? You have raw materials. You have, what do you have? We have them. It's just that we are not ready. We have to pay attention to this state. So the governors will start working. If you are not ready to do the work, don't contest. So
let me ask you a question. How many states? And please, I know there's going to be angry people, but there's no other way to ask this. Okay? So I really don't even care. It's a facetious statement. I really don't even care. But How many? Which one is the smallest region in Nigeria?
In terms of what? Land mass?
I mean, come on. What's the smallest region? It's a very simple question.
No, instead of land mass, it's southeast now.
In terms of what did you expect me to? What did you think I was saying? Of course, it's land mass. Southeast. Why do we have 36 states in that country, the size of California and Texas? No point. It makes absolutely no sense, except it feeds the politicians' greed.
Yeah, that's what it does.
We have to figure out how to merge all those states. Southeast, for example, if they feel like, oh, okay, we want more states, and if you say, well, I think you should have only 2 states. Well, but the North is big. It's injustice. All right, why don't we just give you a region? This is where I think the equity comes in. Because the politicians have a way of playing on the people's emotions, and they keep falling for it. Now with the Southeast was its own region. The South, my position should be divided into 2 or even maybe 3. The North should be divided. We can have 10 regions.
We can have 10 regions.
But make them viable.
Make them viable.
I have a question that I want to ask since we're talking about viability. We have 2 indigenous vehicle manufacturing companies in Nigeria. One is Nord Motors, somewhere in the southwest.
Ogun State.
Okay. And then you also have Innocent Motors. Now, isn't it ridiculous? Isn't it sad that the Senate is it the Senate or the House of Rep or the government generally that is talking about investment, boosting investment, creating employment, okay, cannot make a policy, or even the states cannot make a policy requiring that Nigerians taking the example and ensuring that these companies are patronized. Because if you do that, the chain effect on the economy, creating jobs and so on and so forth, and the fact that you grow these companies so that they can even begin to export. Innocent is already now exporting to Jamaica.
How would the government do that? How would the government do? Like, what kind of government program would incentivize the people to want to wait? Well, what kind of program would government do to incentivize the people to patronize this local manufacturers of vehicle
tax breaks?
The government will just they give car loans. They give we saw what they give to senators and members of House of Rep. The government buy cars. Every state government buy cars.
If they can't do
how good are those cars though?
Now listen. When you say how good on those cars, by the time you begin to buy from them, you are going to help them to discover how good they are, and they can improve on them.
Not only that is true. Not only that, see, on the government part, you can make sure they give some 30 years of warranty, right? So that is important. I think government needs to look for a way. Compare, first of all, let's start from the government. Compare every state government. You must have 60% of your cars must be locally made. Now you know where you want to make them. So even the ministries, you do all that, then encourage the people in such a way that what countries do. I was in Egypt last month. When you go to Egypt, most of the cars you see them driving, they are manufactured in Egypt. Nigeria need to sit up.
Instead of growing people's economy, you grow your economy.
Yeah, you grow the economy. You can put a lot of tariff on imported cars to discourage people from buying.
But then again, I guess it's more like maybe the government is also looking at it like, why am I gonna be why is it my job to make a private entity rich?
Oh, it is their job.
So in that regards, maybe the government might now want to become a partner in those businesses and invest in them.
Yeah, they can do that. Like Dangote Refinery, I think the government, if we're having like 20%. Yeah, you can do that.
NNPC has like 20%.
Yeah, they can get involved to protect.
So because I think that's one of the things is like, why am I? Because I don't think my own policy as a president would be to get involved in helping a business monopolize the industry. That wouldn't be my.
Yeah, but the government already has programs already helping out the vehicle manufacturers.
Let me say this:
they already do.
What Mr. Tony say is very important, right? Even if, for example, I would say, looking at Nigeria, I think the
are you going to ignore my point? I'm saying the government already has a program supporting local. Like, why is that my point?
You can compare Toyota and Honda to come and put plants in Nigeria. By the time they see you are serious, let there be competition. Let there be competition. We have to do something. That's the way we can move forward. Look at refinery.
Nigerian government already support local car manufacturers. Like, do you not hear that? They already have that.
Like what?
They have NADDC. Like, look it up. NADDC. Like, they have something. They help
Nigerian Automotive Board of Controls.
I don't think you know what's going on in that country.
Eccentric, how can you say you're encouraging local vehicle manufacturers when you are buying Mercedes-Benz, you are buying Honda, you are buying Prado and Toyota and so on?
No. It's not about buying the vehicle. The government have policies to help local car manufacturing. Maybe it's not enough, but the honest truth is that the government has a policy to help local car manufacturers.
But then again, you always have to remember international treaties also.
Buying the vehicle is not enough. Like the government, what about the people that actually work in those? Like, what can the government do to encourage skills? Like,
it's all part of it. We're looking for the solution.
International trade treaties also entail that some of these trades have to happen between countries. The car manufacturers
Nigeria has affordable financing for car manufacturers. These are facts.
We can have.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying between countries, different than what we're talking about. Certain amounts of goods have to be traded between.
Let me ask you a question. How many countries do you know we have trade balance with? Do you know?
Are you going to move away from the point? Like,
no.
Are you going to move away from the vehicle point?
Like, we're not exporting much, bro. We're not.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Regardless of what we export, I'm saying the import side. There are certain treaties that dictate that you cannot lock this country out of bringing X, Y, Z into your country.
No. What countries?
Excuse me.
Let me say this. What country really focus on is the trade balance. If there is a trade balance, we're good. That's what country focus on.
How else? What is different from what I'm saying to what you're saying? There are bilateral trade treaties that you have to abide by, which of course you would have to have a trade balance. Now, what that will entail, I don't know, but I'm just saying with regards to like the import issue, you can't in this day and age, especially if you've signed a treaty. For example, I don't know that we've done that with the automotive industries.
There is no treaty around stuff like that too.
What do you mean?
Did you guys know that the government has $20 billion in free interest loan for car manufacturers? Do you guys know that?
Oh, really? I'm not.
20 billion naira.
Yeah, but eccentric.
20 billion.
But eccentric.
No interest for car manufacturer.
The fact still remains that if you want me to buy locally made cars, I don't see you buy it. You don't show the example. You don't show leadership.
Yeah, you got to show leadership by example.
Buying the locally made. You got, man. It's so simple. Like
But
y'all
are
make
they
this and it's so
good?
simple.
Are they good?
Oh my god.
His forefather still alive. This one forefather is quiet for 1 hour.
Vehicle. It's
You are saying are they good? From time to time here in America, you see cars, they ask you to turn it in because one steering, because gear or something.
Right.
Record.
Dude, American vehicle emptied my whole savings, bro. I bought a freaking American car. It's my whole savings.
Yeah, American cars are really. They start getting better though, but on the whole, I really don't like them.
Bottom line is like the government,
only one
Nigerian
American
government
car ever.
They have a program to help. Nigerian government have programs to help manufacturers. That's the fact, right? Or maybe they can expand it. They can expand it by doing more. But the fact is that they do have something, you know. It's not all bad. It's not. There's still a lot of good that can happen because we have really bright minds, but it's just we don't have optimistic a little bit.
We don't have the tools and the toys to play around with and become ingenious and develop stuff. The ingenuity is not there to. They don't have the opportunity to show what they can do.
Government has a program for that. The government has a program for the ingenuity thing you said. Government has a program for that. To train people on EV manufacturing. They have a program. Right. And that was in 2024. So it's under the current government. So yeah, Nigeria has setbacks. In terms of infrastructure development and insecurity,
from the bottom
insecurity setbacks. It's part of the. Countries go through those setbacks, right? Nigeria is going through the setback. That's why I'm always focusing on the local. You know what I'm saying? On the local, what the local governments are doing. Not, you know what I mean? The federal government is doing something, but it's not enough. Of course, obviously, it's not enough. But most of the changes that we need is going to happen locally. That's why the people need to be involved.
Local government are not even in a position to do nothing. The governors they cripple our local government. The governors, they are like militant.
That's an issue that's an issue that could be addressed. You know what I mean? That's an issue that could be addressed.
That's why we're talking about we're talking about reforms.
We can say whatever we want about Nnamdi Kanu, but movements like that, if they're focused correctly, imagine local movements like that holds the government accountable locally. And if the people can find where they hold power, where they can hold the government, accountable. Like the people have power at the end of the day, right? If the economy is not running, like for instance, the reason why they were quick to sentence him and get him out of the picture is because of his sit-at-home thing he does. It affects the government. It affects their pocket by a lot. Imagine if the people start doing that and say, hey, you don't have any program that's helping us. You're not helping us build infrastructures. I mean, look at the Abia State. Do you think Abia State governor right now is doing this because he just feels like doing it? He's probably doing it because of the IPOB movement. Because this is his own way of translating the movement. Wait. No, this is just my own thought. He was probably, man, I got to do something for these guys. So they don't come for me, right?
They can't do nothing to him if he decide not to work.
I think he's thinking bigger. I think he's thinking
indirectly. The pressure is there. There's a pressure there indirectly. You know what I mean? Even though they're not focusing on him, but there's that pressure there. That's why I think it has to do with the people have to rise up somehow, like locally. You see what I'm saying? Like people have to form their own local unions, local organizations.
Where does IPOB ever worried about good governance?
Yeah, IPOB. Yeah, I know.
Trust me, I know a lot of IPOB. I know a lot of IPOB people. All they do is like post what the governor is doing. They post all the infrastructures he's building. Oh, he's building this infrastructure.
Anybody will be happy, even if it was Al Qaeda on the ground.
Yeah, but I'm saying like indirectly, that pressure indirectly could be responsible for
I think
the government.
He's being a good politician.
From Abia State, yeah. Go ahead.
I think he's being a good politician, and I think he has his aims at bigger sites in the Nigerian political sphere. This is what I think. I think after this is probably going to run for Senate, or he might actually shoot and run for president. And it'll be hard to say, well, we don't want this guy when you see the good he already did for his people, you can point to it and say, hey, look, he's a good administrator.
You see,
that's what I think he has. He's just been a good politician. He's doing what he's supposed to do.
I agree with him. I agree with what he said, right? You see, if Lesotho can get the job done in Abia State, Nigeria needs this kind of politicians now. The point where we are today, you just show your Nigerianness, that you are for everybody, and they see you have the capacity. Nigerians will make you president.
Yeah.
And Esther, you are muted. So
you are muted.
The people can actually reward Oti for what he's doing by electing his people, you know what I mean, in local governments and giving his political party, another mandate.
That's part of it.
The easiest, even today, the easiest election to ring is election people are not interested in. If Nigeria have a presidential candidate that is accepted all over the country based on your work, based on the belief, Nigeria will make you president. Nobody can stop it. Literally, that was the benefit what Buhari got, but Buhari messed it up. May God forgive him, but he messed it up. You know what I mean? So Nigeria can trust you. The day Nigeria tells you, like all over, just in the case of Abiola, where the north, the south, the west, the east, everybody wants you, nobody will rig that election. People are gonna die. You're gonna kill all of everybody. This is the truth. But if Nigeria must continue the way we are, like as one unity, one indivisible block, we need somebody that will look at the country and he will see himself as a real Nigeria that will look at every part of the country and try to make improvement and try to look at, okay, we can do this here, we can get this here, we can do this here. Look at, I'm Nigeria. I'm not from this tribe. I'm not from this tribe. I'm not from here, but I'm in Nigeria. I want to get this job done. So in that way, you start looking for people that are capable, irrespective of their tribe, their origin. See, you see, Nigeria, they know what they are doing. Even if Tinubu can pick everybody from his family and turn Nigeria around the next 1 year, Nigeria will tell you, please bring all your mother children to come and visit. That is the state where we are. People don't understand it. But the reason why people keep complaining.
And the thing is, like, the people will reward the good act, right? By electing his political, people from his political party. That's the power of the people I'm talking about here. Like with OT, what he's doing in Abia State, he's going to win the next election. If he doesn't run, someone else in his political party is going to win the election, the next election, right?
How are you going to contest with OT? That would be hard for you. Exactly. I saw the deputy speaker. He's always boasty. I don't know what he's boasty for. He think people are not going to leave vote here. Say they want to vote for you. You're too small. It's not going to. Even if you bring all the APC machinery, all the military, it's not going to happen.
But see how RT came in is how the president is supposed to come in. You come in swinging, hit the floor running. He had his plans. He put in his cabinet members, and he just got to work. And that's how you do. You don't wait 6 months and say, "Well, we're gonna come back in 6-7 months to decide who's in the government." It don't work like that.
Abia State, since 1999, it was one of the most backward states in Nigeria. If you know,
right?
If you know the history of Abia State with all the Kalu and all this Kalu,
Theodore Orji,
they are all Kalu. They could not do nothing.
They could, but they just felt like taking the money.
Yeah, he would just go there. We tell you, "Oh, I was richer than Abia State." I'm like, just shut up. Like, you went there to look. What did you do as governor? If you are working, people will know. Lesotho, everybody is praising is good praise for him.
Acumen.
People are praising Lesotho. So just do the work for the people. They are just greedy. The truth is, you will still make money anyway, but they just don't care about the people.
Nah.
They just care. You know, nobody is perfect. You know, if he continue working like that, second tenure, you will see. He's gonna raise the bar so high in Abia State.
Yeah, can run for president.
Has this guy spoken, Jide?
Forefather is still here.
No, I haven't spoken.
Welcome.
Jida, go ahead, man. Say something.
Yeah,
honestly,
I like the fact that you guys are like talking about solutions. I think it's commendable. I mean, easy solutions that you know.
Because Forefather was not here.
I mean, see, you know, I've not been listening because I was asleep earlier. But honestly, you see, everything I've said in the past is coming into fruition about the way Nigeria's future is going to be. Some weeks ago, I think some months ago, Dr. Nnamdi just asked on this show that how will Nigeria be in the next 100 years? And I said, unfortunately, the way Nigeria was going at that time, we've not had the threat of Trump. I said at that time that in the next 100 years, it seems like there's a potential that Nigeria will go into further instability, you know, and there's even going to be a potential chance of foreign invasion. I was looking at 100 years. I didn't know it was going to become sooner than I was predicting. And it's where we are right now. You see, like, everything I've always been saying on this show is coming into fruition. It's like I think sometimes when I talk, I'm just talking, but I can see what's going on. Like, this man made a threat, and we can see that the attacks have escalated. I've said it before. Everything they are doing to Nigeria right now is not new. It's not unique. It's the same playbook they've used in other countries. They're using the same playbook they used in Yugoslavia. They are using exactly the same playbook. Like How to Kill a Nation. Everyone should go and read that book. That book states how they destroyed Yugoslavia. They are doing the same thing in Nigeria right now. In fact, Nigeria is probably like even less complex than Yugoslavia in fact, in terms of political dynamic. And still, they are still able to use that playbook perfectly. You know, using, you know, one extremist group, destabilizing the country, taking over lands. This was what they did in Yugoslavia. You know, as I'm talking to everyone today, every nation of Yugoslavia, most of them cannot even face each other diplomatically today. They are still fighting each other. They still have enmity against each other. Is that where we want our country to go? Of course not. Of course not. You know, of course not. Because right now, the way things are going, if there is no radical shift politically and culturally, ideologically as well, things are going to get worse and get out of hand. And it's gradually already getting out of hand. And still, some people are still clamoring that the people that are creating and orchestrating this problem should come and save them. It's very disturbing, but I will just keep listening. I'll stop there. Thank you.
That's a good book, man, by Michael Parenti.
Yeah, I read
that's a good man.
2 years ago, and I'm reading that book again, and I'm just seeing it, and I'm like, God. I'm reading that book again. I started reading that book 4 days ago. I'm reading that book again, and I'm like, God, this is exactly what is playing out, and no one can see it. It's unfortunate.
No, the reason why we can't see this stuff because we are so divided. That's why we can't see what is coming. We are not able to wrap our head around it.
I don't think so. I think people can see it. They just don't care.
Except they are just deliberately.
No, they don't. They don't care. They just listen. There's nothing new under the sun. Okay. America's used the same tactic in more than 90 countries. The same freaking tactic to destabilize and enforce change in regimes. Same thing. Maybe they might have little different variations to it. If, for example, your country has coca fields and you have rebels, then yeah, they create an Iran-Contra affair in your country and things like that. But on the whole, it is the same thing. It's just divide and conquer. That has always been American game play. That's how they've always been playing the game. But when it comes to Nigeria, the thing is Nigerian politicians just don't care. They're like, if it burns down, it burns down. We get on our private jets and we get out of there. that's what's going to happen. So they don't care. It's not like they can't see and know, like, oh, this is going to happen, or they're playing into the hands of the governments. They're not that dumb. They're not that stupid.
But the
Let's
truth is,
gentlemen, I gotta go. Good morning, everybody.
Okay, Mr. Tony.
Good
Okay,
morning.
Thank you for
Have a
joining
nice
us.
week.
you've been
Thank
here
you.
all day.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well done, man. You guys
But,
endured.
but if America really have coming with a plan to come and destabilize Nigeria, I think that is the most foolish decision.
Dude, America has been destabilizing Nigeria since the inception of Nigeria.
No. In this magnitude I'm looking at, say for example, you want to create war in Nigeria with the population of Nigeria. Do you know the crisis you want to create?
They don't care. If they feel they can get away with it, if it's just they probably talk to their advisors and the guys in charge of drawing up a war plan and things of that nature, and they look at the state of the country. They look at the fallout of things that were happening. They look at simulations. They do all these things all the time, and then they'll say this is not gonna be to the benefit of the United States. You have 250 million people running around. We're getting the money already anyways. We don't have to strangle them with guns and bombs. No, we can put policies in place. We can press them through the president. We'll seize your properties. We'll put sanctions on you. We'll put travel restrictions.
I agree.
And then you will have to give it to us anyway. We don't know what deals they've cut behind us right now. Nobody knows. For all you know, they've cut deals already. And this is why Trump is not going ahead, except nobody's talking about it. But for America, America has been destabilizing that region forever. Let me give you guys a story, and I think I've mentioned this before. So this will be within a little bit. Charles Taylor, was locked up in a place, and they used this in training. Charles Taylor was locked up in a place in Massachusetts called Plymouth County Correctional Facility, Old Colony. When Charles Taylor was there, he was wanted by the Liberian government. The Liberian government put an international warrant on him. That was why he was there, right? There's a red warrant on him. Interpol. They wanted him. America, Old Colony was like a fort. America called Charles Taylor. Basically, we know this now. But one day, Charles Taylor disappeared from Old Colony. Nobody ever escaped from Old Colony or that jail before. Till today, nobody has ever escaped from there. Supposedly, Charles Taylor escaped, shows up in Libya. The next thing, Charles Taylor is leading about 300 men through Guinea, Sierra Leone into Liberia. He starts a war. Prince Yomi Johnson is with him. They split, have a factional war. Chroma and all of them, they overthrow Charles Doe. It was actually Johnson that overthrew Charles Doe. Charles Taylor takes the prize. The next in America is ruling by proxy through Charles Taylor. They used him until he was of no use. He flees to Nigeria. OBJ sells him out in the end. I say this to say America has always had a hand in the affairs of West Africa. When they say this, when they say the presidents in Africa are all stooges, this is what we mean. So a lot of clandestine things happen. It's not new. They don't have to put, Trump is just an idiot. So they don't need to put boots on the ground. They don't need to put boots on the ground. You guys give them the money for free anyways. You give them the money. What do they have to risk American Marines' lives for? If they decide who runs Nigeria, we want this guy, we don't want this guy, we want this guy, we don't want this guy. This guy got to go. You got to kill him. You got to invade here. That's how it works. So that's how I'll be hard pressed to believe It was worrisome, yeah, because he's crazy. But I'd have been hard pressed to believe that America was going to attack Nigeria. So they called the shots already. It's my bottom line. It's nothing new. But now Africa just has to decide to develop a system of how they can stop foreign infiltrators from messing with their affairs and telling them what to do. This is what Africa has to decide and have to figure it out, and fast. And how can you do that? The number one way is to come together. But how can you even come together when everybody's even fighting themselves internally? Colonization did a job on Africans because it just divided brothers and merged enemies, people that have nothing to do with each other. So until Africa figures out a way to have something akin to the European Union, where military pacts and Africans can travel on, what's the word I'm looking for? Like you can just freely travel between regions of Africa. Nothing is going to happen. And then it brings and shows that the gold standard is brought back. Africa is at an advantage. But all these stooges that Africa has in power right now, from Mugabe to Museveni to Tinubu to the president in Guinea-Bissau, all these people gotta go. Every other day, your president is in France. Doing what? We don't know. We don't know what he's doing there. So Africa is at a disadvantage. And for Africa to leave this enslavement right now, to be real between me and you, I think it's gonna be real hard. It's gonna be real hard. Like, I don't see it happening anytime soon.
All right. I think we've done going to 7 hours. It was 7 hours already, not even going to 7 hours. Gentlemen, I think we should call it one Saturday. Today is 11 hours altogether. I think Dr. Damage did 4 hours at least. Jide, thank you for coming in last. Femi has coasted off into the great nether realms. AY, thank you for joining us in the later stages. Eccentricas, I thank you for coming in and having a conversation. Same thing for One Brain Cell. Thank you for joining us. And as always, Jide, funny enough, because when you came in the last time, you were like sounding like you are frustrated. This week has been quite interesting and a little bit downbeat, given all the events. And it reveals Nigerians for what they truly are. And I must say, we are not where we need to be at all. We are not even close at all. And I'm not even sure I'm even anywhere near close. I think we are in big trouble here, but so be it anyway. Even when Neanderthals were going extinct, some did enjoy the last embers of their time. So it's not always it's not the worst thing under the sun. Yeah, so we're going to round up. I'm going to play the Urobos, which it's a shame though, because most of their videos are often copyrighted. I don't know why. They are very protective of their
play that your tribe that you usually play now.
No, I have to go through all the different tribes. So today is the Urobos one. And
you don't want to play your
get
tribe?
a lot of their videos. Pardon?
I said you don't want to play your tribe. You usually play your tribe.
I'm moving from one tribe to another now. That is weekly now. I'm not going to be playing only my tribe every day. Yeah? So I'm going to be going this in through.
But I actually like those videos, to be honest. I actually like those videos. They're really nice.
Yeah, to be reminding people of different groups in Nigeria. It's a very interesting thing. I really wish I had more time to discuss other issues about how, I may be surprised that a lot of people in the Southeast are saying they are marginalized and they are suffering in Nigeria. If anything, it's only the civil war. Everything else, they've been amplified. The people that really suffered are the minority group, like the Benin, Edo Kingdom is a shadow of what it used to be before. Many of the empires that used to exist don't exist anymore. Those ones are completely destroyed. And technically, you can argue that the Southeast didn't necessarily have an empire that was expansive. So, if anything, they've grown now than before. So, I don't understand. That's empirically why the whole force, like they have not, Nigeria has not done them any good. But that said, it's been a long day. So I will have my own monologue before I close out for today, and I'll play the music. So, but in the meantime, I will take everybody off stage and play these songs before this thing. No, I don't want to start another discussion. So that I can be able to play it. It's 7 hours already, man.
We'll go to backstage.
It's been long. They don't like it. I wish I could do that. When I start properly, then maybe I can be doing that. They don't like it. All right. Let me start taking people backstage one by one. Hold
on. Just a second. Hold on.
What's going on?
Just hold on.
Hey, what team is that one you're wearing? What team was that? Is that Chelsea? What football team is that you're wearing?
Hold on, just hold on. I'll log out now. I also want to do something real quick. Sorry. Just a second. Hold on. I actually saw a comment. I was talking to someone. Just a second. Okay. I'll talk to you later, fathers. Bye.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Let me play some of this.
onye mi ono nero kebe joto boyo wogo iru kebo oni me oyibo yeruwe onye ma ike bero wo kwerian oni me ka isoro le mi wata oyo ike wefe mo wewa kire ogidigbo oyo ni maro ku mesio ya ri yele ko wa jebi nya bo ka isoro mi wata isi yo ni bi ye janeje isi o maru ko rugere sa na ugere ogwo bi maruku ba omi fefu bi o maruku tano maruku ga ikweje nya bo ka isoro le mi wata aye kena iforo fi eja ti ya na jagbara ni e ma uwe ye nwedo aye ka isoro le mi wata ada yo na ke jero iti gbabe ofe na gibio anana jai moko ogbo mari oni mi yeruwe e ba review ya ba
Ẹ̀pẹ̀ ayé má mọ rẹ pẹ sọ́nà ẹ̀pẹ̀ tí ó lè mọ rẹ pẹ sọ́nà ẹ̀pẹ̀ pété kúrò ní akọrin èmi ọ̀rẹ́ lápọrin èmi ọ̀rẹ́.
TikTok. I don't know why TikTok is so heavy. That is funny. Did he call it copycat? Maybe it is but I'm doing it out of maybe KJ was ahead of me then. Maybe he was just ahead of me then because he was there to have his own time to have his say, because sometimes when you are talking to people, they don't always. And I wasn't in the mood to argue with people today, to be fair. Given everything that's happened in Nigeria, it just let me turn this thing down and bring this other one up. Actually,
other subjects, the big one, which is the kidnapping of school kids, the genocide.
All right. It's been quite a day, and I see a lot of people are dropping off already, but it's all good. I just wanted to. It's a very, very interesting week, and maybe 2 weeks actually, because I think it's about 2 weeks now since Trump threatened Nigeria, maybe 3 weeks even. It has revealed a lot about Nigerians, and maybe not a lot surprise. It's not a lot that is surprising, really. That we are very primed to go after each other. Some of us will be all too happy to see the nation burn, and maybe it's the knowledge is not for everyone. I mean, I begin to the idea statecraft is not for everyone, and most people don't know much about governance. That's what I begin to find out, and I'm not even sure anybody knows, and because the people that actually govern states, they appear to have kept a lot of information out of the grasp for people in the sense that people truly understand how the states are run. This is why leaders can disappear into aircrafts, disappear to another country and come back. You think everything is okay. And if you look at in the US too, they are having problems even understanding how their governments are run. They find that their governments have been, by the time they know it, they find that their governments have almost been completely taken over because it's so distant from people. Whether this is deliberate or whether it has always been like that, I guess to a varying degree, it has been closer to the people in some cases while more distant from the people in other cases. You can argue with the French Revolution, it was closer to the people at first, then it distanced itself again, and then the government starts operating in a black box. If you look at the Bolshevik Revolution, you can argue that that was close to the people. But before very long, Stalin and Lenin and all of them decided that, you know what, we have to go all this thing authoritarian and become a black box again. So by and large, the same thing with Chamama, all the other nations, their governance is often in a black box, and the people are left to live within the nations and do their things, and which is maybe is the right way society is supposed to be. They don't have to necessarily participate. I'm going to be studying a few other systems. I think I'll probably start more in-depth analysis and study of maybe the Swiss system, where the people take more direct involvement in their governance, and I will have a look at that. And I will also have a look at other systems, like maybe the Chinese system, and see how they run and how much knowledge the people have of the center. I think the Swiss system, the people will probably have more knowledge about how their nation is run more than the Chinese one, maybe even the American one, because it's quite transparent and the people tend to have their say directly. It's called a direct democratic system, which is one of the reasons why I advocated it for Nigeria. Nigeria is very diverse, so they need something like that. Otherwise, it has to be authoritarian. And to have an authoritarian regime in Nigeria is going to be difficult, because that authoritarian regime, if it's Christian, is going to more than likely tilt the country towards Christianity. If it's Muslim, it's going to more than likely tilt the nation towards Islam. So you can see, I'm not sure that is ideal for Nigeria. A dictatorship, a benevolent dictatorship is is going to be tough for Nigerians to bear. Maybe that's why one leader has hardly been able to govern Nigeria for 10 years. No leader has managed to do that in Nigeria. Maybe Jonathan tried to hit that record, but he failed. Babangida tried, he failed. And maybe Gowon even tried. And I'm not even sure Gowon lasted up to 10 years. So, because the nature of Nigeria they don't like one strong man. They don't like it. Especially because they have diverging religions. So, it's going to be difficult to expect the nation to function like that. Hence why I think the ideal one, that especially is also long-term stable, is the Swiss model, a modification or our own variant of the Swiss model would be ideal. That is my take on the way you can govern a nation in a more stable manner. And because it's a kind of regionally based, it can also isolate some uniqueness that is often found to be unsettling for other parts of the country that are in other regions. It can help isolate it. And and also it takes care of the issue of central government, whether each of the region has a chance to govern. This will mean all the regions are governing all at the same time. That is something I for the life of me, I will wonder why anybody will oppose that. I really think that is what Nigerians need. Yes, Mark Eneli, another wishful thinking. Yeah, wishful thinking is good because ideas are better than knowledge. I can see that Nigerians have too much knowledge and very little ideas. I can see that a lot of people have ingrained, biased, or conditioned knowledge that they can't shift, even when the evidence points the other way. They hold on to it. It's like, it's crazy. I've never seen anything like that. It's just, I don't know why I didn't hold on to those things actually, because I was educated like that. Maybe because I just wanted to throw everything out and start all over again. I grew up listening to all the garbage. They kept talking about economic development, corruption, economic development, corruption. If that was the case, how have we not been able to solve that simple problem? Corruption and economic development. I've not seen a nation that works so hard to solve one problem or two. They can't figure it out for more than 4 decades. Because that is not the problem. You're diagnosing the wrong problem. But yet they double down. They double down. Like, let's go, let's do more of it. Let's see whether that's gonna make a difference. Even when they see that other nations, that is not what is making the difference. As a matter of fact, many Nigerians are actually corrupt with those foreigners. They're like, some of the corruption we get ourselves involved in, foreigners are also part of it. Yeah, those foreign nations are thriving, but we are not. Does that not tell you something, that our corruption, we don't seem to understand that corruption has nothing to do with whether your nation is corrupt or not? Corruption makes nations fall, that's for sure. But it's not the reason why you're going to rise. As a matter of fact, some political scientists and theorists believe that corruption to an extent is actually essential in the early stages of nations actually rising. But tell Nigerians that. They don't have a clue. They will still think that corruption is the big problem. It's like, you see, for me, if somebody writes a document and say corruption is not the problem, you know what I will do? I will say, why? How dare you? I will go I'll go around and say, why? How dare you say that? I'll go and find out, check the real world and see, what do you mean corruption is not the problem? America is not corrupt. Why is it doing? That's why America is doing well. UK is not corrupt. That's why UK is doing well. But when you look just closer, you find out all of them are corrupt. They are bribed to the hilt. They are not putting their people first. They are overcharging their people, making the people poorer. They are all corrupt. It's almost inherent in all human systems. Just like systems become, you have elites and you have class system in almost all systems. When you build any human system, you develop classes. You have the elites, you have the middle, and you have the lower ends with various, different variations of the same representation. That is how nations are. They eventually acquire that state, and just the same way they acquire that corrupt state. Even China, there is corruption. Some nations treat it a lot more strongly than others. And corruption is not going to be the reason why our nation rise in terms of, because we are going to avoid corruption, our nation is going to rise. You can avoid corruption all you want. You will still fail. It makes no difference. I actually believe that most of the ancient kingdoms that fell, there was a story about, there was not a story, it's a history of Europe. They used to have a different type of kingdom before that was based on maternal and matriarchal culture, where the women are often the center of their religion and their rulership and stuff like that. They used to have that in Europe. You will find that hard to believe. And they were supplanted completely by a more robust masculine group that brought war, disease, and all the other ailments and wiped them out eventually. It took some time, but they wiped every single one of them out. The male lineage of those early Europeans are just about wiped out. They don't exist anymore. Completely wiped out. So the incidents we are talking about here, it didn't start today. What you see in North America didn't start today. What you see in Australia, their basic takeover didn't start today. New Zealand didn't start today. It started in Europe. From the Caucasus Mountain, they took over the old Europe, supplanted it and replaced it, and they started extending further south and into the Americas and everywhere. So what that meant was it's a kind of new development of the human race, really, whereby they became more warlike. We became more warlike groups. And funny enough, the creator seems to reward those warlike groups more. And they went on to dominate. And eventually they got to Africa and they dominated Africa too. And somewhere along the line, Africans have lost step. Maybe they never did have the step because they never really encountered this group. The groups you're talking about, they never really encountered them for thousands of years. Maybe up to 30,000 years, they never really encountered them. And they didn't exist 30,000 years ago, to be fair. I think it was around 4,000 or so years ago. Maybe a bit earlier, I'm not so sure about the date now, when they replaced the old Europeans. So now they are coming south and they have encountered us and they've done with us to an extent what they almost did to the... You can even argue that they are doing to us what they did to the old Europeans. It took almost 1,000 years to wipe those old Europeans out. Ours is barely 400 years. So it took a while to wipe those old Europeans out. They said there was one holdout. I've forgotten the name of the kingdom. I think Vinci or something like that. I think it's Vinci culture. They used to call it the Vinci culture, I think. So there was one holdout that survived for almost 1,000 years, but that was the last one to be completely wiped out. So this is a long story that most people don't know. And this is why sometimes it's good to, when they are talking about all this historical stuff, archaeological stuff, you listen to it, because it sounds like just a story, you know. Yes, it's a story, but because it's a story, when you hear other stories, you start seeing patterns, because the stories begin to repeat themselves over and over again. Then you start seeing patterns, and it might be important to you to understand those patterns. Like I said, maybe this is our last days, not last days, last years, or last 1,000 years, or who knows. Maybe this is it. Maybe it's not. Who knows these things? They never encountered us before. Maybe they will find out something they've never seen before. So when I look at the way we discuss things in Nigeria, I just feel like we are so far behind in so many ways. I don't even know how we are going to get out of this mess we are in, given how far behind we are. Maybe they will make a mistake. Maybe when they make a mistake, then we'll create the kind of leaders that truly will transform that country. I don't think anything we say will change anything. We can talk from now till we get blue in the face. We can build institutions. The only thing that you can build that can change that country is their security. That's the only thing. Everything else is rubbish. As a matter of fact, if you think about it, one of the things that destroyed those old Europeans is the fact that they didn't take their security as seriously as maybe they should have, especially after they encountered those invaders from the steppes. Maybe they should have taken it more seriously, but they didn't. And they paid a heavy price for it. At least those men paid a heavy price for it. The women survived. The men didn't exterminate the women. The men paid a heavy price for it, and they wiped them out. And they probably deserved it. They probably deserved it. If you sit around doing nothing, and other men keep coming and trying to finish your people off, and you don't do much to defend yourself, don't be surprised tomorrow you don't exist anymore. It's just the nature of life. An antelope has no business pleading mercy with the lion or the leopard. That negotiation is not going to go well. It's simply not going to go well. And I really hope people pay attention to that, because what we are playing with right now is, I think I really have hope for the younger generation, actually. I think this generation, I think they are almost gone. Because sometimes when you hear them talk, you would think it's like the examples are everywhere. I don't know where they got the example that corruption collapses nations. I don't know where they got that example. Like, I wanted to ask, but I said, don't bother. It's not going to make a difference. Where did they get any example in recent history that the corruption collapsed the nation? What? No, give me one example that a nation that was doing so well, because they were corrupt, they collapsed. There is no example of it. Russia was corrupt. It didn't collapse. Corruption is not what collapsed Soviet Union. They were just outmatched. It didn't mean America was not corrupt. America had so many scandals. Jesus Christ, I can't even count how many scandals have happened in America, from Watergate to Iran-Contra, name it. They've had too many scandals all over the place. Corruption left and right, assassinations, and yet they are still hanging strong. Why? Why are they still hanging strong? Because some people think that they can force life, they can force history to happen the way they think it's going to happen. It won't. Just because you have been conditioned to think that way doesn't mean it's going to happen. The only way you can truly understand life is to look at it. Don't even bother looking at anything else. Don't bother with all the nonsense people are saying. Don't even bother with what I'm saying. Maybe you see something I didn't see. Don't bother with what I'm saying. You look into the world. You know, one of the greatest advice I've ever had was that, I think, I wouldn't say advice actually. I think it was from a movie, or was it from a religious movie, where it says, if you want answers to the world, just look at the world. The answers are there right in front of you. And I really wish you would do more of that. Just open your eyes. You have them. Don't always listen and hear, make decisions based on what people are telling you and what you've read. Look at the world and check it and say, okay, what did I see? What happened with China? What happened with Russia? What happened with North Korea or South Korea, Japan? What happened? What happened with African countries? What happened with Nkrumah? Check with your eye. Don't worry about what they told you, what they read. Don't remove what the nonsense they told you at first. Consider whatever you've read nonsense. Just look at, okay, I know what the leader is. How did he behave? What happened to him? And then compare it to what you have read. If it correlates with what you have seen, you say, okay, that person is more likely to be credible. That's how you verify things. Not necessarily Wikipedia, not necessarily the news. No, if you want to verify things, look at the real world. Everything you know about the real world, check it. Not check what the media tells you about the president. Check what did that leader do for his country. How does the country actually look? Not what they told you the country looks like. How are the people actually doing? What is the data say about their life expectancy? How are they doing? What did they actually achieve with what they said? Not that what the people told us or the media told me. If you start doing that, you find that you find very quickly your opinions will be very different from other people's opinion, because so many people just follow what they have been told. Some of them actually think that they are actually talking from what they have actually read. They actually follow what they've been told or what they've read in a book. They've never really taken their time to examine from what they've read in the book, check the real world, verify what the book told them. Look at it and say, okay, let me just, because politics, when you are reading politics, is from a political paper, isn't it? If you are reading from the news, it's from a newspaper. Then you go and check in a historical document based on what the news is saying. Okay, this is not news now. This is historical documentation. What does it say about this incident that this news is reporting about? What happened last year? What happened this year? That's how you start seeing the truths. Look at the real world, how it actually looks, not how they told you it looks. I've seen so many videos of African Americans talking about how they were lied to in America. And that is true. They were lied to, because what do? When authority figure tells you something, you think it is true. They will pump the videos in your head. They will tell you what they used to think Africa is like poor and, nothing good is in Africa at all for them. That's the impression most of them had of Africa. And then when it comes, they were like, oh my God. Some of them feel so betrayed that they told them that Africa was a desolate place, that it's always hungry and things are not going well. And yet when they come there, they will say there are problems, but I still feel betrayed. That what I see here is not what they painted listen to them. So this is because those same people, if you think about it, it's not because they don't have access to TV. It's not because they don't have access to maybe traveling down at that time to check. It's not because they don't have access to books that they can actually check. But most people just check information. They turn their eye, watch TV, and they move on. That's it. Or hear what somebody said on the news, or somebody told them, or sister, whatever. That's how people do. They don't really verify stuff to see what the truth truly represents. If you start looking at the world and seeing things for what they truly are, yourself, you'll be surprised what you'll be able to do. You'll be telling people things that they will be disagreeing with you constantly. You feel like you are running mad. But you'll be telling them, but that is what is there. They will tell you, yes, I can see that is what is there, but you are still wrong. That is where you're going to understand that these people that run the world, they truly understand human psyche. They really do understand human psyche, that it's not about logic. Human psyche is not about logic at all. These guys know us more than we know ourselves. They know it's not logical. The machine that runs the human mind is not logical. If you want it to be logical, you probably have to train it to be. And I think the best way to train it to be logical is to actually look at the world and critically analyze what you are seeing. Because if you go by what they are telling you, you get trapped and it's going to be hard for you to get out of it. I'm not out of it in so many ways, really. Most of the stuff I still learn, I still lazily glimpse it from the stuff that they provide to me. But the few that I verify and I stick to it often keeps me in better informed. That's why I'm very, very rarely on the big issues anyway. I'm very, very rarely wrong. You know, at least I'm more correct than other people, even if maybe I'm wrong, but I'm more correct than others. You know, I can give you an example. If you look at how people analyze what Trump has said, it's either, oh, the government should be punished. Yes, let Trump come and kill them and all that. That's all they see. Oh, then they will say, come and take all our natural resources. After all, we're not getting any benefits from it and all the rest. Do you know the truth about all these things that they've just said? They are all true. But yeah, that's the only place they stop. If you stop there, then what is next? Trump comes in and does whatever he likes with your country. Whether good or bad, you don't have any further say in it. But they don't do the extra step and say, okay, let me open my eyes here. This is Trump we're talking about. Whom are some of his best friends? Are they not Arabs? And those Arabs, are they not Muslims? So why is he acting as if it's against them now? Oh, who is Trump again? Let me ask myself, who is Trump? You know, did I check the news earlier on this year that reported that they said they fund Boko Haram? Do we do those? Why do we stop at that first two at most? It's quite remarkable. It's almost fascinating, really. Why, especially when you consider that some of the people that stop there are highly educated people too. It's really quite fascinating. We'll stop there. We don't say, okay, is that not Trump that I saw last week with a terrorist that used to have $10 million bounty on his head, a former Al-Qaeda leader that I saw with Trump? And that guy is that. What? I can swear the guy was Muslim, and not just Muslim, an extreme Muslim. And okay, is Trump coming to defend us or no? I don't understand. This is confusing. I'm telling you, even me, it is confusing. And is it not Trump that is, friends with UAE? Was it not UAE that gave Trump more than almost $500 million jet? Okay. Okay, they did that, innit? And are they Muslim too? Oh, yeah, they are Muslims. Oh, it turns out that they are Muslim too. And okay, fine, they are Muslim. But what are they Muslims doing? Oh, are they killing Africans too? Oh, they are sponsoring the fight in Sudan. Oh no. Our people don't do any of that. They never do any of that. Sad, isn't it? They never do any of that. It's so, that is why You have to look at the world for what it truly is, not what you wish it is, because you are so shallow. If you remain that shallow, you're going to be like those men that were in Europe. You will be wiped out and you're not going to exist. You're going to be like some of the Indians that didn't wake up on time. You're not going to exist because the world hates you. Because how can God create you and you refuse to use your brain and your eyes that He gave you, or God gave you? I mean, you probably deserve to go. Because if you see any animal that's walking around with blinded, not having any senses, you know what veterinary people do? They'll put the animal out of his misery. That is how some people are. Some people are just walking around asleep and can't see. They can't see the world. Don't be surprised if the world decides to put you to sleep. It will put you to sleep eventually. It's just not personal. It's just what it is. Rules have to apply. The strong have to survive. And the weak have to make way. Otherwise, even us wouldn't be here. Our ancestors were once strong, at least stronger than the ones that they met. Maybe they got help from the environment or from luck. They were once strong. Today, we're encountering forces that may be stronger. It's just life. Nothing personal. You either kit up or you kit out. It's simply how it works. And so if I'm going to leave a message for our people, is that one thing that is clear to me is that you need to look at the world a bit more. Open your eyes and look at the world a bit more. If you look at the world enough to hear Trump say he wants to attack your country, if you know enough to say you don't care about Trump coming to take our oil, you should make the extra step and say, let me research this man a bit. Was it not Adiola that said when they want to get married to, no, not Adiola actually, sorry, it's not Adiola, it's Evita, if I'm not mistaken, that said this. If Nigerian people want to marry a wife, some of the people will go to the wife's family and they want to know everything about the wife's family, the history, whether they have a cause in the family, or whether somebody, whatever, they want to dig deep into that woman's family. They will try to understand everything about that family. But yet, how is it that they are wishing for somebody to come and attack their nation, but they don't care about checking Trump's history or America's history? They don't bother to check anything at all. So why that laziness? Why that laziness? Conditioning. You have been told not to think about that part of things. You've been raised, even your own parents have been raised not to think about those things because it's outside your scope. Outside your scope. You are supposed to only think from the point of view of, let me see. Yeah, you're always supposed to think from the point of view of the information you have been provided. I need to thank some of the people that supported the channel. I think they've done very well. Joseph Oji 512. He has donated His Majesty's pound sterling. We really thank you for that. £5 is solid. It's about £7.50. You know, $7 have to crawl and try to catch up with pounds. You see, pounds is solid. And again, Oji is here with another £5 again. This is real money here that he's donating. I really appreciate that. And I hope we start supporting Dr. Damages a bit more. because the channel is, trying to do a lot of good work before the coming election that is going to take place. It's going to be very, very important. Again, from this is from Eccentricast 3232. I don't know what is going on, but the numbers that come after the names, it seems to be quite universal lately. I don't know why. Because I think last year they didn't have numbers after their usernames, but now everybody seems to have numbers after their username. Can anybody tell me the reason why that is in the chat? Why are the names, why do they all come with numbers at the end of it now? Have they got so many profiles that they have to now start writing them with so many numbers after their username? I don't understand that. Where that is, yeah, almost everybody has got numbers after their names. Is that an auto-generated username, or is that a real, username? Because I don't have a number after my name, I think my profile name. So why is that? Can somebody shed light on that? Let me read this. Olaji Kiemi 5910. 5910. The IPOB is designated a terrorist organization by Nigeria authority. He definitely got no chance. I see. That's interesting, actually. I think there's some truth there. If the organization is already designated a terrorist organization, you can't expect this thing. You can't expect anything else to come from the judgment. It's like an Al-Qaeda person showing up in court. They are not likely to acquit that. It's just a matter of the sentencing now. They are not likely to acquit the Al-Qaeda member. So unlike guy like Keizo, you hear he speak English, speak his native language, talk high level economic conversation with regards to Kenya, etc. But to Nigeria, who thinks he has monopoly of knowledge. Oh, look at that, Mumu. Who say they have monopoly of knowledge? If so, this is the only thing you know. Say I have monopoly of knowledge. I don't have monopoly of knowledge. If any person that start telling you that they have knowledge at all, I guess somebody can say they have some knowledge, but if somebody tells you that they really have a lot, then they don't. That's the irony of life. The more you understand, the more you see, the less you understand. And that is the whole essence of life, really. Maybe that makes it quite interesting, but it's quite mysterious like that. You can't understand everything. You can't know everything. It's impossible. But you can know that you know more than some. And it's not a good thing to know too much more than others. Because what that means is that you're going to always be it's going to be painful. It's like sometimes debating with people that it's like you are studying one other, like competing, and some other person is studying what do you call it, PE, and you want to discuss your professions in a way that both sides can relate. It's going to be difficult. So it will be aching one of the heads there. So that is one of the problems. So when somebody has knowledge and you stray too far away from the average, you'll have a problem. I'm not even sure straying too far from the average is even good. You can't create leaders that are too far from the people. Most leaders that are created, they are often like their people, at least a reasonable population from their people. If they are not like that, the people will do away with them. Because people don't like leaders or people that are too different from them. They don't like it. This is why you have racism. This is why you have tribalism. This is why you have all this. People don't like it. So the same applies with knowledge. If you have the knowledge too far away from what the average is, they don't like it. Especially on controversial issues, on scientific stuff. Yeah, you're welcome. And even that, you get attacked. There's a lot of scientists that have done some breakthroughs that died poor and died miserable because of their discoveries. So it's not only in politics, it's also in almost everything you do in life. If you stray too far from the average, you may just pay for it. Not all the time, but there's that possibility is there that you could pay heavily for knowing too much, being too different. That is inherent in human nature. This is why we as a people, we can't create leaders that are way too different from us. We are a reflection of our leaders. We like it or not. Sad to say, the leaders you have are you. All they know is similar stuff that you know. Maybe you may be slightly different if you go into office, but you're not so different from them. Their beliefs, their ability to tolerate, their loyalties, their endurance to be able to, withstand pressure, it's not so dissimilar. Most Nigerians would trade anything just to make sure their neighbor envies them. That is how petty we think. They will make sure it's almost as if the hardship they go through, then they actually will teach them that that neighbor or that brother or whoever, that friend that I used to have that became successful and he didn't recognize me. When I have money, I will do everything to get money and I'm going to show them. And then we will work and work and work. We'll do anything to succeed them. After we succeed, then we'll go and flaunt it in their face. That trait is almost unique to Nigerians. It's almost unique. I don't know what I've seen any other people that consciously go out of their way to do that. I've never seen any other people that really put that much effort. I've heard of cases where some people want to drag each other down, where they will be like, hey, they will say they hate each other. I think Ghanaians say that about each other a lot, that they hate each other. They try to pull each other down often. Maybe they should come and try Nigeria for size. If they think Ghanaians hate each other, they should come and try Nigerians out for size and see how Nigerians are taking it to another level. And Nigeria didn't even qualify for the runoff of a football match. We are facing a lot of challenges. But the challenges are easy. If the people are the problem, the challenges are easy for any other people to deal with. But Nigerians are the problem. That statement has weight. It has more weight than I realized. Not even just the problem. It's almost like you can't, what some people say, you can't give what you don't have. You simply can't do it. You as the people themselves, as a collective, they don't have it in them to do the right thing right now. They don't just have enough of the knowledge base, consciousness, will to do the right thing. If anything, quite a lot of them have acquired the will to do the wrong thing. And if anybody can control people at this level, I have to say they are geniuses. because that is so effective. No matter what an individual thinks, it makes no difference. You can produce 20 people that have good ideas to liberate the people. It's not going to change them. It's not going to change them. It will take a long time of hard work by that 20 to convert people to the ideas, and not even that will not work. Events has to force it to happen. A national event has to force it to happen. Stalin and Lenin didn't emerge from the thin air. They emerged from events that forced it to happen. There were wars going on in their country. They lost it. I think the Tsar lost the war. So there were things happening that forced that change in place. If you look at the Chinese, the same thing too. Things forced it in place. Americans forced it in place. The Civil War in America forced them to move. Where is the? Oh, that name looks familiar, you know. That name, at OPF official channel, OPF official channel. Yeah, you guys are still here. Now, wow. I can't believe I'm still here. I'm telling you, I really can't believe I'm still here. I think I'm going to be doing more. I'm not going to be asking too much questions anymore. I just feel at least not now anyway. I just feel a little bit exhausted with asking Nigerians questions. They will just be giving the same answers over and over again. Even when they can't justify it too. You ask them to justify it, they will just go around and talk. They will tell you only about Nigeria. They will not tell you about any other system that clearly shows that they don't. They will tell you the system works. Like they don't. Oh God. They will just tell you that system still works. It's working, and even if they are corrupt, it's working. You don't ask and say why. Why does it work? And who is that again? Continue asking the questions. Yeah, the question. I'm tired. It's exhausting. They will just keep telling you the same thing. Nothing is going to change. You know, maybe Dr. Damages saw something when he said nothing you're going to say is going to change anything. He knows. Maybe as a journalist, he's done it for 20 years. He knows they are locked in. When Fela said it, he knows they are locked in. All they do is shift from here a little bit. They are in a cage. They move in a cage a little bit here, a little bit there, and nothing changes. They don't seem to understand. If you want to do stuff, you have to build the cage. You can't keep living in the cage and shifting in the cage and thinking that you are free. You're not gonna. You will never be free. Lying to yourself that you are going to be free is not going to work. Some Nigerians just think that somewhere along the line we're just going to build our economy and become a superpower. It's not. It will not work. It never worked, and it has never worked for anybody like that. But yet they will still double down. It will. It will. Let's double down. It will work. We know this is going to work. Then you say I should keep asking questions. That is exhausting. They will double down. Let's try it again. It will work. I think the Chinese may have tried now. Let's double down. Let's try to do what we're doing before, like it's gonna work. No, it took them going to communism for them to shake it off. The same with the Soviet Union. They didn't try what they had before. They shook it off. Nigerians, they keep wanting to try making the same mistake over and over again, thinking that they're gonna get it right this time. Yeah. Let's fight corruption this time. It's gonna work. Let's fight. Do you know when they started fighting corruption? All the way in the 70s or so, they were already talking about, oh, we're going to deal with corruption. We're going to do it. Till today, it's getting worse. And these same people double down on it. Yeah, we have to fight corruption. It's corruption. It has to be. It has to be. It's so exhausting to talk to people like that. It's so exhausting because what else can you do? There's nothing you can do. So then just shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Don't say much. Let them talk. Let them enjoy themselves. You know, so I'm not. What I can do is call out facts now and again. If somebody is just going with so many falsehoods, you know, some of them are capable of that. So they just come and start injecting falsehood into the conversations. So you want to call that out? Yeah, I will do that. After all, this is a fact session. I don't want that to fall apart. Try to give people as quality information as possible. But what I'm going to, one of my best or my biggest realization today is that our people are locked in. They are not going to learn any lesson. They have to be beaten into shape. And God help them. If they are lucky, they will have somebody come and beat them into shape, and then they will sit up. If they are unlucky, that person will beat them and beat them out of shape. Beat them out of shape. They will even devolve. They will devolve further into oblivion. Instead of them to this evolve, they will devolve even further. So that is what may happen. You know, you when you are going into all these things, there's no guarantee you're going to emerge any better off. That's the thing about life. There's no guarantee. When people come and attack you, you could win, you could survive, you could get wounded and survive. But there's also the possibility that they will conquer you and devolve you. They don't have no reason to evolve you or develop you in any way. They don't have any reason. The only reason they have is to degrade you so that they can be able to use you for as long as possible. That's their only incentive. At least I've had time to talk. And I feel like I will be doing that a bit more often. This is why I'm doing more of monologues when I start the show. I do more monologues and do some after. That's all one can do. Ask questions, seek answers, and hear them give fake answers. Maybe just for the sake of the younger ones that have not been conditioned, I will reveal the truth to them and just make it clear that that is the truth, and they themselves can go and verify it. Let the conditioned ones keep repeating the same thing that they want to repeat all they want. And then let the world, the truth, bear us out. You know, the world is the truth, isn't it? It's not reading our script. The earth doesn't care about our script. The universe doesn't care about what script you write. It is running the way it wants to run. It is the truth. The world is the truth. If you want to ask, you see, that's a very interesting question. What is the truth? The world is the truth. If you look at the world, whatever you see is real and it is true. When you touch it, not everything you see, not everything you see is real. Though my point is that what you are seeing in the world is the truth of the world. Is the truth of everything that you see. Some things are actually, can be a mirage. So not only follow your eyes. So maybe it's not technically accurate to say what you see in the world is true. You just say the world is the truth. Yeah, I know, it's confusing. You see, that's the thing now. When you are talking about the world, there are so many layers to it. So you have to be careful when you say stuff. You have to try to be very precise. And this is why I'm struggling with it. The world is the truth. If you put it absolutely like that is it. But then again, somebody could say, oh, how about, you mean including the conditioning and everything? No, I'm talking about the actual physical world. the actual physical world and all its manifestations is the truth. Because that world doesn't care about our script writing and whatever we like or whatever we do, it will just do its thing. The sun will rise and it will come down, the stars will shine, the moons will go through their phases, the seas will experience their tides, and it is going to happen as it sees fit, whether we are here, whether we are not. What you see in this world is what you should use as a reference point. Don't believe what anybody tells you. Don't believe even when AI tells you. Verify. AI is going to come along soon and make a lot of people fail to verify stuff, because and often it's going to be hard. Even it's sometimes really, really tough to get to the truth, because if you check AI, okay, fine, that's one source. You check Google, that's one source. You use your eye from what you understand from history, reading history books and stuff like that, that's another source. You check from disparate sources and different subject matters as a reference to one truth. Okay, I'm going to ask you that question later. What do you mean that's a misrepresentation of facts? Misrepresentation of facts. I don't think so, because the truth can be gotten to by various avenues. You know that story of blind men, 3 or 4 blind men, touching an elephant. That's what I mean. The truth comes from different angles, and for you to get to see it clearly, you need to come from it, go at it from different angles. Don't go at it only from the political news. Go at it from historical data. Go at it from religious data. Go at it from different angles and word on the street. Word on the street is often, in many cases, it can be very fickle, but it can also be validating. Because can you imagine you go through all the various points that you can arrive at one truth? You go through the word on the street, rumors, history, biology, maybe even science, then news. If all of them point in one direction, what are the chances that you'll be more correct than the average person? You're more likely to be correct. So this is why it's important to go at facts from what you see in the world. You really go at it from different sources so that it makes sense to you. Don't listen to what one person says, or only one pastor says, or one imam tells you what to think, because they were going to tell you what they know, because all they know, that's all they've been taught. So how do you mean? Okay, let me read what you mean by I'm misrepresenting facts. As long as the earth remains, seed and harvest time will remain. That is a fact. However, it doesn't stop people or a country from making their country great. That's the script. Of course it doesn't. That's a fact. But I never said it does. I'm saying to make your country great, you need to make it strong. If you don't make it strong, especially if you are destined to be great and you refuse to take up your challenge. You know how the Israelites got to the land of Canaan, and they sent spies over. They said, oh no, these people are so massive, they are so big, and all the rest of it. Yeah, God was like, oh no, so you are not very brave and you can't go and take on the challenge and the land that I've given you. Okay, go and wander in the wilderness for another 40 years. So it means if you are not strong in this life, the information is there everywhere. Even in the Bible, our people read, but yet they were like, oh, let's turn the other cheek. Let's pretend as if we don't know. That is from the Bible. Because the Israelites showed cowardice or fear, God banished them to the wilderness for 40 years again. Before, I think was it Joshua? Was it Joshua? Yeah, Joshua was the one that blew the trumpets on at the wall, isn't it? And brought it down. So Joshua started waging a war against the Canaanites, and they took the lands from them. So it is what it is. So yeah, the truth, I don't disagree with what you wrote. That is a fact of life. It doesn't stop nations from rising. Do you know what stops nations from rising? If you are not strong, you're not a nation. The body cannot stand without its skeletons, without its immune system. You have to emerge and you have to be healthy and standing. Otherwise, those with those qualities will come in and knock you over like nature wants. There is only one thing that can bring change or a revolution that will bring change to the country, Nigeria. What is it? Only one. Emphasis on only. What one thing? Don't tell me it's corruption. No. Don't tell me it's corruption. What is it? What is the one thing? I'm waiting for the one thing. What is the one thing that will bring change to Nigeria? All right. So I'm gonna be rounding up soon. So if you're not gonna, I'm not gonna get any answer to the one thing that is so mysterious, or is it, or is it corruption? Are you trying to say it's corruption? If it is corruption, then it's over. Then for us, it's not. I don't believe it's corruption that is the reason why that it can change the country. There's only one thing that can change the country. Is to make your country strong so that you can be able to stand on your own 2 feet. Because if you can stand on your own 2 feet, you can start making decisions for yourself. You can start making the right calls. You can stop your money escaping your borders all the time. You make sure your funds are kept within the country. And that's how your nation goes on to prosper. Bitterly pervert justice. Bribery prevent justice. When citizens stop giving bribes, those who demand it will fight back. Emphasis on bribes. You see, this is the thing. We don't understand systems. I think at the core of it is system. It's a systemic problem. We don't understand how systems work, how the feedback loop behave, feedback loops. The way feedback loop behaves is that corruption is bad. Make no mistake, it is a bad aspect of any state that wants to prosper, because it's short-circuiting the process and trying to get rewards that one does not merit. So corruption is bad from that point of view, but it's not decisive. It's not pivotal to whether a nation rises or not. Some of the worst leaders that are as corrupt as hell has risen and transformed nations. And yet, how did they do that? Stalin was robbing the banks. He was robbing banks. Stalin was robbing banks. Let me say you. National banks, stealing their money, and yet he transformed that nation. Why? Is that not a corrupt behavior? Stealing? It's like Nigerians, we do these things where when we talked about constitution. Oh, we have to get the right constitution. Well, but the UK doesn't even have a proper constitution. Why did they manage to conquer the world? You know what? Nigerians will still double down anyway. That is the core of the problem. They will still double down. It doesn't stop them. We have to change the constitution. The constitution is the problem. Even when there is so many examples that even Israel doesn't have a constitution. Why do we insist that these things? Why do we double down on wrong ideas? I don't know. I really wish we ask ourselves a question a little bit. Like, when somebody tells me something, it's not because they are trying to humiliate me. It's they are trying to share information with me, and then let me take that information and see whether it is true. Maybe it's harder for some people to check for the truth. I understand that, because it's not everybody that just want to go and start typing the internet and start finding out information. But some of us, we already have the information. That's the one that scares me more even. Some of us already know that America confessed to funding terrorism. Some of us already know America is friends with the leader of Al-Qaeda in Syria. Some of us already know America supports Saudi Arabia, but we'll pretend as if we don't know any of that. When we start saying that they should come and do whatever they like with us. How do you help that? How can you help that kind of person? Even when they know, they still say, you know what, it's better. Let them come. Let them come. The only thing you can do with such people is just to like ignore them and just get on with hopefully finding people that are like-minded that can actually believe what you believe. Because those same people, it's not because they don't want the country to be better. They want the country to be better. So when it comes to corruption, they will come and work with you then. But they are not going to be the ones that determine the direction of the nation. They can't be, because they will fail. From the get-go, if you start off like that, you have already failed. You're out of point. I'm not out of, you are out of point. I'm out of point. I really wish you could tell me that. I'm sorry, I don't want to debate. Maybe some other time. It's a shame I don't have enough time to do a lot of talking. Maybe next weekend or so. I don't know whether I even have time. Things are very tight these days. So, but if I'm out of point, I'll figure it out. I'll try to check what you mean by, let me see the precise statement that you made. Oh, look at that. One man, what are you doing here? What's Baba? Do you have a life? you this guy slept, woke up, and you are still here. I do have a life, oh. You'll be shocked. This is beyond cheap weed. This is actually quite disturbing. What sort of life frees up spending 12 hours live streaming? That's interesting. It's not up to 12 hours now. No, it's not up to, it's 8 hours live streaming. It's evening now. One man, you know, you can go from one point of the night to the other point of the night. On a Sunday, you wake up in the morning, you go and sleep in the morning, wake up by 12, you know, you're chilling out. It's all good, you know. 6 hours sleep is more than enough for a man, isn't it? I slept, woke up, and you're still here waffling. Yes, because I have found, one man, let me ask you, if they ask you what is the single most serious problem that Nigeria has, pick one, just one single most important problem that we have to deal with. If we deal with it, we'll be fine. Hey, before you go, you want to answer that question, I would like to know your own opinion on it. Yaba left is waiting. Oh my God. Woman, you are from hell. You are from hell. That is not even funny at all. You see, that's the real problem. Look at that. Who are all these people coming to come here to come and say all this? No, it's not. Let me see. Yama left is waiting for. What is this one going on about? See, the question is very simple though. It's about what is the most serious problem in Nigeria. You'll be surprised how many people believe it's corruption. I have to do a show about this. If I had a chance, I would do it. It's like so that we can play videos and check it historical from one after the other. Let's see whether Nigerians will change their mind. You know what? They will not. They will still double down because they've been conditioned to believe it's corruption. They will still believe it's corruption. No matter what you do, they will still think it's corruption that's the problem. You see, that I think I've made my peace with the fact that when the people are not ready, they are not ready. And sometimes they actually don't even know that. They think they are ready, but they are not. And I don't know, it's like they are fighting themselves, like thinking, oh, the country is going to change. You don't even know that you haven't even changed. And maybe I haven't even changed. We are going to remain the same until something forces us to see the life for what it truly is. Maybe we'll do better. Maybe we'll do better. We need something for sure to really shake us up, including me. Maybe my clarity will be clearer. I will be able to seek more clearly, and all the so-called stuff I have will clear from my eyes. Hey, look at that. Abby00 super sticker. Thank you for that. $2. $2. Oh no, it's not what. Oh my God, what an insult to the pounds. Call it the dollar. What an insult. The pound is to be respected. It's the pound sterling. Thank you for that. $2 is going to help with the Dr. Damages channel and to Niger. This thing. And Niger doesn't get much from me. To Niger barely even have subscribers. And but see, people seriously, you should be subscribing to Niger if you haven't subscribed. If you subscribed before, don't subscribe again because you are just going to unsubscribe. So, but if you have friends, go and subscribe to Niger. I need the subscribers. And the more you subscribe, the more I'm likely to, come out there and do my thing. But clearly, I'm behind the curve. And someday, if I turn out to be more accurate than most, I hope people's eyes will shine and come and subscribe then. If I turn out to be accurate, to an extent, I've actually been proven accurate on security. You see how our people argue with me till Trump come and threaten Nigeria now. There was a time a lot of people were saying Nigeria doesn't have enemies. We don't need to prepare our army. We just need to take care of internal security. Now, we didn't even start from Cameroon threatening us or Niger. America is the first one to threaten us. The fact that many Nigerians never thought that was something to consider before now shows you where we are. That's many Nigerians never thought to consider that as a possibility at all. When I was having these conversations years ago, they don't want to. Even a former retired military didn't. What is a former retired military? A retired military officer, senior officer, I guess depending on what you call a colonel. Mid rank, I think. He didn't think we had enemies. I don't know why we think like this. Why we, like I said, our threat assessment antenna is broken, and we don't seem to be aware of our environment enough. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Not my eyes. Open your eyes. Your own eyes. You have it. God gave it to you. Open it and look at the world and see it for what it truly is. Not me. Not one man's eyes. Clearly, one man's eyes. One man only has eyes for Igbo people. It's only Igbo people he has eyes for. Thank you for the donation, Abby. £2. Anybody else want to donate out there? The every little helps. Every little helps the channel. Help support the channel. You all are going to go to church today and put money in the tray to praise the Lord. We are here doing God's work. You know, Dr. Damages is hardly one of those people that just shoves people his own opinion into your throat. He lets you have your say and cleanly. Sometimes ask good questions while he's presenting. So that is very good. So if you want to support the channel, I'm all here for it. I don't feel tired at the moment anyway, but if I feel tired, that's a good thing, because then if I feel tired, then I just finish the show, go and relax properly. You know, nothing feels as good as resting after a long day's exertion. Let me put it that way. A long day's walk. Nothing feels as good as such a sleep. Religion has blinded a lot of Nigerians. Yes, religion has blinded a lot of Nigerians. It's one of those areas that has totally, completely taken over the heads of Nigerians. Many of those bandits and those who are coming around to do all those things, many of them actually think they are doing the right thing in terms of religion. You know, we had some people, they are willing to die for Christianity. You know, Nigerians are willing to die for Christianity, some of us. And I find that a little bit disturbing, and because I am so kind of detached from it all in terms of why would you want to die for religion that is not even your father's religion? And I don't think any northerner should die for Islam, and neither should they die for this Christianity. I don't believe so. Because yeah, I know you believe they are your creator, but I'm not sure dying for it is the way to go, because you're not 100% sure. You just think you do know. The religion tells you that you have to believe, and to believe means you don't know. You know, and if you don't know, why are you taking such a risk by allowing your mind to be hijacked like that? Personally, I'm not into that. Not that I'm against people. Religion has a lot of good morality lessons. It teaches responsibility. It teaches peace in many cases. But because it's so good and beautiful to so many people, those people are willing to kill for it. You see that? Irony of life, innit? Irony of life. Because something is so peaceful, makes it so beautiful, and other people want to share it with other people and are willing to kill to share it with other people. Funny, isn't it? Something is supposed to be peaceful, but instead it turns into a weapon to attack other people. That is life. And this is why one has to have critical thinking. Because if you don't, you can easily mistake virtue, or you can easily mistake this thing, evil, for virtue. I mean, because while you are busy killing those people, you think you're doing the right thing, but you're not. Any objective person will not support you taking the lives of fellow humans, especially your own people. Christianity is not the religion of peace. Christianity is not, none of them are. Most religions are not peaceful. Some are more aggressive than others. I don't know whether Christianity is more aggressive than Islam in any way. I don't know. They have their own episodes. Christianity was quite aggressive in the, during the Crusades. And many, I don't know whether you want to say Islam is like that now, because it's just practitioners of Islam that are doing it. I don't know whether you call it Islam when people that practice it's like a Christian doing something. You can't say, oh, because the guy is a Christian, so all Christians have to answer for it. So one has to be careful about that, actually. You can't say because Boko Haram does something, you blame Muslims for it. But the only thing I would say, Muslims should be calling them out, more clearly, and they should be calling out what is going on in Sudan more clearly, because it's a threat to them. I really wish, I would be happy to hear a northern leader that is a Muslim call out what is going on in Sudan and telling his people how dangerous it is to them. Because you are a Muslim, you could be a target tomorrow. You could be a target. You are doing their work to help them expand Islam in Nigeria, and your reward is to get exterminated. How nice is that? Not cool at all. That is a terrible, terrible legacy to leave for your people. You help them conquer your people, and then their job is to come and erase you. In the end. In the end. So, who is that? Just like Islam. Yeah. Yeah, they're both similar from that point of view. Religion has its good sides and it has its bad sides. But I will call it a day now. I think I've ranted enough. This is not rant actually. This is more like just the kind of thinking aloud, exploring different ideas, different thoughts. And if I get a chance, maybe I'll be doing more of it. Because, like I said, talking to people is good if you can present facts and we can stick to facts. And just, go one step at a time, methodically. Although, because that has to be a different show altogether, a different live stream. Not part 2 of Have Your Say, because Have Your Say is for the news. But if you go for there is another kind of live stream, then I can actually talk in this way that I'm describing, whereby you put different evidence based on the topic that you're discussing and have common grounds, from the early debates. Whereby everybody is on the same page, they know what words mean, and then you build on that. It will be fascinating to see how that works, because when you do that, that's how you actually get from difference in opinion to consensus, because you go logically step by step, and it'll be fascinating to watch how Nigerians and how anybody decides to because they see that they are heading towards the direction that was going to nudge them in the correct answer, objective answer, but not their answer. Let's see whether they are going to reject it and push back against that process. It will be interesting. All right, Oga, you are back. Thank you all for joining us. Oga, Frank Gauze, Prince Charles Bamoro 2714. Nobody has told me why they have numbers at the end of the names. Maybe you are all the same people. It's possible. It's only one man that doesn't have a number at the end of his name. You see that? One man is well known, no numbers at the end of his name. All these people that have numbers at the end of their name, maybe you have gone and finished off the original owner and put a number at the end of their name and try to hijack them. It's very, very possible. I don't trust you all these numbered names. Look at them. Jajon 5816 Abby 00001. Who else is there? McKennelly, of course. Destiny. Is that Destiny Biosa? Destiny Biosa, nice one. I see you all there. Alajiki, I've said that before. David Abuja. I've got to run. I really got to run now. I think I've had a long enough session. I enjoy your monologue live stream, not like people like AJ, who is tribalism and divisive. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. I think I really need to start finding people that actually enjoy what I say, because I think I probably need those sort of people to support me too. There's no use talking to people that just disagree constantly, and you want to go with people that share your own opinion to an extent. The use of talking to people that disagree with you is to try to reach common ground and learn new things. It's often useful, to be fair. How come none of you talked about lack of defense? Oh, it was spoken about. Its lack of defense was spoken about, and the question one brain cell suggested was that maybe Nnamdi Kanu was out of sorts. In other words, like mentally he wasn't 100% there, that he was acting kind of agitated. So who knows these things? Maybe it's the right thing to do. Maybe Nnamdi Kanu knows that this is a political trial. Having a lawyer there will not change that. The judgment will still be read. And maybe having a lawyer there will even give the judgment more credibility. So maybe that's why he opted to, dismiss his lawyers. You can see the logic there, can't you? There's some logic to it. It's not entirely illogical. So that is that. After this stream, what are you doing next? Being sincere. I want to check something. What do you mean, what am I doing that? I'm going to sleep. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to check. What do you think I'm going to do next? What do you take me for? After how many hours of live stream, I'm going to go and do something else. If I go and do something else, I will be risking my life or something. Like, can you imagine doing after 8 hours, 9 hours live stream like that? You just go and get on the road and start driving. That is crazy. You just have to rest. For the Lord has divined it so. You shall rest after doing work. This is technically not work. When it's this is not work, but work nonetheless. You understand what I mean? So, when anybody ready to donate anymore, anybody gonna put money hands in their pocket and donate to the channel before I go? But it's okay anyway. You guys have done quite brilliantly today. You've donated and you liked. I would have preferred more likes, but it's not too bad. At least some people moved to like it. 36. That is quite low. We had over 200 at the time at one point in this video. Would have been good to get over 36 likes. So if you have not liked, go and like the channel. And if you've not subscribed, remember to subscribe. Please subscribe. Really don't like begging for stuff. Because I truly believe I'm offering you something. And so subscribe to the channel and let me see where I am in the subscription list even. Oh, I've got 250 now. See, I got one subscriber recently. Thank you for that. The one subscriber. And we should have a way of knowing precisely which the subscriber is so that we can, highlight them. Somebody that has subscribed. Did anybody subscribe just now? Let me see. Maybe somebody subscribed to True Niger channel. I think he thinks they go knock. Oh my God! Even that is a lot. I did Papa have the channel to himself. Pastor, you are acting paranoid, but behind the scenes you are there still acting paranoid. How did I have the channel to myself? Do you know I could? Like I could just host part 2 and just have the channel to myself, just talking continuously until the end of the show. I could, so because I mean the thing that the monologues are not so bad actually. Maybe I should be writing them up and just reading my thoughts out of what I see. It's just going to be like a kind of record of what has been said and what the events in Nigeria say about it. Because sometimes when the event starts correlating, maybe people will start taking it more seriously that these simple things like just checking information is quite important to do. It makes you more accurate. It's not so bad. You know, you can make it a part of your life. You see, our people, when they go to church, pastor preaches, they are also reading their Bible. They check evidence like crazy. You know, they don't just take pastor's word for it. And to be fair, the pastor also insists that they pick up their Bible to read, and they do it. You know, so it's the same thing. When people are covering the news, make the effort, check it out. Check it out. It's not so bad. It's going to help. So let me see after the stream. Next is, let's see what next is there. Let's see what else. All right. So Pansat, take it easy. I'm not hijacking anything. I'm just here doing the Lord's work. What else can we do in this life? We all try to do the best that we can. All right. Till next time, guys. I will catch you all. Let me play us out with this one. But I do like it quite a bit. All right. Let's play us out with the Urobo people of Nigeria. Bye.